Guys, can you hear me now? Is this audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Where is our project? So hope all of you have received your class notes and everything, correct? If I'm not wrong. Anyone haven't received, kindly let me know. Right. So we were talking about the libraries yesterday. So what is a library? Library is the place where we can have, or it is the physical location where we can store our SAS datasets primarily. And we can also store catalogs, formats, views, stored processes, or anything that you can think of which is related to SAS, you can store there. Okay. So if I want to define a library requires two things. A name, technically we call it as a lib reference. And second thing is going to be path. Path is nothing but the physical location. And then when it comes to the other part, that is, there are two types of libraries. One is SAS defined, that is, these are the libraries which are created, maintained by SAS itself. And user defined libraries, these are the libraries which will be created by the developer and he will use it for his own. Again, based on the nature of the data that we store, the libraries again classify into two. One is going to be permanent library, another one is going to be temporary library. All user defined libraries are permanent libraries. When it comes to SAS defined libraries, there is only one library which is temporary in nature, which is nothing but a work library. Work is the default library. This is the default library for which SAS will SAS always load the data. Correct? After this, we discussed. Then we also talked about the datasets. Datasets also can be broadly classified into two: permanent datasets, temporary datasets. A permanent dataset is the one which will be connected to the permanent library. Suppose if you store any dataset in a permanent library, that will be called it as a permanent dataset. And if you store any dataset in a work library, you can call that as a temporary library. This is what we discussed so far. And also, today we are going to start creating user-defined libraries. So far we have not created any libraries, right? So now, how to create a user-defined library, or simply how to create libraries. If you want to create a library, you need three things. Libname keyword. This is libname is the keyword to create a library. If I want to create a library, I need to use a keyword called libname. Number two, lib reference. Lib reference is the keyword to I can say that lib reference is not a keyword. I can say that lib reference is nothing but the library name, right? And it follows certain rules. Let me go to the library rules, that is lib reference rules. So here we have SAS rules, right? So we already given the dataset naming rules and all, correct? Now the third thing here I'm going to add is lib reference rules. So lib reference also will follow some of the rules. The first thing is should not have more than 8 characters long. Should not exceed 8 characters long. That is the maximum name you can, the maximum length of the name that you can give for a library is only 8. Only 8. Number 2. Shouldn't start with a decimal. Number 3. No special characters other than underscore. That's it. All the rules pretty much same, only here and there the changes will be there. So here also we can see that most of the times you should not start any of the dataset name or the variable name or the library name with a decimal, not allowed. When it comes to the length, here dataset name is 32 characters, but when it comes to the library name, it is going to be only 8. No special characters are allowed other than the underscore. Remember these 3 points. Now come back. So first one is going to be the lib name, second one is going to be the lib reference. This is nothing but a library name. Number 3, path. Path is nothing but a physical location. That is in your PC or in your server where you want to store your datasets, physical location. If I have these 3, I can create my library. The next thing, what is the syntax? What is the syntax to create it? Syntax is too simple. Lib name, lib reference, path. Done. Only 3 things. What are them? Lib name, lib reference, and path. If I have these 3, I can create my library. All right. So now go back to the servers, local. And here are the libraries. And you can see that these are the libraries which are created by the system. Correct? So now I want to create my library. Create the library. So what is the process, guys? Lib name. Lib reference is nothing but a keyword, right? Sorry, name of the library, right? So I can give any valid lib name, any valid library reference. Should not exceed 8 characters long. Should not have any other thing other than any other special character other than the underscore. Number 3, it should not start with a digit. If you follow these three, more than sufficient. For an example, I'm just creating a library called out. I'm calling the library name as library reference as out. And I need to give the path. Path contains the special characters and everything, right? So I just keep it in the double quotes or single quotes. Now the question is where I want to store. So I'm just going with a batch. So here I'm creating some of the things. Let's say that this is called, this is the place where, okay, these are programs, right? SAS class, just go with input files. Let's say here I'm creating a dataset folder. I'm calling this as output files or output location. This is the output is the location. Can I say this is my total path? Let's call this total path and create a library. That's all. All I need is libname, which is the keyword. You can see that the moment I hover it on, it is showing that to you. Associate or disassociate a SAS data library with a lib reference. Lib reference is nothing but a name, correct? Now, this is the name of the library. Just like here, you can see maps, map GFK, map SAS, SAS help, SAS user work. Like that, you are going to have a lib reference. You are going to have a library whose name is going to be out. And what is the path? This is going to be the physical path. So far, this physical path is controlling by SAS itself for all this, correct? But now you started controlling. You are giving your own library path. That's the reason you're calling this as the user-defined libraries. I just have executed it. Now you can see this is the code that I have executed, and I can see here lib reference out was successfully assigned as follows. This is your physical name. This is your library. Can I refresh this? Can you see? Out has created, and you can see that out doesn't have any data sets because I haven't created any data set here. First of all, did you understand how to create a library now? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Any questions here, guys? Anyone?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, Tulsi.
What is the difference between a keyword and a syntax?
Okay, keyword is nothing but this word has a specific purpose to do. If I'm using that, it has a specific program. The moment I use it, behind that there is a program which is already designed. For an example, if I use libname, you can see the moment I put a cursor on it, it is saying that you can see keyword called libname. So inside SAS, okay, not only SAS, for every programming language or for every language there are keywords. There are keywords. Okay, let me tell you in a very simple way. What is the difference between Tulasi and walk? Tulasi is a name. Walk is nothing but it is a I can say that it's an adjective. I can say like the moment I say walk, there is a meaning for it. You have to walk. You have to go from here one place to another place. Run, which has specific meaning. Eat, specific meaning. Drink, specific meaning. Correct? In every language you have it, right? This has specific purpose. So that everyone understand that walk means yes, start walking with your two legs. Crawling, start crawling with just like a baby, right? So every keyword there has a specific meaning, correct? That is universal, correct or not? Similarly,
Yes.
if I come to SAS, libname means it always understands that I have to create a lib reference. I have to create a library. If I want to create it, I need two things as an input. One is the lib reference, another one is the path. The moment I say, hey, go with the data. The moment I say data, SAS understand that user want to create a data set. The moment I say infile, SAS understands that this is my input file. The moment I say input, SAS understands that these are the variables to be part of my output dataset. When it comes to the syntax, I cannot simply put data, file, and I can leave it, right? I have to say that in SAS, in a SAS program, each statement, the SAS program is nothing but a series of statements. So first statement is nothing but it is having a combination of keywords and other thing. If I cannot simply go with infile and I can leave, After infile, I have to say what is my input file is. Syntax is going to be like, it will keep your program in an organized manner. It will say, this is how you have to use it. Or I can simply say that instructions manual. The syntax is nothing but instructions manual. How to use it, someone has to define to you. And that definition is nothing but your syntax. Is that clear?
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Now the library is created. This is my library, correct? I don't have data sets here. Now, what exactly SAS will do the moment I run any SAS program? For an example, let's say this is the code. I'm taking this. I'm just coming back to this location. The moment I run this particular SAS code, SAS is supposed to create a data set, right? It's supposed to create a data set by reading this particular file, and these are the various variables that to be part of my output data set. Up to this, I'm clear. Now, I ran this particular program. What happened? I don't have any, oh, it's a comma separated. Which one I have used here? Info one I used. I'm supposed to use info. So this is not a comma separated. It is a normal one. Okay. Now dataset is created. But if you see the log clearly, I asked to create a dataset called student, but SAS actually created something called work.student, right? So here you're going to talk about something called naming conventions. That is dataset naming conventions are in the rules itself. I can keep this. Here we have dataset naming rules, right? So here I'll say that there are two types of dataset naming. You can call it as one level naming, and you can call it as two level naming. All right. So what is one level naming? A one level naming is the one where you define only dataset name. When it comes to the two level naming, you're going to define where you define dataset name and also library name. So if I come to the syntax, here you'll simply say, let's say ds underscore name is the dataset name. So you just give ds underscore name and you leave it. But when it comes to the two level naming, it is going to be lib reference. This is nothing but the name of a library dot ds name. Remember, every time, every SAS dataset need to be associated with a library reference, irrespective of whether you are using or not, whether you want to store it in a permanent library or not. Irrespective of that, every time your data set will be always associated with a library reference. You can ask me, Murli, here you haven't mentioned anything, right? You just leave data set name. If you use one level naming, SAS automatically assign default library work to it. That is the reason, even though if you are defining only one level naming, you can say this is one level naming, only dataset name you have given, but how SAS understand it? It by default tagged to a default library called work library. Is that clear? All right. You can also write like this. There is nothing wrong. Hey, I want to define a two level naming, but I still want to keep it in a work library. You can put it work dot. So this is nothing but ds underscore name. I can say one level naming. So your data set is stored in a temporary library called work. Suppose here I created a library called out, right? I'll say now out.SAS student. What is the meaning now? 2 level. So why 2 level? It is going to be libreference dot dataset name. It's a 2 level naming. So the 2 level naming, that too in the 2 level naming I have clearly given out.student. Out is the library. What is out library? Out is nothing but this is the path. So if you create any data set now, it will get stored in this particular path and it will be appeared under the libraries under the out. Can you see now? Let me run this.
So there is a question.
Yeah, please. I'll answer your question, then I'll go with. Yeah.
The question is basically like you created the library with the name of out, right?
Hmm.
So now we are using this statement in the two-level naming that libref dot the name of the dataset, right?
Hmm.
So actually we created library with the name of out. Now as we are using two-level naming libref dot dataset name. So if I'm not wrong, dataset which will be created will be we can call it as a library reference itself, right?
No. What is library reference? The library reference is the name of the library. Maps is a libref. Maps GFE is a libref. Map SAS is a libref. Out is a libref. SAS help is a libref. User is a libref. Work is a libref. But
Okay.
within this, underscore provisional is a data set. Student is a data set. So student is a data set which is tagged to a work library. Now, the same
Actually,
student data set, yes, correct.
actually, why I got confused is because when we created the library out,
Mhm.
right? So we basically created it with a lib name, right? So that's why I got confused.
Okay, let's go ahead with our regular example that I have given for the library yesterday. Let's say, guys, in your home, you have a bookshelf. Consider the bookshelf as a lib reference. Consider the bookshelf as a lib reference. Within that bookshelf, you're going to keep multiple books, correct? Each book is nothing but your data set. Let's say you have two shelves. One shelf you're calling as, hey, this is my personality development books. So I call this bookshelf as a PDA, personality development. I have another bookshelf which is primarily for my like novels kind of stuff. I'll call it as a entertainment. So two shelves, one shelf, both the shelf has books only. One shelf is completely have PDA, personal development books, whereas the other shelf completely have the fiction, non-fiction novels kind of a stuff, which is going to be entertainment. So both are bookshelves only, but one bookshelf I'm calling as a lib reference called out, another bookshelf I'm calling as a lib reference called work. Within that, I have multiple books. In one bookshelf, I have like, you know, what I can say, 5 a.m. club. The book name is 5 a.m. club. In another bookshelf, I can have 5.71. One comes under entertainment, and another one comes under the personality development. Is it making sense? Is it relatable?
Yeah, it is like I just got it. Whenever I'll be creating a reference library reference like we created out, so I'll be using lib name statement, right, to
Correct.
create it. Okay, okay.
Yes. Yes. See, all it is going to do, guys, this dataset name, it will store in this library. That's it. If you don't put that, this dataset name will be stored in a work library. That's it. Now you can see when I run this particular one, since I don't have a library reference here, it will store it in the default work library, which is nothing but the work. So that's the reason in the log I can see that this is my input file. Let me put everything in a notepad. This is my notepad, and you can clearly see that work.student, right? Now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to run the other program where I have two-level naming convention. A library reference is available there. When I do that, still the dataset remains going to be the same, but you can see where it got created. Compare these two. So the infile remains going to be the same, right? Everything remains going to be the same. Where the difference is coming? The moment you say the dataset name still is student. But in the first case, it is tagged to the work library because you haven't mentioned what is your library is. In the second case, you clearly mentioned, hey, I want to store it in a out library, which is a permanent library. Can you refresh this now? Can you see? Student. But ideally, this is here, the out in that it created student. But what is the physical location? Can you see this? Before it was empty, right? So now it created the student data set. Even if I close the SAS, let's say, even if I close the SAS, I closed it. After I closed it, I reopened my enterprise guide. I'll go to the work library. Do I have that data set, student data set? No. But it might feel, hey, Murli, I don't find a work library. Sorry, I don't find out library here. User defined libraries by default will not appear here. Whenever you want it, you need to call it. Just call it like this. The moment you call it, it will get appear here. And the moment it is appear, your data set also will be there. Because it's a permanent library, the data set is permanent. It is a temporary library, the data set present there is going to be temporary data set. Is it making sense? All of you are able to follow this?
Sir.
But I still have a doubt between the lib name and lib reference.
Lib name is a keyword, SAS keyword. Lib reference is the name of the library. Okay, let me write it. Can you see all this? That's what I'm repeating again. Can you find anything called lib name here? Can you find anything called lib name here? No, right?
No.
What are these then? What is called maps? What is called maps? Maps is nothing but name of a library. That is generic word. Name of the library, technically I call it as a lib reference. So maps is nothing but a lib reference. So how many lib references are here? I can see maps is one of the lib reference. Maps GFK is another lib reference. I created out as a lib reference. Work is also a lib reference. Work is a library. The library have two things. Here, that's the reason I mentioned yesterday. Every library require two things. Number one, name of the library. The name of the library is nothing but the lib reference. Path, physical location. Now, if I say out is nothing but a lib reference. In this case, out is a lib reference, and this path is nothing but the physical path. If I want to create a library with these two things, I need a keyword called libname. Libname is a keyword. That's the reason I have written here. Libname is a keyword to create a library. If I want to create a library, I need two things. Name, which is nothing but the lib reference. Path, which is nothing but a physical location. Is that understandable, guys?
Yes, it's clear, Murli, now.
Perfect. Anyone, please let me know. Don't feel shy if you have a questions. Please.
Sir, here it is written. I wanted to ask here, like here it is, as you said, lib name is basically just a keyword to create a library, right?
Correct.
And write down a lib reference is written library name, and it follows certain rules.
Correct.
What do you mean by that?
Lib reference means I cannot have, let's say that this is, you can see here, these names I'm talking about. Lib reference is nothing but these names, right? For an example, let's say I'm trying to create a lib reference called, Murali Krishna. This is the name of the library that I would like to give, just like work SAS user out and all. That is called my lib reference. But SAS will not accept. It will throw an error saying that it exceeds 8 bytes of the length. Murali Krishna is not a valid SAS name. Error in the lib name statement because it exceeds 8 characters, right? Suppose if I say simply A1, it is less than 2 bits or less than 2 characters long. It consists of only alphabets and digits. It is not starting with the digits, no special characters, even underscore also not there. When I try to create it, it will happily create it. You can see that lib reference A1 refers to the same physical library of out, but I am created it. If I reference this, you can see A1 is also there. A1, out, maps, these are library names. That is nothing but the lib references. Lib reference should follow some rules. Suppose if I say 1 morally, it will throw an error. Though it is less than 7, it is starting with a number. It won't accept. Right? Again, I'm just going with, let's say, underscore name underscore name underscore 1. It is a valid name. It will accept. Making sense, guys? Now is it understandable what is called lib reference, what is called lib name, and how we are using it? Anyone? Any questions? Or if you are not able to follow, let me know.
Yeah, is there any like keyword to increase the length of the library name? Like we have a
No.
keyword called length to increase the variable length, right? So is there any kind of, yeah.
Remember, you cannot increase the name, you cannot increase the length for the library name, you cannot increase the length for the dataset name. It is not possible. The length that you are talking is the memory allocated to a variable. Don't get confused. That is the memory allocated to a variable. By default, it is 8 bytes. 8 bytes it can store. You can increase the length from 8 bytes to 32,767. That is possible. That is memory allocation you are increasing. This is the number of characters that you are going to keep it in a library name or a dataset name. You cannot increase that by using any method. It is not possible. Clear?
Yeah, it's clear. Okay.
Yes, Anita.
User defined libraries are permanent libraries kada.
No.
అందులో temporary data sets ఎందుకు వస్తున్నాయి?
See, okay, the question here is, all user defined libraries are permanent libraries. Then why are keeping temporary data sets there? This is the question. Anita, I'm asking the same question in return. What do you mean by temporary dataset? What is temporary dataset? How you say which is temporary, which is permanent?
Temporary means when you are closing the SAS enterprise, it will disappear.
No.
Permanent
means it should be there in that library all the time. It should be there in the location all the time. Correct? That is permanent. Temporary means if you close it, it will delete. Now, even if I close this one, am I deleting anything from the output? This one, this location, anything is getting deleted? No. These are permanent data sets. Okay. Guys, let me explain in Telugu. Again, I'll come back. Anita garu, first thing మీరు అర్థం చేసుకోవాల్సింది ఏంటంటే డేటా సెట్ టెంపరరీయా పర్మనెంట్ అని మీరు డిసైడ్ చేస్తారు. అంటే నేను ఏదైనా వర్క్ లైబ్రరీలో పెడితే అది ఏ డేటా సెట్ అయినా కానీ టెంపరరీ కిందకి వెళ్ళిపోద్ది. నా సెషన్ ఓపెన్ అయిన సేపు ఉంటుంది, తర్వాత డిలీట్ అయిపోద్ది. అక్కడ కాకుండా పర్మనెంట్ లైబ్రరీలో పెట్టాను అనుకోండి, అదే డేటా సెట్ పర్మనెంట్ లైబ్రరీలో పెట్టాను అనుకోండి, అది ఎప్పటికీ ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు మీరు డిసైడ్ అవ్వాల్సింది ఏంటంటే నేను స్టూడెంట్ అనే డేటా సెట్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తుంటే అది పర్మనెంట్ గా క్రియేట్ చేసుకోవాలా, టెంపరరీగా క్రియేట్ చేసుకోవాలా, మీరు డిసైడ్ అవ్వాలి. అర్థమవుతుందా? అంటే నాకు ఇప్పుడు నా వర్క్ ఇప్పుడు ఒక్క రోజు సేపే ఉంది, నేను చేసుకొని పక్కనకి వచ్చేస్తాను అనుకుంటే నేను టెంపరీ డేటాస్ గా వదిలేస్తాను. అలా కాదు, ఈ రోజు క్రియేట్ చేసుకుంటా, ఒక 10 రోజుల తర్వాత మళ్ళీ చూసుకుంటా, నాకు ఎప్పుడు కావాలంటే అప్పుడు ఈ డేటా సెట్ కావాలి, అప్పుడు దాన్ని పర్మనెంట్ గా స్టోర్ చేసుకుంటా. అర్థమవుతుందండి?
ఇట్స్ లైక్ ఆప్షన్.
మీ ఆప్షన్, మీ రిక్వైర్మెంట్ బట్టి మీరు చేసుకుంటారు. అంటే ఈరోజు నేను మిమ్మల్ని ఒక డేటా అడిగానండి, మీరు కోడ్ రాసేది ఇచ్చేసారు, అయిపోయింది. నేను 10 రోజుల తర్వాత వచ్చి మళ్ళీ అదే అడిగాను మిమ్మల్ని, అప్పుడు మళ్ళీ మీరు కోడ్ రాయడం ఎందుకు? అదే ఆ టేబుల్ మీరు ఒక పర్మనెంట్ లైబ్రరీలో పడేస్తే ఎప్పుడు కావాలంటే అప్పుడు ఇవ్వచ్చు కదా. అర్థమవుతుందా మీకు? అర్థమైందా? క్లియర్ గా అర్థమైందా? డౌట్ ఉందండి?
టెంపరరీ వర్క్స్ ఇలా చేసుకోవచ్చు.
Okay.
పర్మనెంట్ వర్క్ ఉంటే సేవ్ చేసుకోవాలి.
Right, exactly. Guys, now let me repeat this question because anyways I want to explain this to all of you because this is the one of the main motto for creating this permanent data sets. First question. Now if I'm saying student is the data set, is the student data set is a permanent data set or a temporary data set? Who will decide it? How do you
User.
know whether it is user?
User have to decide.
Okay. Any differences here, guys? Who will decide whether it is a student is a permanent data set or a temporary data set? User is nothing but developer, we. Now tell me.
Sir, if the library reference, the library name has not been given, by default SAS will consider it as a temporary data set.
Correct. Library name giving or not is also decided by you only, right? You are the person who is coding it. So your code should have the library name or not is up to you. My question is, okay. This is the nice example, guys. Let me write one simple thing. Guys, someone asked me to create 10% of my salary as the bonus. That is the requirement. So first I created one data set. You can see here I have only the name and salary. And then I'm creating one more data set. Let's say salary underscore bonus. And here I'm calculating. Don't forget about the code. Don't worry about the code. Okay, don't worry about the code. Let's say bonus is equal to 10% of my salary. Now if you run this particular one, I can see what happened. Now this is the one which is having all my information. So name, salary, bonus. Now the question that I'm asking to you is, I created two data sets, salary underscore bonus. For now, both of them are temporary data sets only. Correct? Because I created them in the work library. I also have an option of keeping both of them in the output library, output data set also. Correct? My question is, should I keep both the data sets in the out data set? That is should I make both the data sets as a permanent data sets? Or should I leave both the data sets as a temporary data sets? Or should I keep one data set as a permanent, another data set as a temporary, and why? And why? Case 1, case 2, case 3. What you want to follow? Questions, please. Sir, questions. Your answer, please.
What was the last question, Murli? You're asking
Whether
to put the first.
Now let me explain. Three scenarios I'm throwing to you. Number one. Okay, let's say this is scenario 1. I want to keep both the data sets as the permanent. So that's the reason I'm keeping in out library. Scenario 2. I'm keeping both the data sets out. That is temporary only. Scenario 3. I'm keeping one data set as permanent and one data set as temporary. Which one you want to follow and why?
We can follow like any scenarios, and it is up to the user.
You are the user. Let's say I asked, hey, Murali's salary is 1 lakh. Calculate his bonus. His bonus should be 1% of his, 10% of his salary. I am the requester, that is, I am the business user. I asked Tulasi, I asked you, right? You did the coding. Now you have a confusion. Should I follow scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3? All the three are going to calculate the bonus, correct? Now the question is, in which scenario you are going to follow?
In the permanent library, both the scenario 1. I mean.
Okay, so Usha saying that she want to follow scenario 1. Okay. How about others? Anita, Haider, Mahendra, Harini, Tulasi. Yes, tell me. Which scenario you would like to follow and why?
Permanent
I would like to
scenario.
follow
Both
permanent.
things in, if we put both the things in the permanent library, it's like when you know the salary and then the next thing, the bonus, you can figure it out. So we need both in at one place. It's the scenario one. That's what I feel.
Okay. What about
So
you,
permanent.
Haider?
So permanent. Scenario, permanent
Okay. How about
library.
others? Hasbi was saying something. Yeah, Haider, I got it.
Permanent one, because that's a reference for that's like further reference. I can use that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Hasbi also saying that scenario 1. Okay. Anita?
Salary is temporary. Bonus
Salary.
is permanent.
Why?
Salary is already fixed on.
Okay. How about others?
So bonus is changing.
Scenario 3, Harini Reddy also. Fine. Perfect. Okay. Let me explain, guys. As a business user, I won't interfere how you're coding. Correct? So now let's say think like a developer now. For an example, let's say Tulasi is the business user now. I'm the developer. So Tulasi asked me, hey, what is the bonus? I write this particular code. I have given to her. Let's say that scenario 2. First, I'll go with scenario 2. Both of them are temporary. I have written this particular code. I run both of them, and I have given it to her, saying that, hey, your bonus, Murli's bonus is 10,000. Done. I'm happy. Tulasi is also happy that she got the information. What is the bonus? I leave it. After 10 days, again I came to Tulasi and asked, hey Tulasi, last time you calculated some bonus for Murali. Can you give me that number? So what Tulasi has to do now? Again, she have to run. She have to create this particular code and she have to run it again. Correct? So absolutely, if your requirement is you are going to use this particular table anytime in future also. Anytime in future, let's say this data set, both of them are required in my future. Both of them are required in future. For an example, I come to Tulasi and said that, Tulasi, last time you calculated the salary bonus as a 10% of my salary, but it is not 10%, it's supposed to be 5%. Then she needs this data set, right? So what exactly happening here? If whatever the tables I'm creating as part of my code, which are required for the future purpose, I have to go with scenario 1. When I have to go with the scenario 1, all the data sets that I'm creating, which are required for future reference, I have to go with scenario 1. Whatever the data sets that I'm creating, this is only one time work. Today I'm creating, in future no one is going to ask me. Why unnecessarily I have to keep it in my folder? Unnecessarily they're occupying space, right? Here means it is just matter of KBs. You can see 192 KB. Generally we created data sets of 5 GB, 10 GB and all. So when you are creating a data set of 5 GB and 10 GB, why unnecessarily want to keep it in your location when there is no use? No one is going to ask in the future. So why you are going to store it? So use scenario 2. Then what about scenario 3? All my data sets in my code are not necessary. User may come back in the future. Every time the user is looking only for the bonus. You just want to verify what is the bonus for the given names. So in that case, I don't need to store salary data set because salary information is already present in the salary underscore bonus. Correct? So if I create this as a permanent data set and I can create all the previous data sets as a temporary data set, I can save the space, and for the future also I can use this particular data set. In a simple manner, if I want to exhibit this, whatever data sets that I'm creating, which are required in the future, I create them permanent. Which are not useful in the future, I'm going to create them into the temporary. Clear? Questions? Every one of you understand when to create permanent datasets and when to create temporary datasets?
Yes, yeah.
Perfect.
Yes.
Any questions, please ask me. Okay, wonderful. So hope all of you are clear with the scenarios and all of you are clear with this particular one. So I'm just glad that all of you understand how and when you are going to create the libraries and what is the requirement for creating the libraries. All right. So let me write down what are the things that we have to discuss after this. So now strictly we go with the input methods because all other things are done. Strictly we'll go with the input methods. In the input methods, we have already completed list input. Correct? That is the first input method. And we have two more, column input. And then I have formatted input. Right. And then we have some options. We have already covered few. That is, we have covered under the infile options. We have covered what and all we have covered. One is DLM. We have covered DSE. We have covered, I think, only two there. Under the input options, we have covered double trialing. What is pending is single trialing. This is pending, correct? And then under this, we have four main things. Flow over, we discussed a little about it. Partially completed, Missover, Truncover, and Stopover. These four are pending. In addition, I have first ops is equal to OBS is equal to. So these are the various infile and input options we are going to discuss here. In addition to this, we also need to discuss dataset options. Under the dataset options we have, again first ops will come here, OBS will come here, keep, drop, rename. So these are the various options that we have to discuss, and these are the methods that we have to discuss under the other things. Okay. Anyways, I have it here, but still I'm just putting for the reference. So by end of next week, that is in the next 5 days, we are going to complete module number 1. All this will be completed in the module number 1. So tomorrow and day after tomorrow, I won't take classes. That's Saturday and Sunday. The next class is on Monday. And today's after the class, that is in another 1 hour or 1.5 hours from now, I'm going to share you the notes, a little bit of notes that we have updated now. And I'll share you the reference materials that you need to discuss or that you need to read before you come to the next class. Okay, go through that. I'm not taking too much time here. Today I just started by 8:20. It is only 9:10. I just took for 45 minutes, right? But I'm stopping here today. So Monday onwards, we can go in the regular phase, 1.5 hours of the class. One to 1.5 hours you can expect from Monday onwards. All right. Any questions? Kindly ask me. Any doubts? I'm happy to clear. If there are no doubts, we can wind up the session.
Murli, Monday you're going to start with the infile options or the, I'm just asking because Monday I'm going to miss the class. I have some appointment.
Okay. Monday mostly I'll start with the infile options: flow, Missover, Truncover, Stopover. These are the 4 things that I'm going to discuss.
Okay. Still I'll get the lesson, right? Even if I'm not coming. Yeah, just for that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, right. In weekend, guys, you have my WhatsApp number, right? That same is going to be the calling number also. If you get any doubts, drop me a message in WhatsApp. You're okay to call also. Weekends you can call me at any time, but during the weekdays, try to call me anytime after 5:30 IST or before 8:30 IST. 8:30 to 5:30, I'm pretty packed with the meetings and other, so I may not be able to answer your call. But WhatsApp at any point of time, fine. The moment I see it, I can answer it. Or if you have any, you want to share some screenshot or something, in that particular case, you can always go ahead and do it for your Gmail. You can use my Gmail, and you can also done that.
Sir,
Yeah.
advanced SAS start from which module, sir?
Advanced SAS. Advanced SAS starts from module number 4. I can say it will be like pretty much. Don't differentiate advanced and base SAS, guys. That is not a suggestible thing that I won't suggest to anyone, because in real time, once you start working in your any of the organization, no one is going to ask like, hey, are you working on base SAS? Are you working on the advanced SAS? No. Those are your SAS certification purpose. It is useful, but for work, you always do combination of both of them. You never find any code without a macro, without a proc-SQL. So when you don't have these two, you can call it as a base SAS. I can say advanced procedures, advanced data cleaning techniques, advanced data manipulation techniques, proc-SQL and macros. All these together will be your advanced SAS. I can say your advanced SAS starts from module number 4 itself. From module number 4, you have advanced SAS.
Okay, sir. SAS certification key. SAS Studio is there are staff enterprises here.
మీరు అంటే మొత్తం మ్యాక్సిమం SAS స్టూడియోనే ఇస్తారండి, SAS స్టూడియో, because it will be online, right? Now ఇంతకు ముందు అయితే okay, the question here is like which one they will provide, which software they will provide for SAS examination, that is for your certification. Till last year all your SAS questions are objective questions only, so you doesn't require any of this, only objective questions. But from 2020 March onwards, SAS has changed the pattern for your certification. From 2020 March onwards, there are objective as well as coding questions are there. For coding questions, you don't need to execute something, you only need to type it. You only need to type it and you only need to keep it there. So there is no execution. So they won't provide any software. Clear?
Okay, sir.
All right. Thank you, guys. See you in the next class. Monday, it is going to be infile options. See you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Have a good weekend. Thank you.
Sir,
Bye.
have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye. So, where we are. Yesterday, we have completed the libraries, how to create the libraries, what are the user-defined libraries and all, correct? And we decided to go with some of the infile and input options today, correct? And who's this? I think Hasmi, I saw your messages and I also saw you understand what needs to be done on your own. So I'm glad. So hope everything is clear.
Yes, sir. It's clear.
Perfect. Perfect. All right. So we have already completed infile options, 2 infile options, not 2, 3, DLM and DST, and also one input option called double trialing. Okay. So today we will go with other infile options, which are in detail. We discuss about what is this flowover, then we go with stopover, Missover, and Truncover. Okay. So for that, let me first go with one of the input file. Right. I'll just go with infile options input file .txt. So I'm trying to go ahead because anyways I have this data, the same data I'm taking here with a minor change, very minor change. Let's say that in the first record, I don't have any information about the location. I supposed to have 6 variables there, but I have only 5 variables of the data, right? So when I try to give a short line, what do you mean by short line? I supposed to have 6 variables in my input, because my input also I defined in such a way. But here I'm just going only with 5 variables or 5 input variables. In that case, what will happen? We are going to decide now, or we are going to understand now. So what is the question here? When SAS supplied with a shortened line. So what do you mean by shortened line? So you define some variables in your input statement, but in your input file, you are going to have less variable values than you actually mentioned in your input statement. In such cases, how SAS behaves, you are going to understand today. So for that, I'm just taking the data from my list input itself. So this is the ideal one, correct code and everything is there. Only thing I'm going to change here is, which is SAS options. Yeah. So here, everything remains going to be the same, except that my file name is going to change. What is my file name now? I have kept a new file here, which is this, right? And when I have this particular one, and if I run this particular script today, I just executed it. Let me show you the input one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? But if you look into the first one, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have only 5 variables. I supposed to have 6 variables data in each record, but in this scenario, I have only 5 variables data in the first line. So what exactly happened? How SAS behaves in this way, or in this when this kind of input appears? That is going to be the discussion now. So let's start with that. If you look into the log first, I don't have any errors, correct? I don't have any errors. Everything looks pretty normal. But if I look into my data, that is my input data, and if I compare that with my output, I can see that something is wrong. I'm supposed to have 3 records, but in my output I have only 2. So what might happen? Can someone explain this? Because we already had a discussion about it. That's the reason I'm asking. Can someone explain this? Okay, let me explain myself. Yeah, Mahendra.
Because the last variable is A102, is SAS is considering is it continuous data. So that's
But
why is it
why it will consider as a continuous data? It is not continuous data, right? Okay, let me explain that. So we all know, like every time we want to do this, we always go ahead with the SAS PDV, correct? So we try to call it as a, we try to understand this by comparing with the SAS PDV. But not comparison, I can say that how SAS works we know. So based on that we can proceed, correct? So let's start with this. So this is your data, correct? So what I have here, let me delete this and also delete this. So last this. Now, right? So this is your ideal data. Am I correct? So let's go one by one. So when I go with the code, so data student, the data student is nothing but I have to create a data set called student created. After that, I have to check infile whether my input file is present or not. Anyways, in my input folder, this is my folder, input file is exist, and also we are suggesting SAS that you have to read that input file with the help of DLM. Yes, the DLM is the delimiter is going to be comma. So second thing also done. What is number 3? You are defining that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's supposed to be 6 variable values you have to read. So you are creating 6 variables and their properties. Done? Up to this all of you are clear? These are the 6 variables I have to read from the input file. Correct? Now the next thing is going to be, the moment I get run statement, SAS understands that my code is completed, the step is completed. Now I have to kickstart with reading the data from the input file. So what is my input file here? My input file is nothing but this, correct? This entire text file. This is the one. So SAS, we always know that it reads the data record by record. It will take the first record. Okay, first record is ready. Now the next question is going to be, from the first record, how it is going to read the data. So first it is going to have your underscore n underscore value as 1, default value for underscore n underscore equal to 0. All the variables values are assigned with the missing value. So we know that once it assigned with the missing value, only numeric missing values are assigned as period. All the character missing values are assigned with the blank space. Correct? Now, how it is going to read the variables? Since DLM is, the delimiter is going to be comma, from the first position to till it encountered the first record, sorry, first comma, that is first delimiter, it is going to read, it try to read that particular value as first variable value. Correct? And then from the first delimiter to second delimiter, it try to read it as the second variable value. Then similarly, then between the next two delimiters and the next two delimiters and the next two delimiters. Correct? Correct? This is from record number 1. How many records are there? Totally 3 records are there. Correct? This is my second record, and also this is going to be my third record. Correct? So what is my second record here? This is my second record. According to my second record, I can say that my data is going to be A102. First I'm writing it A, and then Krishna, then 14 MCHM. What is my third record? This is my third record. What is this? B103 B Anu 15 F BLR. Correct? So these are my variables from the input file. This is for my input file. From my input file, these are the variables I have to read. Correct? Now what is going to happen? Out of all this, here I don't have the data. Right? So what SAS is going to do? Between the first record to second record, between the first delimiter, first position to the first delimiter, first variable value, and it try to keep on reading the data in that fashion. Correct? But the only challenge that it is going to face here is going to be in the first record for the location, I don't have the data. So what it is going to do, A101, it is going to read here because in it is going to be a character and less than 8 bytes. And if this is going to be your A, and then it is going to be Murali, and this is going to be 15, and this is going to be N. Now the question is this, I don't have the data. When I don't have the data in the current record, what it will do is it is going to see, is there any other input record present or not? Is it the end of the file? Is it the end of the file? Or do you have any other variable values? Correct? That is what it is going to check. Do you have any other variable values in that line? I don't have. This is a short line. Only 4 of them are present. The other one is not there. Sorry guys. So now you can see that in my first record, I don't have the last variable value, but location I have defined in the input, right? So the condition is going to be what and all the variables I placed in the input, that is input statement, all those record values, all those variable values I need to read. But here I don't have the sixth variable value. When I don't have this value, it tries to see is there any other value in the same line. I don't have it. Then it is going to take the next record first variable value as the current variable value, that is A102. What it is trying to do? It is going to see is there any other variable in the same line. I don't have it. When I don't have it, it is going to check is there any other record in the input file. Yes, I do have it. So next record first variable value, read it here. Done. If that record has any other variables, don't read any of them. Don't ever read any of them. Leave it. Simply skip it. Skip this particular one. Because I have already read this first record, second record, first variable value as first record last variable value. Already one variable has moved to the first record. So even though there are other variable values present in the same line, don't read it, skip them, and then proceed to the last one. This is my last one. I have 6 variables, all the 6 variables it is going to read it here. Done. So is this what your output data? Can you have a quick check? A101, A, Murali 15M, A102. That is what you got your output. So what is this? It looks like a known issue. Yes, obviously it looks like a known issue. What is this issue is all about? The issue is whenever SAS encounters a shortened line, it tries to read next variable value as the current variable value. When the next variable doesn't exist in the same line, it tries to read the variable value from the next record and it will skip that entire record. Is this understandable? First of all, whether this approach is correct or not, let's forget about it. How SAS is behaving when it encounters a shortened line, are you able to follow or not? That is what matters. Can I get a quick confirmation from every one of you? Why I got 2 records instead of 3 records when I have a shortened line? Is this understandable, guys?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
No questions, right? Anyone? Okay. Now the problem is how to handle this. How to handle this? There are 3 approaches now. How many approaches? There are 3 approaches. When SAS encounters a shortened line, default behavior is flow over. Whatever happened here, we can call that as a flow over. Flow over is called as a default behavior. This is the SAS default behavior. Now, first of all, this data is wrong, right? I'm not supposed to read location as A102 because location is a character. A102 is meeting the character because both the data types are same, the lengths are same. That is the reason I'm able to read it. But ideally, it is wrong, right? I should not read it like that. So first of all, the SAS itself is not throwing any error, correct? This is ideally a data error, but SAS is not throwing any error. If it throws an error, at least we can go back to the person who is sending this particular file to me, and then I can ask him, hey, your file have 3 records, but for the first record, all the variable values are not present. Can you look at it? Correct? Like that we can ask. When we can ask, at least we can get an error. If we get an error, we can do it. Correct? So what I have to do is, let's say in my scenario, whenever there is a shortened line, SAS should not process it. SAS should not process wrong data. Instead, it's okay to throw an error. For that, I have to use an option called stop over. Here I'm writing, you can see. I just write stop over. Since it's an infile option, I'm just keeping in this infile. So now you can see if I run the same code just with one additional option, now you can see I'll get an error. What is that error is telling to me? It is saying that, hey, input statement exceeds the record length, meaning in the first record itself, for the for the sixth variable, location is equal to, here I don't have the data. Can you see that? I don't have the data. So since I don't have the data there, I'm stopping the process. Because I don't encourage you to read the wrong data. Now you can see it is clearly saying that in the error equal to 1 in the line number 1. So your line number 1 has the issue because your line number 1 does not have the sixth record. So what is stopover? Stopover is something where when SAS encounters a shortened line, it won't process it. It will stop the execution and throws an error to your log file. Is this clear? Anyone?
Yes, sir.
Any questions on it? Okay, then
Yes, I have a question, Murali.
please go ahead.
Yeah, actually, do we need to use this stopover keyword every time we create a data set? Like, we don't know whether the data we get is perfect, and the data we get is may or may not contain all the like records, right? So, is it mandatory to use the stopover every time we use to create the data set?
First of all, wonderful question, but I'll answer it in a different way. So let me finish two more options. Then we think what option need to use and when to use. Because this is not just stopover. I have two more options, Missover and Truncover. Correct? Anyway, flowover is a default behavior. So then I have three options, stopover, Missover, Truncover. Among these three, which one to use? So can I extend your question like that? Not only stopover, since I have two more options, which option to use under what scenario? Is that okay, Tulsi? Can I go ahead and I can explain?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So then I have, let's say it's stopover. This is stopover, just now we have completed. Let's go with the Missover. So what is this Missover will do is, Missover say that, hey, if you stop the process by using a stopover, what stopover is doing? Whenever there is a shortened line, immediately it will stop the execution. It is throwing an error. Correct? Let us say you are creating a student data set. Let me put like this. So what is happening here is, so here is input file which is coming to you. Let's say this is my input file. You are reading this particular input file, right? By reading this input file, let's say you are creating a table here. Let's say this is table 1, right? So this is your table 1. So yeah, so by reading this input file, you are creating this table 1. Up to this is normal. Every time, we are doing the same. But let's say that after you create this particular table, that is not the end of your process. Your process is not end here. The next step in the process is going to be, from the table 1, you have to create another table. You're calling this as table 2. For table 1, the input is input file. But for the table 2, what is the input? For the table 2, the input is going to be this one, right? So you read file, you create the first data set. From the first data set, you are creating the second data set. Correct? So from the input file, in the input file, there is a shortened line. Suppose if you don't observe it, if I don't observe it, let's say go with the option 1. So what is my option one? Let's say if I don't use anything, I just go with the flow over, right? I just go with the flow over. Let's say flow over, I'm just keeping it as a this one. So if I go with the flow over, what is going to happen to the table one? Can I say the table one will face an issue with wrong data? Am I correct? The first case, instead of having 3 records, I have 2 records. Obviously, this wrong data will flow to the table number 2. Here also I'm going to have the wrong data. Am I correct, guys? If I go with the flow over, everyone accept this? Any
Yes.
questions? Okay, right. Let's say I'm using stopover. If I use a stopover, it's not maybe let's go with the, yeah. If I go with the stopover, what is going to happen? Table 1 itself will not create. Am I correct? Correct? Table 1 will not create because I asked to stop the process and throws an error. Obviously, table 2 also will not create. Can I say that your process is collapsed? Because you have the wrong data, so you send back the file to the user and ask for the correct data. Because of that reason, your table 1 will not create. Obviously, your table 2 also will not create. Your process is stopped. Am I correct? Questions? Right. Now, what I'm trying to do now is I'll use another option, and that another option is going to be this one. That I'm calling as Missover. So under the Missover, what I'm trying to do is I'm asking my system, this, I just put it as a highlighters so that it is easy to go ahead and read later. And I'm just going with this particular one, Missover. Under the Missover option, what is going to happen is, table 1 will create, table 1 will be created with missing values. So what and all the fields which has a wrong data, meaning, just a second. So what fields you are talking about? If that particular fields has any missing values, don't disturb anything, just put missing values to it. Just put missing values to it. That is, if my location is missing, assign a missing value to it. So don't read wrong data, and also don't stop your process, so that table 2 will be created with those missing values if it has. Am I correct? I'm not going to stop the process. If I go with flow over, I'm ending up with the wrong data, not encourageable. If I go with the stopover, let's say that because of one field, why I have to stop my entire process? Other people are depending upon my data set. So why should I have to stop my process? Instead of stopping my process, I will go ahead with that particular one. Whichever the data is missing, I'll replace that data with missing value. Is that understandable? So that there is no breakage in the process, and at the same time, I don't report any wrong data. How many of you understand it? Any questions? Questions, guys? Can I run the data and show that to you so that you can get a clarity? and then you can ask me questions. Yeah?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Once just
Yeah.
you show.
Yeah. Now you can see. This is what the data missing in my input file. I'll replace that with the missing value so that there is no breakage in the system and I'm not reporting any wrong data. Understandable? Questions?
Clear.
Sir, ఇక్కడ డబుల్ ట్రైలింగ్ పెడితే ఏమవుతుంది సార్?
Double trailing is something like when I have multiple records in the same line, meaning if my data is like this, the same record, the same line has more than one record, then double trailing. This is not double trailing, right? Even if I put a double trailing here, I don't have any other record here, right? So no effect. Let me show you. It doesn't have any effect. If I put in the input file double trailing, no value at all. One sec. Let me remove this. No, whatever the same before I use the Missover option, whatever the data is there, can I get the same data here? But the only change is going to be it understands that my next record is going to be in the same location. Correct? It totally misreads the data. That is, up to this is going to be the first record. It understands that this is my second record now, and it understands that this is my third record now. So what is going to happen? Up to m, up to 102, the first six variables are my first value. From here to 6 records is going to be the second one, and the remaining will be deleted because I don't have the full data here. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ideally, I had to go with the 6 variables. I have only 5 variables there. So SAS doesn't know how to do it. It will simply exclude it. Correct? It's going to be a shortened line again, right? Input double trailing you have to use when you have more than one record present in the same input file. Do you have that? No. So obviously your double trailing is not the right approach here. Questions, please. Anita, did you understand what I said? If you don't understand, ask me. I'll explain one more time. Right. There are so many questions. So many people ask me the questions. Just please go ahead, guys, one after the other. Guys, please.
Yeah.
Sir, no, just wanted to confirm, like, if I use stopover, then the overall program won't be executed, and if I use Missover, my program won't get interrupted, right?
Won't be interrupted, and whatever the data is missing, that will be replaced with the missing value.
Okay, okay, fine. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, can we say that DSD and this Missover, they are used for they both are used for missing values, right? So both are same, or
no, don't interpret like that. Missover will be useful when I have a short line. So let us say I have data, let's say Hyderabad here, but this M is missing. I have two consecutive delimiters, right? If I don't use DSD, what will happen is SAS misunderstand that these two are nothing but a single delimiter only. So it try to read these two as a single delimiter, and it assumes that this entire line is having only 5 variables. User ideally have 6. This is missing. I have to replace this value with the missing. There I'm going to use DSD. But my situation is different. I have only one delimiter. If I have more than one delimiter continuously, between those two delimiters, whatever the value is there, if I want to read that value as a missing value, then I have to use DSD. You guys able to understand now? Able to differentiate what is what? Tulasi?
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, both of them are for, by end of that, the concept is going to be both of them are going to create the missing values only. But when? If I have two delimiters continuously, and between the two delimiters, if I want to represent the value as a missing value, DSP. If I have a shortened line, that is, how many variables I have defined in the input statement. If my input file has lesser variables than that, in that case, I have to go ahead with the Missover. Clear? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone? Everyone?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
wonderful. Okay, good. Glad. Let me go with the other one. So I have one more, which is nothing but the Truncover. So in case of Truncover, I don't find much difference in this example. In this example, you don't find much difference. If you see, I don't find much difference. Missover and Truncover is giving the same values here, correct? I'll tell you when I can go, what is the significance of the Truncover. I'll explain with a different example. So for now, you understand when to use when to use Missover and when to use stopover. Is that clear up to this? Now, if you are clear up to this, I'll give you another example where again I will bring all these four and I will explain the Truncover there. So Truncover in this example, you won't find much difference. All of you are comfortable up to this? Okay. All right. So now let's go ahead and talk about, okay, first, let me explain when to use Missover and when to use stopover. Let me go back to the Excel. Guys, let's say we can go with a simple example. Let's say Facebook. When you're creating your account, guys, when you're creating your account, what fields are mandatory? Just go with the bank account. While creating your bank account, can you tell me what fields are mandatory?
Yeah, his name and address.
Name, address.
Correct. Your
Date
name,
of
your
birth.
address, date of birth. Most importantly, all the digital communication will happen with respect to your mobile. So your mobile number is also one of the main thing. Correct? Okay. Now let's say that you have two address. Let's otherwise you can go ahead in another way. You have nationality, all these kind of things are there, right? Let's say your highest level of your highest qualification. Is it mandatory to open your account?
No.
No, right? No, right? Let's say my input file, whatever the input file is there, in the input file where I'm creating my bank account, it has name. I'm just putting star here, which is mandatory, correct? And then I have address and I have qualification, that is highest degree or something. And then I have mobile number. So out of this, address is mandatory, qualification is not mandatory, and mobile is mandatory. This is what he said, or this is what the bank describes. Now, in the input file, I don't have qualification. Qualification is missing, right? If I don't use misover or stopover, my mobile number will be misread as the qualification, and the next record will be read it as a current record, and it is going to be a total mess. I'm going to report a wrong data. So whatever the values I have defined in my input file, if any of the value is missing, obviously I'll end up with the wrong data if I go with the default behavior of flow over. Am I correct?
Yes.
Right. Now let me go to the second one. Right. So now I have to go with which one to use, stopover or misover. Now you guys tell me qualification is missing. Now you guys tell me, do you want to go with stopover or with a misover now?
Stopover.
Missover.
Okay. Whoever said stopover, tell me why. Whoever said misover, tell me why.
Qualification is not mandatory, so we can proceed.
Exactly. Qualification is not going to be a mandatory thing. When it is not going to be a mandatory thing, why I should unnecessarily stop my process? If I use a stopover, it is immediately going to stop the process. Table 1 will not be created. Obviously, all your successive, that is following data sets will not be created. Your entire process is going to be stopped. Correct? Suppose if you use a misover in this particular case, wherever qualification is not mentioned, there you are going to have a missing value. Your table will be created with all the correct data. Table 2 will be created based on the table 1, and I am continue to go ahead with that. Am I correct or not? Questions? Are you able to understand this?
Can you please repeat? Maybe it's helpful.
Sure, let me repeat it. Whichever the field is mandatory, if the mandatory field is missing, if I don't use stopover or misover, with the default flow over behavior, SAS ends up with the wrong data. Correct? If any of the field is missing, I'll end up with the wrong data. Either it is going to be a mandatory field or it is going to be a normal field. Correct? Up to this is clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's say whatever the field value that is missing in my input file, which is not a mandatory field, which is going to be a normal field. Even if this field is there or not, I don't find much difference. If the field is there, well and good. If the field is not there, I'm not going to do anything with the user qualification. So if the file in the input, if the data, if the values exist, I'll take it. If the value doesn't exist, I'll simply skip it and I'll go, because it is not going to affect any of my processes. In that particular case, why should I stop my process by giving a stopover? Correct? Instead of that, if I go with the misover, whichever the qualification which is missing, I'll simply assign a missing value to that. So I won't go with the wrong data first of all, and I also will not stop my process. So in this scenario, I prefer to go with the misover. Am I correct? All of you understand why I'm preferring misover over the stopover here? Mahendra and everyone?
Yeah, Mr. What I understand is misover is just that value has been missed. And if I use the stopover, it means it will stop the process and it will flow the wrong data.
No, it won't allow the wrong data. Since the data is incorrect, it will stop the process and it will throw us an error in the log. It will not create the data set at all.
Okay.
Your entire process will be stopped. That is also good, but your process unnecessarily stopped for not a mandatory field. Suppose if your mobile is missing, I should not use misover. If the name is missing, I should not use misover. In all those cases, I'll go with the stopover. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. That's I understand, but still I'm not understand like when we use the stopover, because
That's
as you
fine.
mentioned, the stopover will stop the process, and that's you don't want to do that. So that's why we are using Missover. So in which circumstances we need to use the stopover?
The same circumstance. Let's say my mobile number is missing in the input file. My qualification is there. My mobile number is missing. Without a mobile number, can you create an account? No. So if this field is missing in the input file, I should not create this table. I should not create this table, even if I'm okay to stop the entire process, but I should not create the table because for one person, mobile number is missing. So use the stopover, so the data will not be created. You're going to have an error in your log, and then you're going to check your log. You understand that, hey, mobile number is missing for one of the record. You go back to the user who is sending this input file to you, ask them to update the file and come back.
Okay, so is basically the mandatory requirement need to be used as a stopover.
Exactly. Even not only stopover, Missover, anything, your requirement should force you.
Fulfill. Yeah, based on our requirements. Yes, that's true. Okay, that's true. Fine.
Yeah, all of you understand this concept? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, I haven't teach about Truncover yet, correct? Truncover can be best explained in another example, and that example I'm going to write it here. But before I go with that particular example, you have to read some data. I'll give that data now, read it, and in tomorrow's session, I'm going to discuss about when I have to go with the Truncover and what is the significance of that. Okay, because Truncover is altogether a different concept. If I go together, it leads to the confusion. Definitely it will lead you to the confusion. So I don't want to do that. I'll give you one simple document today, which is going to have all this option. Try to read it, try to digest how much you can. And in tomorrow's example, I will go ahead with the column input method. After explaining the column input method, I can go with the Truncover because it have the link there. So I have to explain the column input first. After completion of the column input, we can have a discussion on your Truncover method. Is that clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation? Right. So whatever we have discussed up to this, I'll just save it. I'll send you the notes today. This notes I'll send to you because anyways, till Friday I have sent it. Yesterday's and today's class I'm going to send you today again. And also I'm going to share you the document. Just read that particular document. In tomorrow's class, we can complete the remaining one. So tomorrow, try to prepare yourself for 1.5 hour of the class tomorrow. So because tomorrow I'll go with the remaining input methods, the both column and mixed input method first, and then I'll come back to the Truncover. So try to prepare yourself mentally for 1.5 hour of the session. Clear?
Sure. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks
Yes,
a lot,
sir.
guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening. So let's start. So if I am not wrong, in the last session, we discussed about some of the infile options, and primarily we discussed about flowover, missover, and stopover, correct? When it comes to the Truncover, whatever the example that we have taken, that is not sufficient, correct? So I said I'll go with the other example, but before I go with the other example, I said I'll cover other input methods as well, correct? That was the last thing that I have discussed. So today what I will do is I will go with our input methods again. So this is my input method, list input method, right? So now let's say for an example, whatever the input file I'm taking so far, I'm just changing that input file now. Maybe I can take the first one itself. This is the one, right? I'll just save this as a new one to meet my requirements for column input method. student info underscore cl1. I'm just calling it as column input method. All right. So now you can see this is my input file. In this input file, all I need is, now it is pretty clear that each variable value is properly delimited with any of the delimiter. The delimiter may be a space, the delimiter may be comma, the delimiter can be hash, that can be anything, correct? That's what we have discussed all these days. For an example, let's say that, user want to go with a different data here. So what he did is, let's say this is the first person name ABC, the second person name is DF, and the third person name is GHI. Just for our ease of understanding, I have taken the same length for all the variables. Okay. And then let's say in my entire space, I ensure that there are no delimiters. I'll ensure that there are no delimiters. Or let's go with the best, another easy example, because this is not making sense. Because every student, there is no need of having the same number, same name, correct? The same length of the name. So let's go with some of the vehicle numbers. Okay, let me save this as, let's say, vehicle numbers. So for an example, the vehicle numbers are like this. Let's say this is the first registration number, AP09CK5049. And then I have TN22BU1906. Then I have HR26BC2401. Let's say there are three numbers that I have given here. Let's go with another one. TS09GH5561. So there are four registration numbers has been given. Your vehicle numbers are given to you. So what they need is, first we'll go with, we read this one and we'll ensure that these numbers are nothing but my digital numbers, or I can say that these are my total or my vehicle numbers. So if I want to read it as is, let's read it first. I'll call this as column input method. This is the second method. Now if I see here, all right. So before I go with the column input method, I'll read this as it is without making any changes. Let's say that only the input file will change. This is nothing but vehicle numbers. This is the name of the file. So the file name will change. So also I'll change the dataset name to vehicle numbers. Now the question is, how many of the variables I want to read here? This is my input file. Only one, right? I just call it as a number, correct? Let's say number. Does it a character or a numeric? Because I have a combination of both letters and numbers, I should go with dollar, correct? Done. When I read it, what happened here? I don't have any error in the log. I don't have anything which is peculiar. But if you see that the number have only 8 characters, correct? The first line 49 is missing, second one 06 is missing. You can see, if you want to compare, you can compare, correct? The last 2 characters are missing. The reason for that is, by default, the length of a numeric or a character variable is only 8. So it need only 8 characters. The mine it is going to be truncate. So now what I should do? The first thing I have to do here is, so length constraints, length issues, correct? So to overcome that, what I have to do? Now I will introduce control the length as per requirement. What is the requirement now? I need a minimum of 10 characters, correct? This is 10 characters long. I have to go with 10 characters. Am I correct? So if I want to go with the 10 characters, what I have to do? I have to go with using the length statement. The length statement syntax is very simple. Length followed by, for what variable you want to change the length, followed by, if it is a character, use dollar. If it is a numeric, don't need to use anything. Followed by, mention the length, how much length you want to put. 10 is the length I want to put. Since I want to put 10 characters, I want to make sure that this 10 characters, or I can say that 10 bytes of the length, just put dot after it. The moment you put dot after it, SAS understands that the user wants to create a number as a variable whose length is going to be 10 bytes, which is a character. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Why I'm going with changing the length? Because I need more length than the default length here. So obviously I need to push myself to go with the maximum, to go with the other than the default length to accommodate my numbers. But surprisingly, even if you do this, still I'm having only 4 nines. And if I look into the length of this, or if I look into the properties of this, still I have only 8 bytes. Can someone tell me why? I use the length statement, and if you go to the log, there is a warning to you. What it is telling to you, if you see this, length of a character variable is already set. Use the length statement as the very first statement in the data step to declare the length of the character variable. What it is trying to say is, this is my code, copy. Let's try to understand this from which one? PDB perspective, right? So this is my PDB perspective. So let's say that in the PDB, what the first thing that I'm going to do? Yeah. So what is the code for me? Let's say, let me hide it. Then I can unhide it later. So if I go to this is my code. This is my code. My first step in the code is data vehicle numbers. So the moment I say data, SAS immediately is going to create a data set here, right? And it is going to name that particular data set as, let's say, vehicle numbers, vehicle underscore numbers. First line is done. Then what's the second line? The second statement is going to be, it needs to check whether it is this file is exist or not. It go to the location where I have mentioned, and I can see that there is a file called vehicle numbers.txt exist. Second line is over. What is the third line? Input numbers. So it need to say that, hey, user want to create a number as a variable. He have put a dollar there. It's supposed to be a character. User haven't put any length conditions yet, so I'm going to assign a default length of 8. Am I correct? Done. So with this, my description part is over, but still I have one more line after this. What is the next line? Length number 10. User want to change the variable length to 10, but for the same variable number, already the length is defined as 8. Once the length is defined as 8, already the length is defined, I cannot overwrite it. What is that? I cannot override once the variable is created with certain length. It is not possible. So what should I do now? So what I have to do is I have to declare. That is what SAS is also suggesting me. Hey, there is a variable called number. For that, the length is already set. If you want to change the control of the length statement, you have to keep it as a very first statement. That is, this is wrong code. What is the correct code then? The correct code is going to be, the length statement should be the first statement, right? And then run it. Now you can see, and also check your length 10. Let me explain from the PDB perspective. So my code has been changed like this. This is my code now. What SAS is going to do? First things first. Data vehicle numbers created. What is the second thing? It is saying that length number 10. Assign a length of 10 to your numeric, sorry, to a character variable called number. Is that character variable present there? No, right? I don't have this character variable, right? Number character variable is not there. So to assign a length, it has to create that variable first. It will create the variable. In the same statement, I have dollar. So it is going to say that it is a character variable. In the same statement, I have 10 as the length. It is going to assign a length of 10 to it. Just a second, please. Sorry. Now you can see that already in the length statement, if I want to assign the length, the variable need to be created. So SAS created the variable. For the variable, I need to define whether it is a character or a numeric. I defined it. In the same one, I have also the length, so I assigned the length. Now, after that, it is going to check whether the infile, that is, the file is exist or not. Yes, the file is exist. Then input number dollar. So number is the variable which is supposed to be part of my output data set. The number variable is already created. It is also character. Done. Since it is already created with a length of 10, it won't override with the length of 8. So that I'm safe. Is that understandable, guys? Any questions here? You understand why I have to define length prior to anything else? Questions? Any questions from anyone?
Hi, I had just one question regarding the dot. Why we need to put the dot?
If I don't put a dot, it will take that as a 10th byte. That is 10th digit.
Okay.
You will see that in the next ones. I'll show you.
Okay.
You can consider that as a syntax. Okay. and also remember, guys, I can define the length in input also. That is, in the input here, I can simply put input $10. That is also possible. Okay. Right? But SAS behaves in a different way. If I put like this, SAS behaves in a different way. That is, SAS reads only if it is a 10 bytes length. If any value which is lesser than 10 bytes, it won't read there. I'll show you that. Oh, that is what my next example.
Okay, understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions from anyone? And make sure this is the order. That is, what is the order of statements? If I say the first preference is always going to be the length, then infile, and then input. This is going to be the order of your statements. Clear? Right. Now length also we covered how to use the length statement. Now the next code is going to be, this is going to be like this is the correct code, but the problem is going to be, I don't want to read the complete vehicle number. I want vehicle information. that is user is saying that, hey, this is not I know this is a single number, but ideally speaking, you're not supposed to read like this. Then how I have to read it? The first two characters, 1 to 2. Let me do one thing. One to two characters, you have to read it as state, which state it belongs to. That is EP. And then 3 to 4, that is position number 3 to position number 4, these two are indicating your RTO code, which RTO office it belongs to. Right, the RTO code is going to be 09. Right. The next thing is going to be, let's say these two, 5 and 6. The 5 to 6 is going to be my serial number. Which serial I'm following? The serial number that belongs to that particular RTO. And the last 4, that is 7 to 10, 7, 8, 9, 10. These 4 are actually representing your vehicle number. That is, let me put these also as a text. So that is going to be 09, this is going to be CK, this is going to be 5049. User want to read your details like this. He said that, hey guys, this is what I need. This is what you have to put. He's saying this is going to be the second number, right? The second number, the same thing you have to follow, TN 22 EU 1906 HR 26 BC 2401 PS 09 PS 09 GH 5561. If the vehicle number is given to you, you need to calculate, you need to read like this. That is, I'm not interested to read the entire vehicle number. Instead, I'm interested to read the data like this. These are the variables that I want to read based on length component. The user has given you the details from where to where you need to read. He clearly has given from where to where you have to read. The positions he have given, the column numbers they have given to you. Correct? According to the columns, you need to read your data. First of all, is the requirement clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation? I'm not asking you to read the number like this. I'm asking you to read these 4 variables from the given input file. Your input file remains going to be the same, correct? But the change is going to be, you're not supposed to read it as a single number. You have to separately read it as state separately, your RTO code separately, your serial number separately, and your vehicle number separately. First of all of you understand your requirement. Can I get a quick confirmation? Questions on the requirement? All right. Okay. Now, so these are the 4 variables I want to read. Okay. I just mentioned them here. So the first one is going to be the state. The second one is going to be the RTO code. The third number is going to be serial number. The fourth one is going to be a vehicle number. Right. Suppose,
Murli, I have a question.
please.
Like right now, we are giving the positions, right? Like for the state, so just in case, if I don't want the entire data, like from state, RTO, serial number, vehicle number, if I want just one or two, is that possible? Like as you are giving positions, you can just as to have just two, like state and serial number. I just want those two. That's enough. So is that?
Yeah,
I mean, will that be?
yeah,
Will
that is
that
what I would
happen
like
with
to
the?
discuss.
Okay.
That is what I would like to discuss. Right. That's what I would like to discuss. Those are the limitations in your list input method, but those are the advantages in the column input and mixed input method. I'll discuss them. Yes, the answer is yes. I'll discuss them.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So state anyways, it is going to be character. So I'll go with dollar. Correct. What happened to this? RTO code. You can see I have zeros and nines. Since zero is the leading there, I'm supposed to read that as a character. Serial number. Obviously, it is going to be character, and vehicle number, it is going to be a normal number itself. Correct. To be on a safer side, if you want to read that also as a dollar, you can read that, because maybe there are some numbers like this 000101, some fancy numbers. If I try to read this as a character, the leading zero will be truncated. So I always need to read it as a character. So for an example, I want to read all of them as the characters. Correct. Now, since I don't have any delimiters, if I go with a normal list input method, I'll end up with an error. Correct? This is completely irrelevant, right? It is not correct, right? It is not at all correct, right? So what I have to do now? User doesn't have any spaces there. User doesn't have any delimiters there. It is not a delimiter data. So when it is not a delimiter data, what I have to do? I have to do the positions. What I have to do? I have to give the positions. So let's see how the positions can be given. Can I say first position to second position is my state, correct? Position number 1 hyphen position number 2. Then what about RTO code? It starts with position number 3 and it is spread till position number 4. 3 to 4. And then I have 5 to 6. And finally 7 to 10. Correct? I just have given the spread. Can you see here? 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6, and 7 to 10. Done? Right? Okay. Let's run this. Why this number is coming all together? Because I have defined it. Is this correct? Is this what you are looking at? Right? Now, the other question is, the beauty of column input method is, hey, for an example, same one, I'm just saving it as _1, that is new file I have created. In the new file, all I'm doing is I have clearly given the delimiters there, correct? So when I have a delimiters, this is _1. Now, since I have the delimiters, I don't need to give this correct? And I can run it because I have a delimiter. It will automatically pick it up, right? But my question is, hey, I don't want all the numbers. I don't want all the variables. I just need state and vehicle number. I don't need anything else. I don't need RTO and serial number. I just need the state and vehicle number. Only these two are there. I require only these two. I remove these two and I run it. Is this data correct? Is this data correct? Wrong, right? First, we need to understand why it is wrong. What is the code that I have given? This is the code that I have given. So let's go with the code and understand the code from the PDV perspective. This is the code, correct? Let's discuss this code, what it is going to do. First thing, data vehicle number created, sorry, vehicle info created. What is the next thing? Infile. It is going to check the file is exist or not. Yes, it is. Number 3, I'm asking system to create two variables, state and vehicle number. State, which is a character, the default length is 8. Am I correct? This is correct, right? Up to this. So what is the second thing? The second thing is going to be, I have another variable there, and I have another variable there, and that another variable is vehicle number. The vehicle number also, I need to create this as character and 8. My input statement is over, and then I'm going to take my input, right? What is my input? Can I say this is my input with all the spaces and everything there, right? This is my input. Now from the input, how I'm going to read it? I have two variables I have to read. These two are the variables I want to read. First variable is nothing but from the first delimiter to the, sorry, from the first position to the first delimiter is my first value. From the first delimiter to second delimiter is going to be my second value. How many characters I have to read? How many variables I want to read? 2. Am I completed reading the first record? Done. SAS will not look for anything immediately. It will go to the next record. Correct? I want to read 2 records. I want to read 2 variables. I'm done with reading the 2 variables. Why should I stay in the same line? I can go to the next line. Am I correct or not? Guys, are you able to understand what I'm trying to say here? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? Is that something that you are not able to follow, or is this understandable? Everyone. When I go with the third variable, the same thing is going to happen. Third record, because I have to read only 2 variables, I'm able to do it. My third variable is going to be, here is what HR and here is what 26. Done. Correct? How about others? The next thing is this. Again, this is going to be TS and this is going to be 09. I'm done. I'm least bothered about what is there. Am I able to read the correct? Am I able to read the data as per the information that is given by the user or not? So these are my data. I'm done. Is that correct or not, guys? What SAS is doing, is this correct or not?
Yes,
Right?
SAS is least bothered about data errors. So
Exactly. Data is your headache. how any machine can understand your data. Machine cannot understand your data. If machine is able to understand your data, there is no need of any analyst. Machine can do it. That's what the machine learning is. Correct? Every one of us is working very hard on artificial intelligence and machine learning. We are trying to teach machines about how to handle it based on the past experiences. That's what your machine learning is. Correct? So till we go there, we can say that, hey, this vehicle number supposed to be 5049. It is not 09. That you need to understand, not SAS. Am I correct? Right. So first, one of the problems that we face from your list input method is, in your input, how many variables are there? You need to read those variables as it is. If I have 4 variables in each record, you have to read all those 4 variables. Otherwise, if you want to read only 2 variables, these 2 variables, if you want to read it, I don't find any issue. These 3 variables, if I want to read it, I don't have any issue. But if I want to randomly pick the variables, I cannot. Is that clear? I'll give it a pass and I'll wait for a minute. If you have any questions, ask me. You should understand what are the limitations of your list input method. This is one of the classic example questions.
Sir, ఒకసారి తెలుగులో చెప్పండి.
Sorry?
తెలుగులో చెప్పండి.
Okay. Okay. ఇక్కడ నాకు ఇన్పుట్ ఫైల్లో నేను ఒక 4 వేరియబుల్స్ పెట్టాను అనుకోండి. 1 2 3 4. నాకు ఇన్పుట్ స్టేట్మెంట్ లో కూడా నేను 4 వేరియబుల్స్ రీడ్ చేయాలి. ఏ ఒక్క వేరియబుల్ నేను రీడ్ చేయనన్నా కానీ అది ఒప్పుకోదు లిస్ట్ ఇన్పుట్ మెథడ్ లో. అది కూడా ఇన్పుట్ ఏ ఆర్డర్ లో ఉందో అదే ఆర్డర్ లో రీడ్ చేయాలి. ఆర్డర్ మార్చినా కానీ ఒప్పుకోదు. ఎందుకంటే అది ఒక పొజిషన్, ఒక డీలిమిటర్ నుంచి ఇంకో డీలిమిటర్ మధ్యలో ఉన్న డేటానే తీసుకుంటారు తప్ప ఆ 2 డీలిమిటర్ మధ్యలో ఏ డేటా ఉందనే దానికి అది సంబంధం లేదు. SAS డేటా ఎర్రర్ ని పట్టించుకోదు. SAS ఓన్లీ సింటాక్స్ ఎర్రర్స్ ని పట్టించుకుంటుంది. అంతేగాని అర్థమైంది నేను ఏం చెప్తున్నాను?
Yes, sir.
Guys, anyone, any other questions? This is the first limitation. There is one more limitation I'll teach now. All right. The second limitation is, it's okay, I cannot, just one, cannot handle by list input method. That is, if I want to read only the variables that I want to read, I cannot do it. Okay, let's go with reading all the variables, but not in the same order. That is, first I want to read the state, then I will read vehicle number, and then I will read serial number. Here I have, right? Then I will read, finally, whatever the vehicle number is there. Vehicle number already done, state is done. Only thing which is missing there is RTO code. So I want to add zigzag. Let's say first I will go with the state, then I'll go with the vehicle number, then I'll go with the RTO code, then I'll go with the serial number. But I'm reading all the 4, right? But I just changed the order. I just only change the order, nothing else. Still, SAS cannot handle it. Let's see. If I go with this, the data is zigzag, right? You can see now. Serial number is getting read as 5049. RTO code is CK. Vehicle number is 09, which is completely wrong, right? Except the state, all the 3 values are wrong. Because you are not reading the data in the way it is present in your input file. Correct? In your input file, state is defined first. The next variable must be serial number. That must be serial number. Correct? But instead of serial number, the serial number you are storing under the vehicle number. Your RTO code remains to be the RTO code, but your vehicle number you are reading as a serial number. Correct? So what I'm trying to understand here, my list input method will not work if I change the order of the variables compared with the variables present in your input data set. Sorry, your input file. Is that clear? You're able to understand what I'm trying to say, why it is wrong? Everyone, I just repeat one more time. There are two cases. Case number one, I have 4 variables in my input file. If I want to read all the variables in the same order how they present in the input file, no issues, as long as there is a delimiter. Number two, I have 4 variables in my input, that is in your input file. But in my output data set, I defined only 2 variables, that too randomly. List input cannot handle it. That is what the example that we have seen before. The current example, I have 4 variables, but I'm not reading in the same order. I want my vehicle number first, then I want RTO code, then I want state, and then I want the serial number. I want to interchange the numbers. I want to interchange the variables. Still, I cannot handle that in your list input method. Am I correct? So far, everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? Are you able to understand this up to this? Any questions? Okay. Now, how to handle these situations then? Let's take the same file. If I take the same file, my input values are changing now, right? Because 1 to 2 is state, there is no doubt about it. Correct? But instead of 3 to 4, because I have 3 at 3, I have a space. Correct? So it is going to be 4 to 5. Yeah. 6 is empty, that is 6 I have the space. This is 7 to 8. Ninth one is space, then it is going to be 10 to 10, 11, 12, 13. These are the numbers. These are the positions now. Positions are changed, right? Now, let's go here. Go to your column input method. Copy this one. Copy this. Your column input method can handle it. Now, these are not 1 to 2. It is going 1 to 2 is means same. It is going to be 4 to 5. This is going to be 7 to 8, and this is going to be 10 to 13. First, we read as is. I'm able to. What happened? There is something wrong. Oh, sorry. The file name I haven't changed. That is vehicle 1, right? Vehicle numbers underscore 1, right? Right. Done. Now let's go with this. Out of these 4, I need only state and number, right? State and vehicle number, right? First, I want only state and vehicle number. Remaining 2 doesn't require. Can you see now? Is this numbers are correct? Everyone? How it works? It is not bothered about your space or your delimiter or anything. It is only bothered about from where to where you want to read. From first position to the second position, it will read it as a state. From 10th position to 13th position, it will read it as a vehicle number. It doesn't bother whether you have a space. It doesn't bother whether you have your delimiter. No, because I only bothered about the positions. Correct? Come back to this. I want to change this. Correct? Just a second. Please. Come on. Now, this one I have already said it cannot handle. There is another thing I said, which is this. Somewhere I missed it, guys. Cannot handled by, this is the first one, correct? In the second one, wait, come on. Just a second, Control C is not working. Just a second, guys, my copy paste is not working. Yeah. So in the second case, what we want to do is, 1 minute, my entire keyboard is not working. Oh, now it is. We want to change the order, correct? That's what we tried. When we change the order, it gives the wrong data, right? Now what I want to do is, I want to do the same with the help of the column input method. In the column input method, what is the order I want? I want the first as, okay, first as state as usual. Instead of RTO code, I want to have my second variable as vehicle number. The third variable should be as a serial number, and final variable should be the RTO code. This is how I want to read the data, right? So I just change the order, and you can see that there's no change in the lengths. Length remains as Right now you can see I just changed the order of the variables, but the length remains going to be the same, right? Even though my second variable is a vehicle number, it still read the data from 10th position to the 13th position. It is not reading the data based on the delimiters. So if I run it, I don't get any errors. I'm going to read the data properly. Make sense? Now you understand what are the limitations of your list input method. There are 3. The list input method works only if I have a delimiter. Number 2, if I use list input method, I have to read the variables in the same order how they present. Number 3, I need to read all the variables as is. I cannot drop the variables in a way I want. Am I correct or not? But in the column input method, since I'm reading the data based on the columns, I can read all the variables in a way I want. Correct or not, guys? How do you are able to differentiate why I'm going with the list input, why I'm going with the column input method, though my list input method is easy?
Yes, Murli.
Yes,
Any questions?
Sir.
Any questions? Okay, perfect. So the same one, the same example, the same examples can be also be done with the help of your formatted input method. That is the third input method, right? Here also we can do formatted input method. So that I can handle tomorrow. So with that, we can complete the input methods. Again, here guys, there are 2 methods in this. That is absolute pointer method, and the second one is going to be relative pointer method. So both of them will be covered in the tomorrow's class, and the remaining SAS options will be covered in the Friday's class. So that by Friday, we can have all our input methods, our libraries, SAS options, and how SAS works pretty much except the formats, everything else will be covered here. Formats is the next thing. So once I complete the formats, now I can say that is end of module number 1. So formats will take a little time because it leaves a bit of confusion as for the beginners. So I can say that by Tuesday, we will be able to complete module number 1. Only module number 1 takes time, guys. Module number 1 and module number 2. From there onwards, it will be pretty fast. Questions? Any
Hello.
questions from anyone? Yeah.
Hello. Hi, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Yes, please.
Sir, I am unable to attend the last 10 days classes.
Okay.
Please give me any suggestions to how to cover last 10 days classes.
Last 10 days, if you are able to manage with the recordings, Balu sir can help you with the recordings. You can listen to the recordings and you can answer. You can ask me any questions you get. So go to the recording. Any question you get, you can ask me, and I can help you with that. And don't skip the classes.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
Yeah. Right. If you have any questions, let's say that requires my attention, let me know so we can have a separate class together. We both. That also can be.
Assignments istanandi.
Assignment module అవ్వాలండి. At least once the module is complete, I will give the assignments. I have already shared yesterday infile options related data, and also I have given the basic information that you need to read. I think all of you might have received my email yesterday. Have you checked it?
Yes, Murli, we got it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Got it.
Perfect, guys. Okay. See you
Sir, I
tomorrow.
got
Yeah. See you tomorrow, and in tomorrow's session we are going to complete the input methods. All right, guys. Take care, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. All right. So let's start with the details. So yesterday we had started our discussion with column input method, right? So in the column input method, we have discussed about what are the advantages, why it is superior compared to the list input method, correct? So if you remember, in the list input method, the primary drawbacks are going to be you need to read your file as is. That's the first thing. Number 2, I can read the variables exactly in the order in which they are present in the input file. I cannot change the order of the variables, correct? So that's the second thing that we have discussed, right? So how about the third one? The third one is going to be I can only go ahead, or I can all the variables which are present in the input file, I must read it. If I want to drop some of them, it is not possible, correct? So can I say that these are the various drawbacks that we have, or I can say that these are the various limitations that I have in the list input file or list input method. To overcome them, we have started using the column input method. All right. Now, the column input method is the one where I can happily check, or I can happily read the variables in a way I want, because I'm least bothered about the delimiter. Instead, I'll be more concentrating on the lengths. That is, what is the starting position and what is the ending position, correct? I'm clearly defining my starting and ending positions, so that even if I change the order of the variables, or even if I skip some of the variables, my output will not be impacted, correct? This is what we have discussed. I said that we can go with the third method, that is called a formatted input method, in the today's class. That is what I said in the yesterday's class. So far, any questions, guys? Except Tulsi, I received your chart, and I have also mentioned that you're trying to read the Excel file. For Excel file, the options will be different. I'll go with that. So far, I use only text files, right? So I'll tell you how to go with what is the better way of reading your Excel files. First, let me complete the input methods.
Yeah, okay. And I have one more small question. Like the numeric variable, it should not start with the number 0, right?
Hmm, it is not, I cannot say it should not start with the number 0, but the leading zeros in the number will not have any impact, right? It is not valid, right? You can see 1, 2, 3 and 0, 1, 2, 3, both of them are same, right? Not only here, in any language or even in mathematics, right? I don't have value for the preceding zeros. Even if you put 10 zeros here, I don't have any impact. That's nothing new in SAS or any programming language. That's basic mathematics, correct, Elsie? Here you can see this one. This is, though it looks like a number, I'm storing this as a character because it need to represent some, RTO code, or it need to represent some series. Though those are numbers, those are not used for calculating something. That's the reason I'm storing them as a character to ensure that I'm not losing my preceding zeros. Is this understandable? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone?
Yeah, yes.
Perfect. Any questions up to this, guys? All of you are comfortable, right? Okay. Now, let me start with the other input method, which is nothing but formatted input method. Ideally, this formatted input method, I can say that some books also refer this as mixed input method. Both of them are correct, guys. So first of all, let me explain you what is this mixed input method and what it will do. First thing, again, in the formatted input method, I have two methods. One is called absolute pointer method. The another one is going to be relative pointer method. So for this, let me take the same example that I have taken previously. This is the one. This is the vehicle number _1. So I can read this by using the list input method. I can read this by using the column input method. Now, I'm trying to read this with the help of the formatted input method. Especially, I'm just going with the absolute pointer method. So I'm just copying the code as is from the previous one. Guys, remember, this is the most common method. This is the one which we use quite regularly. All right. So input file remains going to be the same, correct? The only difference is going to come in the way we are going to represent this. I know that my input file has 4 values to read. So the first is going to be my state, the second is going to be the RTO code, third is going to be the serial number, and the last one is going to be the vehicle number. Correct? No changes in that. Whatever we have done before, the same thing we are going to do. All right. So first of all, let's say that I don't want to read based on the delimiter. I want to read based on the positions. So when absolute pointer method comes to the picture, it is going to be slightly different. Before the input name itself, okay, let me take the copy of this. This is your column input method, right? So in the column input method, you write your variable name, you mention what data type it is, then you're going to mention your starting and ending positions. So where it will start and where it will end, correct? But when it comes to your absolute pointer method, first you have to mention where it will start. That is, if I look into the state, my state is actually starting at position number 1, correct? Where my cursor is blinking, that is my position number 1 in each line, correct? So first I have to mention @ followed by what is your position, that is where it will start. It is starting at position number 1. How about the second one? This is 2, 3, 4. So I can say that RTO code is ideally starting at position number 4. And your serial number starting at position number 7. Your vehicle number starting at position number 10. So here, what we're trying to do is we are making sure where exactly my variable value is starting, correct? And then I have to define the data types. So let's define them. This is going to be a character, 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 character. And then what I'm trying to define here, I define starting and ending positions together in column input method. But in the absolute pointer method, I have already given the starting position. When I have already given the starting position, all I need to do is how many characters I have to read. What is the length I want to read? So if I go with the state, it starts with position number 1 that I have already given. The next thing I have to do here is going to be what is the length that I want to read? I have to read 2 characters, correct? I simply mention 2 dot. Since it's a length, I just mentioned dot. So 2 dot. And what about the other one? RTO code. RTO code starting at position number 4, I have already given. I just need to mention how many bytes it has to read. 2 again. Serial number, it's starting with 7, it has to read 2 bytes. Vehicle number, it's starting at 10, it need to read 4 bytes. Then where it will start, what is the name of the variable, what is the data type, how many bytes you want to read. That's it. The moment you run it, it is going to give you the correct values. Are you able to read now properly? Correct? This is your data and here is your output. So both of them looks correct to you? Can I get a quick confirmation? Right? So all we are doing here is going to be, unlike your column input method, here we are mentioning what is my starting position and till when I want to read. All of them I'm mentioning here. Questions? Remember, the same code will work even for this. You remember, right? There is another one where I don't have any delimiters. This one. Even here, it
Yeah,
will work.
about to ask the same.
Okay, I'll show you that. First of all of you are comfortable with the other one where I have a delimiter. I know the position, so I have already given it. Now what I'll do is I'll go with this one, vehicle numbers one. So if you don't have questions, I'll proceed with that example. Okay, I'm going with vehicle info, if I'm not wrong. This is vehicle info dot, it is vehicle numbers. Right. It's quite easy to understand now. So starting position is 1 for the state. How many positions I have to read? 2 positions. There will not be any change in this line, right? Am I correct? I need to say my state will start at position number 1, followed by, it is going to be a character data type. I mentioned $, followed by I have to read 2 characters. So I just mentioned 2 dot. What's next? My RTO code is starting at position number 3. So only change I'm going to get here is, instead of starting from position number 4, I'll mention position number 3. Again, I'll reading 2 characters. And my serial number will start at position number 5. It is not 7 now, it is going to be 5. I'll read 2 characters. And then it will start with 7 and I'll end up with reading 4 characters. Easy. If you go to the log, you can see you are not reading from the vehicle numbers _1. You're actually reading from vehicle numbers, which is this. Correct? Simple. Right. Can I do all other things here? Mean to say, hey, I don't want to read in the same order how you are reading. I want to read vehicle number first, followed by I want to read serial number, and then I want to read state and RTO code. Yeah, it's up to you. I just change only the positions. There is no change in anything. See, vehicle number starts at 7, read 4. Come back to 5 and read 2. Come back to position number 1 and read 2. Come back to position number 3 and read 2. No change at all. Am I reading the correct data? Right? I don't want to read all the variables. I want to read only specific variables. Let's say that I just want state and vehicle number. I don't want anything else. Can you do that? Yes. Just a second. It is unfortunately I clicked on filter and sort. It is taking time. Just give me a moment. Oops. Just a second. Yeah. Let me go to the program. Let me save this. Now, I don't want to read all the information. I want to read only specific variables. Yes, I can still do it. Let's say I just want to read the state and vehicle number. Nothing else I require. I need state and vehicle number. Let's not read anything else. Still, it is manageable. Right? So now you can ask me a question, hey Murli, then how it is different from your, the other method, that is your column input method? Which one I have to use? Because both of them are pretty much doing both the works. So which one I have to use? Your absolute pointer method, that is your formatted input method, is always superior than your column input method, but you can find the difference only after I complete formats. Because when it comes to the formats, there you can find the difference. So while applying the formats, while applying the formats and while reading the data by using the informats, there you can find the difference. So up to that, you feel like both of them looks pretty much same for you. Any questions on this?
Yeah, Murli. In this absolute pointer method, the first one is with delimiter and the second one is with no delimiter, right? So
Right.
with the delimiter, we are able to, with the @ is the only starting position where the data is starting can be known. But with the second one, like without delimiter, it can also give the length of the whatever the like length of the state, length of the vehicle number, both it can give, right?
Correct. No. Okay, let me tell you. Let me rephrase your question. See, first thing you need to do is you need to understand is, forget about do I have a delimiter or do I don't have a delimiter or not. No worries about it. Only thing is, let us say this is no delimiters, correct? So when I have a no delimiters, all I'm mentioning is what is my starting position, what is the length I want to read. That's it. Let's say if I have a delimiter, let's say I have a comma here, right? Even if I have a delimiter, what I'm going to do now, I'll say that for the first one, I don't have any issue. When I'm reading the serial number, instead of reading from third position, I'll start reading from the fourth position. I'll mention that, hey, your RTO code start with 4. That is your starting position. From there, read 2 characters.
Yeah,
All
that's
you
what
need to
I'm.
say is,
Yeah, that's what the starting position is always. I mean, like @ will tell us, but without
correct.
delimiter, what I'm saying is the @ is giving the starting position as well as the length of the vehicle number, length of the serial number too, right?
No,
Because
no, it
in
is
the
not.
first.
No, it is not. 1 second. I got your question. Let's say this is no delimiter, right? what is the deal? What is the code that I have written here? @1. So state will start at position number 1. But I also need to mention how many bytes you have to read. Here I'm mentioning you need to read only 2 bytes. So start with position number 1. But what is the length you want to read is defined here, not here. It will not define it.
Okay.
I know there is still some confusion for you. So let's clear it out. Let's ask me. I can go ahead. No problem. Ask me. What is the doubt?
The thing is, I know the first without with delimiter, we are saying the length is 2. But the starting position is different there. And in the second case, without delimiter, what I'm trying to say is the position @ is giving us the position and the length, and immediately the second one is starting with the next position. Like the
Okay. Let me explain this. Let's say when I don't have a delimiter, sorry, when I have a delimiter, this is the code. Correct? When I don't have a delimiter, this is going to be the record. Okay. Now, help me to understand. I'm just going with the state here. So state, I'll say that in this case, how you want to read the state? From where to where? Can I say this is position number 1, where my cursor is blinking? So you mentioned it is 1, right? Okay, this is position. State, I'm calling here, let's say position and length. These two for state. Give me a moment, my system is troubling me a lot today. This is for state. So you say that I have to start from position number 1. From there, I have to read 2 bytes. So my length is equal to 2. Is this what you mentioned, Usha?
Yeah.
Up to this, are you clear, right? You're clear up to this, right? Okay. So can you help me to understand? Even Excel is not responding too much. I haven't restart my system in the recent days. That's the reason it's taking too much time. Okay. So meanwhile, let it respond. Meanwhile, can you tell me for the second one?
Yeah, the position is 1 again, and the length is 2 bytes.
Exactly. So no difference, right? At all. No difference at all, right? Okay. Let's go to the second variable. This is my second variable. What is my second variable here? My second variable is going to be, what is that? Can I say?
It's an
RTO code.
Yeah, RTO
code. Okay. Can you tell me for RTO code, how you want to read it?
The position will be 4. Because there is a delimiter.
Okay. The position will be 4.
And the length is 2 bytes.
Really sorry, guys. I don't know what is happening here. It is not responding. This is literally killing. Okay. The position is going to be 4, correct? How you manage? This is position number 1, 2, 3. So it is starting at 4th position. So you said that 4th position and the length equal to 2, correct? How about this?
It's 3 and 2.
All right. Okay. In these two cases, with a delimiter or without a delimiter, what is changed for you? Only the position, right? While dealing this, you mentioned @1. Correct? Sorry. And while dealing this particular one, in for both the cases, you just mentioned @1 only. Am I correct? In both the
Yeah.
cases.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to this, what you did? You just changed only the position. When I have a delimiter, you mention the position is @4. When I don't have a delimiter, you mention the position as @3. But have you done any changes to your length?
No.
So what exactly are they handling here then? Whether I have a delimiter, whether I don't have a delimiter, all I'm looking is what is my starting position, what is the length? Is my code also I'm writing the same?
Yeah. So which one is
@4.
which one is the best option? Like with delimiter or without delimiter? Or anything should be fine.
1 second. Who will decide whether I have to go with a delimiter or not? If my input file comes with a delimiter,
Okay.
right? If my input file comes with the delimiter, my user is giving the data like this. I'll say that my position start with 4. I'll write my code as @4. If my user is giving me the file without a delimiter, I'll use this code. We are not the one who will decide whether you give me the file with the delimiter or not, right? Always your requirement should drive you. As per your input file, you have to write a code. You cannot say that, hey, I have a code for you, so you can give me the data according to my code. It will not work, right?
Yeah. Got it. Very clear, Murali. Thank you.
Perfect. Perfect. SAS, initially, it will give a lot of mess like this. So don't worry, right? But don't, you know, don't leave it with a doubt. So you had a doubt before we start with the discussion, and when I explained for for the first 5 minutes, you said, okay, I understand. Don't say that. When you don't understand, clearly say don't understand. Clear, everyone? Right? So you should not leave the class with a doubt in your mind. If so, then our class is failed. This is to everyone, guys. Please keep it in mind. Ask me twice, thrice, or any number of times until you get a clarity. Okay. There is a question from Swati. If the data is mix and match, what I can do? Meaning, I have some delimiters. I don't have some. In some cases, I have delimiters. In some cases, I don't have a delimiter. What I can do? What it bothers you? Let's say my data is like this. So for the first two, I have a delimiter. For this one, I don't have a delimiter. What you guys are going to do now? This is the data for you. How you're going to code it? This is vehicle_1. So this is vehicle numbers_1. I'm copying this particular code. All right, I'm just scrolling down. This is my data. Can you guys tell me how you're going to read it? Can you tell me the positions?
The first two will not change. It will be 1 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then serial number is
That
6
also will not
at the
change.
position 6.
Why? Let's see.
And
Position
then the
number 1.
vehicle number will be 9.
No. See this. Guys, everyone see this. Where my cursor is blinking at A, which is position number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Still my serial number starting at 7 only, right?
Yeah, serial number is 7, yes.
Even that will not change. I have to start from 7 and I have to read 2. Only thing I'm going to bother is before I had a delimiter, I had to go one more space right. But here I'm at the position number 9. My vehicle number alone will change from 10 to 9. Anything else? Done? Is that clear? Questions?
So there's a question.
Please go ahead.
So what if the delimiter is in the second line of the data, not in the
Sorry?
first line? What if the delimiter is in The second line, not the first line.
Let's say you have the data like this. This is what you're
Yeah,
talking.
exactly. Yes, sir.
Sorry, guys. Okay. The answer to your question is, whatever the data that you are looking here, you cannot read all the possible data or all the possible combinations. It's not possible. Everything is not possible. For an example, if you have data like this, let's say at least some condition, wherever your state is starting with T, if your state is starting letter is T, in that case it is following some approach. Let's say that you can see that these two, the state, what is that? RTO code and serial number does not have a delimiter. RTO and code does not have a delimiter. But when it comes to all other cases, any other state, my serial number does not have it. There should be one pattern. There should be more than one pattern. That is fine. But until and unless you have a pattern, right? If your data is completely irregular, you cannot read it. But if I say that I have a data like this, it is following a pattern. What is the pattern? As long as my state is starting with T, this is the pattern. For all other cases, the pattern is different. In those cases, we can still read the data by conditions. Those conditions will be your input options. You remember I said there are some options I have to discuss? So in the options, if you see, can you see this? At the rate, and I said that it is pending, right? That one at the rate is called single trailing. Single trailing is the method that I can use to read the data conditionally. But if I answer your question by extending that question, if my data is completely irregular, here it is like this. The line number 1, this is the pattern. The line number 2, this is the pattern. Line number 3, I have a different pattern. Line number 4, again I have a different pattern. Correct? If my pattern is completely different for each of the line, you cannot read it. At least if I have 1,000 lines of the data, of the 1,000 lines of the data, if the 1,000 lines of the data is following a specific pattern at least, then we can go. Let's say all AP has one code, all TN is following some code, all HR is following some pattern, all TS is following some pattern. Still we can read it. But whatever the input file that we are receiving, in that input file, all the records are having different things. We cannot read it. Is that making sense what I'm trying to say, Haida?
Yes, sir.
Right? We cannot code, we have to code as per the data, but if your data is completely irregular, you cannot code it. There should be some pattern exist, then only I can read it.
Can we adjust this data, input data?
So what one thing? Yeah. Go ahead. So the question is, can we adjust the data? That is one. Okay. Any other questions?
Either we can also ask the client to rearrange it for us.
Yeah, that's
remember, your client is the one who is sending the data to you, right? You can ask him, hey, can you rearrange the data and send it? Possible. If it's okay for him, he will send it. For an example, I have 1 million lines of the code. Sorry, I have 1 million lines of the data. These are 10 lakh lines of the code. Not code, data. Your vehicle numbers are of 10 lakhs. And your client is not doing that manually. Let's say some other system is producing it. Let's say maybe Teradata is producing it, or some other database is producing it, or some other process is producing it, right? In those cases, he cannot adjust the data. You cannot adjust the data. Those are the cases you can say that, hey, I cannot read it. It is not possible. Either you arrange the data and give it in some pattern, I can do it. If not, I cannot. That's it. If it is not done, not done. But 99.99% of the cases, if the data is if the data is getting produced by other databases or file systems, 99.99% of the time it is following some pattern. Only if manually are producing the data, only in those cases such kind of things will come. So answer to your questions is, all your questions is 99.99% of the cases the data is readable. The data is readable. Is that clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
All right. I can understand your doubts, because what if the one line has delimiter, other line does not have a delimiter. One line is following one pattern, another line is following another pattern. Just remember, since I have just 4 lines of the code I'm playing, but since I have 4 lines of the data I'm playing, correct? But in general, we used to receive the data from the databases and file systems, and we generally get huge data. Can you play it? It will obviously follow a proper pattern. Am I correct or not, guys? Right?
Yes,
Your doubts are yeah.
But after seeing this, all things like with delimiter, without delimiter, and some places delimiter and some places not. I think the second case is much better to understand easily, I guess. Like, I know the data will be coming from different places, but to have the correct way of doing without delimiter anywhere will be the easiest way to write a code, I guess.
Correct. Correct. But 99.99% of the cases, you won't get the data without a delimiter. Because, think guys, sorry guys, I'm seriously having some cough issues. Sorry about it. Let's go with this. Yeah. Let's understand one thing. Think about your source of data all the time. Who will produce the data? Someone will not type it right on your notepad or something. Even if you are doing some DTP work, right, where you are manually converting your physical copies into electronic copies, 99.99% of the time, all the data entry work will happen in the Excel, correct? Just to have the clear patterns. When we get your DAT files or text files, when you are exporting the data from some databases, let's say that I have my data in Teradata, I need the data to share it to the client. So I cannot share the table, right? So what I can do, I'll export to a text file. From the text file, I can send it. So here, the text file, DAT file, all these are getting created from the databases, correct? So either you go from a database or you're coming from the file system. End of the day, you always have a proper pattern. You always have a proper delimiters. Sometimes it is expected to have multiple patterns. For an example, I'll give you the example where I'll go with multiple delimiters or multiple things. Let's say in healthcare system, we have two different things. You can call it as 837I and 837P. One is paper-based one, another one is going to be the electronic form. The fields are different for both. So to differentiate them, what they will do is all the electronic forms, they will have some pattern. all the paper forms will have one pattern. In those cases, to have a proper alignment, you are going to read your data conditionally by using your single trailing. I will explain that in years. That's all about your absolute pointer method. So there is one more. There is one more called your relative pointer method, but I cannot cover it today, guys. I'll do it tomorrow. My cough is not controlling; it's going uncontrollable. I need to have some rest. Sorry, guys, I'm not going to able to continue for long today. Of course, we had some login issues, but yeah, tomorrow we can have a little longer session. Okay. I'm closing off today, guys. If you have any questions, yes, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, take care. Bye.
Thank you, guys.
Sir, I don't want answer. I just wanted to confirm. Like we did double. There's a single trailing and there's a double trailing. We used double trailing in listing method, right? To you, if you're using two statements in a same line, right?
Not two statements. Multiple records present in the same line, then you can go ahead with the double trailing. Single, yeah, single trailing is something different where you need to read the data conditionally. To read the data conditionally
from the exact position, I guess.
Sorry.
From the exact position, we are basically single trailing we are using for the exact position.
No. Don't get confused with this one. This is not single trailing.
Oh, okay.
This is not single trailing. I haven't covered the single trailing yet.
Okay.
Single trailing is a input option that I haven't covered yet. I'll tell you.
All right.
I'll tell you that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Kindly take care. Thank you.
Yeah.
Take care.
Okay, hello everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you can hear me and hope all of you can see my screen. Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay then. So where are we? So before I start with the class, Tulsi, I got your questions and some of them will be answered today, and except one remaining all I'll answer today. Okay. First we continue with the class and then I can answer your questions. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. And Anita, I have also got your question, but I don't know what exactly happened there. You shared me the screenshot. You just try to run the library, but I don't know why such kind of error is coming. I need to see to that, right? So maybe we can correct after the class and we can discuss on that. All right. So now, any questions before we proceed? Anyone, any doubts?
Sir.
Yeah, tell me please.
ఇప్పుడు మనం సేవ్ చేసిన లొకేషన్ లో ఫైల్ డిలీట్ చేసేస్తే తర్వాత ఏమవుతుంది సార్? అది ప్రోగ్రామ్ చూపిస్తుందా?
It won't. Not only here, anywhere it won't. Okay, we can discuss on that, Anita. We can discuss on that separately. Okay.
Okay.
Okay then. So, any questions on the pointers, the absolute pointer one that we have discussed yesterday? No, right? So, can I proceed with the other one today? Oh, I'm considering it as done. So, let me start with the relative pointer. Here it is. The only difference between the absolute pointer and the relative pointer is how you are navigating after reading one variable. So when it comes to the absolute pointer, so you're going to provide your starting position followed by the length clearly, correct? Every time you're going to mention these two. what is my starting position and what is going to be the length of it, correct? But when it comes to the absolute pointer, you don't do that. Instead, you're going to mention for only one variable, you're going to mention your starting position. Followed by that, you only mention about your how many positions you need to move. Only mention about how many positions you would like to move. That is the primary difference. So let me show you how you're going to do this. And then if there are any doubts, I can clarify that particular part. Okay. Okay. First thing, let's go with the same example that we have taken yesterday. Let's go with the vehicle numbers example itself. Let me open that. Input files. I have vehicle numbers. Here it is. Or I'll take the other one. Yeah, here it is. So it is going to be _1. So let's take this as the example. Right. So only change is going to be my input file is going to be different. Post that. Let's go with the same order like how it is present in your input. All right. 1. This is going to be a state RTO code followed by your serial number, and then finally you have your vehicle number. All right. This is the order, correct? So if I proceed with this, it is going to be become my absolute pointer method, correct? But the difference is when I go with the relative pointer method, first I will say, hey, state is the first variable I would like to read from my input file. So it actually starts from the position number 1. So I have given @1 here. Then I mention my variable name, which is nothing but the state. Followed by I have given what is the data type. To that is absolutely fine. And I have also mentioned about what is the length that I would like to read. I would like to go with 2 bytes of the data. So I have mentioned 2, right? Then if I want to read RTO code, which is going to be my next variable value, ideally speaking, I need to give the position of that, correct? If I give the position of that, it is going to be a absolute method. But here you can see I provided what is the first variable position, which is @1. So now the cursor is blinking at position number 2. After reading, the cursor has come to position number 3, correct? I'm actually at the position number 3. If I want to read the next variable, how many positions I need to move? After completion of my first variable, I'm actually at cursor. My cursor is actually at position number 3. If I want to read the next variable value, how many positions I would like to move? How many positions I would like to move? Anyone?
One more.
One
One more.
position.
Exactly. So all I have to do here is I just need to put +1. That is, after finishing your first variable, you need to move 1 position. Okay. So from there, I have to read this variable, which is of character data type again. I read 2 bytes of the data, and my cursor is blinking here. Again, from here, how many bytes I need to move? Again, 1 more. Just 1. That's it. Is it going to be the same for the last one as well? Done. Run. Right. I just have executed it. Just wait for a while. Now you can see that. Are you able to read the data properly? Correct. So all I'm doing here is only for the one variable I'll mention where it should start. From there, I just need to mention how many positions I need to move. That's all I need to do, nothing else. Right? That's the reason it is called as the relative pointer. It will give more clarity if I go with one more example. Now, for an example, let's say this is the one I want to read. So my input file demand is going to be the same, right? I just want to read only 2 variables, state and vehicle number. Obviously, state is at position number 1. I have completed reading it. Where is my vehicle number actually starting with? Yeah. So after completion of this, how many points are, how many positions I need to move? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Correct? After moving 7 positions only, I can read the next value. So now you can see. Am I reading it correctly? In either the cases, am I able to do it? Questions? Any questions on this? All right. Now, there is one common question I generally used to get, but a bit strange. I haven't received this particular question from you, but let me go with that. Let's say that I want to read first state and then vehicle number. Let's say, and then I have to read this one. That is my serial number. I want to read it. So how can you do it now? Let's say that I want to read state. I have completed it, and then let's say state is completed. After that, vehicle number is completed. Now my cursor is at this position. Now I want to go back and I want to read. Let's say that for an example, I want to read this particular serial number. So serial number is nothing but, let's say I'm at this position here. I need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need to go 7 positions back and I have to read it, but that is not possible. SAS can only read it in one direction, not on both the directions. So in these cases, what should we do? Just give me a moment, guys. Just give me a moment. Sorry, guys. So the main thing that I would like to discuss here is I can only proceed in a forward direction. I can say from where my cursor is presently at, from that position, how many positions I need to move. Only that I can mention. Only that I can mention. I cannot say, or I cannot ask my SAS, hey, you're already at position number this, let's say the position number 7. Can you come back and read state again? No, not possible. In relative pointer method, I can only go in forward direction. But if I want to read, let's say that I'm already at this position because I have completed my vehicle number, but I want to read this. I want to read my state code, for an example, a serial number. So serial number, what is the position? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Correct? What is this? At position, actually vehicle number is there. Huh? At position 7. At 7, I'm actually having my serial number. So all I need to mention here is I just need to put again at the rate 7. So at the rate 7, I have my serial number, which is going to be a $2. I'm able to read it correctly. I'm able to change the order in a way I want. I can read only the variables that I want to read. Everything is possible, but only thing you need to remember in your mind is whenever I want to use relative pointer method, you need to be mindful that only you can read it in a forward direction. Is that understandable to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Any questions on this? All right. What happens if my file is like this? Let's take the other file. I just go with the first one, which is nothing but my vehicle numbers. This is the one. I don't have any delimiter here, right? So how you're going to read this particular file by using your relative pointer method? At the rate 1, I'm going to say state. I have to read 2 characters. AP is done. All right. From there, so I want to read it in the same order. My cursor is already here. After P, that is my cursor is already at a 3rd position. If I want to read RTO code, how many positions I need to move now? I'm already at position number 3. My RTO code is also starting at position number 3. Now tell me how many positions I need to move.
No need to move, I think.
Yes, but relative pointer method always expect what is the how many steps you need to move or how many positions you need to move. Just mention 0. Just 0. I don't need to move anything. Just for the sake, I just mentioned 0. Right? Same thing will happen to the other 2. Is this correct or not? I don't need to move to any position because right after reading these 2, I'm at 5th position. My serial number starting at 5th position. After reading these 2, I'm at 7th position. Again, my vehicle number starts at 7th position. I don't need to move anywhere. Just mention 0. It will take care of the remaining procedures. Understandable? Any questions on this?
I have one question, sir.
Yes, please.
What about at the symbol at the rate of?
What is this? This one?
Yes, sir.
It will mention where is your cursor. Where is your cursor starting? So if I want to read state, I'm mentioning that state. If I want to read, you need to
It
start
means
from
a
position
starting
number
point.
1.
It
It's a
means
starting
a
point. Yes,
starting
from
point.
where you from where you have to start, from where you have to read. For an example, let's take the same example, go in a different way. I want to read only 2 things. I want to read RTO code and vehicle number. I want to read RTO code and vehicle number. These 2 I want to read, nothing else. Now, where exactly RTO code is starting in my file? RTO code is nothing but this one, right? So this is at a 3rd position, right? This is starting at position number 3. So I will say here, hey, your RTO code actually starting at position number 3. From position number 3, read 2 characters. That is going to be your RTO code. When you want to read the vehicle number is actually starting here. After the completion of your RTO code, your cursor is blinking here between 9 and C. From there, if you want to read vehicle number, you need to move 2 places. So your vehicle number, if I want to read, I just need to move to 2 places. Now if I read this, I can see the correct data. Understandable?
Okay, fine.
Others? Any questions on this?
Yeah,
In this
yes, I
case
have a.
also,
Yeah, go on. Go ahead, Usha.
Yeah, Usha, first proceed.
yeah, thanks, Tulsi. In here also we will be going only in the forward direction, not in the backward, right? Not
No way
possible
that,
in.
yes, no way that you can go back to the back position. Always you can, if I want to go back, you can mention at the rate. Just mention from where you want to read again.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Tulsi.
Yeah. My question is like here now we are dealing with only 4 variables, right? Like state, RTO code, serial number, and vehicle number. Like the data we get, it may have like multiple variables, like it may have multiple columns. So in that case, so counting each and every character and giving commands according to that. So is it somewhat difficult, I feel?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling. It's up to you. See, I have given this file. This is my file I have given to you. You obviously cannot read that by using list input method, correct? You have column input method, absolute pointer method, relative pointer method. Out of three, which one is comfortable for you, you can use it. If you feel that relative pointer method is difficult, just go ahead with the column input method. Or if I give this particular file to you, let's say that I'm not even giving this file to you. Instead of this, I'm just going with vehicle numbers 1. This file you can read with any method. You can go with list input, you can go with column input, absolute pointer method, relative pointer method. All the 4 methods I can use and I can read it. So it's completely your choice which way you want to code it. As an end user, all I need is you need to read this code, you need to read this particular file and create a data set. That is only matters to me. Correct? What code you are
Yeah.
using is up to you. If you feel list input is good, go ahead with that. If you feel you want to go with column input, you can go with that. Otherwise, relative pointer method, otherwise absolute pointer method, because this file can be read with the help of any input methods. Correct? I have given multiple options to you. Which one to use, which one to choose is up to you.
Yeah, okay. And which is the most common method we use generally? Like, is it list input method, column input method, or like formatted input method?
Again, it's a developer specific. It's a developer specific. Let's say I'm the developer, right? So far I haven't teach you the dates, correct? When it comes to the dates, which you want to read it from your input file, in that case, I feel like absolute pointer method is more handy to me, right? Sometimes if I say that my input is not coming from the text files, instead it is coming from the Excel files. In that particular case, I don't even bother about doing it. Instead, I'll go with the proc input. So there is a procedure. I'm going to use that particular procedure, which is going to make my life easy. As we said, here I have only 4 variables. I can define each and everything. Let's say if I have 100 variables, it's very difficult to define everything, and it is very difficult to write the length statement for it, input statement for it, format statement for this, informant statement for this. It's quite difficult for me. Instead, if I go with the simple proc import, my life is easy. I'm pretty much able to do what I need to do with the help of that particular procedure, right? So I just slowly starting with this. I just covered only the input method so far. There are a lot more to cover. Questions? Tulsi, have I answered your question?
Yeah, yes, Merit, got it. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Now let's go with the other one. Let's say, so input methods are only these 3 guys. These 3 are the input methods. So we have your column input method, you have your list input method, and you have your formatted list as well as the column input methods. All right. So in the options also, in the SAS options, before I go with the SAS options, I want to cover a small topic called formats, and then I can go back on this particular one. Okay. So before I start with the format,
Murli, I have a question. Like now the data that we deal with the relative pointer and all, like we have in a single line, right? Is there any chance that we can have in 1 or 2 lines too, like the state, what is that, RTO code and all? Like all the time, the data will be in the single line, or is there any chance to be like in 2 lines?
Okay, I got your question. Let me open it. So your question is, so here I can see state and like my state as well as my RTO code. Let's say all the 4 variables are in the same line. What if 2 of them are in a different positions, like this? So user is putting 2 lines let's say this is my data, right? So state and your RTO code is present in one line. Your serial code and vehicle number is in the other line. But all these four are nothing but one record, correct? If the data is like this, how can you read? Is that your question, Nusha?
Yes, Murli.
Okay, right, wonderful. So in this case, these are some exclusions we can say. We can still read them. Let me save it as a new one. We can still read it. Let me tell you how to read that. I'll go with the formatted input method itself. I can call this as line pointer method. This is also part of this, but very rarely, occasionally we will use it. I'll tell you only one addition to it. What is this line pointer method will do is, okay, let me take all the variables first. Here is what we have, all the variables. Vehicle numbers underscore 2, right? So in general, we'll read like this, correct? So here the question is going to be, there are two things. My data, my input is not present in a single line. My data is actually present in two lines, or I can say more than one line, correct? One record appears under more than one record, sorry, more than one line. In this case, what we need to do is, let's say, what about the first two? So I can say that state AP, here is what, @1, I have state, which I can read it by 2. After that, this is 3, this is 4. I can simply say that @4, I have RTO code, correct? How about this? Can I say @3, I have CK, which is nothing but @3, I have serial number 4, 5, 6. @6, I have vehicle number. These lengths are not changing. But the problem here is going to be, if you say @1, from the line number 1, by default, it is going to read from the position number 1, well and good. @4, from the line number 1 itself, @4 means here, it will read this. Now you're saying @3. @3 is nothing but this, right? This is the one which is @3, right? So how SAS will come to know that in this case, it need to move to another line, correct? So
Can
my
you
data,
maybe
go
we
ahead, go
should
ahead.
we should be mentioning line 1 for first 2 and then line 2 for the @3
Exactly.
and @6.
Exactly. That is what we are going to do now. Because my one record is present in more than one line, so I need to mention in which line you want to read it. So this @1, @4, these two are supposed to read from the line number 1. So there is going to be #1. #1 stands for your line number 1. From the line number 1 in your input file, read these two. From the line number 2 in your input file, read these two. Now you can see, from the line number 1 it will read, from the line number 2 it will read. These two is going to form one record. The same thing will be followed for the second record. The same thing will be followed for the next record. Now if you run this, are you able to read the right data? All you did here is you just mentioned from which line you want to read it. Each record is spread across more than one line. So from the line number 1, what you want to read, from the line number 2, what you want to read, and so on. Questions?
If we have different scenario
Mean to say?
in the input file, if we
Mm-hmm.
have a first 3 lines and the second record have 2 lines.
No, not possible. There should be a pattern. There should be a pattern.
Pattern. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And here the ash symbol represents the line pointer. That's what it.
Exactly. I think Mahindra or Haider, who asked this question? What happens if I have more than one pattern? I can go, yeah, I can go, some patterns I can do. For an example, same thing. Let's say there are only two state data. So one is AP, let's say another is TN, right? So for all the AP, it is like this. For all the TN, starts like this. That is, from there some positions are changing and like this. Only for TN. Can you see what is happening here for the TN? The TN data is distributed in 3 lines. It is distributed in 3 lines, right? So in this case, what I have to do is I have to read the data conditionally. So first I need to read the state. If the state equal to AP, I have to do something. If the state equal to TN, I have to do something. But it is very difficult and complicated, right? Line pointers, I have to write it conditionally by using the @, that is nothing but here one of the input option called single trailing. By using the single trailing, you need to do it. But what I'm telling to you, generally, if the data is for theoretical purpose, like whatever we are doing now, for a theory, you can expect this kind of a data. Just think practically, what kind of system is going to produce this kind of a data? Zigzag, irregular, which system will produce it? Generally no, right? 2 lines is okay in a zigzag manner, but 3 lines, 4 lines and all, not acceptable. So because of that reason, you'll be still on the safer side. I can't say that I cannot read it. I can read it, but let's say I have 4 records. If all the 4 records are following 4 different patterns, I cannot read it. Out of the 4 records, at least 2, there are only 2 patterns, then I can read it. Make sense what I'm trying to say? Any questions on this? Okay, I consider this as no. Okay, this is all about your input methods, guys. So let's proceed with your next option. The next thing, which is nothing but one second. I think let me answer questions asked by Tulasi, because these are also related to this. Let me answer them, then I can take up the other one. So Tulasi, first thing is you are reading an XLS file. How to read that? That is going to be the first thing. That is what you asked day before yesterday. And you dropped an email to me. Just a second, let me open that. So your question is going to be, you have a name, but the name is having embedded spaces. How to read it? You have a name, but the name is having the embedded spaces. In that cases, how to read it? Let me go with that. For an example, my data is like this. Let's say data. For an example, let me save this as names and consider that I have data like this. Okay. Now, for an example, let's say my name, I want to read this particular one. So how you're going to read it? Let's say that I have data, names, I have input file. So my input is going, sorry, I have my infile. My infile is going to be this. Yes. Guys, if any of you have any problems with the names, let me know. All the time I'm using these names. If any of you have problems, let me know. Cool, right? These are not their names which are something stopping you to learn something because I'm using my name, you know, my family names. It is not a problem for you, right? Hope it is not a problem for your learning.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I'm glad. Right. So let me take my infile here. So this is my infile, and my infile statement will say that I need to go and read names.txt. Right? What's the next thing? Input. Name is the one. Let's say that for an example, I want to read name, which is a character, and run. When I do this, I don't find any issues reading it. Correct? So let's say that I changed this a little. You know, the first person name is Murali Krishna, second person name is Krishna. Let's say third person name is Anu. It's as usual. Now if I run this, what is going to happen? It will take only the 8 characters after MURALIKR. It got truncated. Why it got truncated? Because it can read only 8 bytes. So how to handle it? I can handle it by adding a length statement. Length name dollar. Hey, this user can read, maybe his length will go up to 20 also, I'm not sure. Right? Some person name is Murali Krishna. If I have a same name Satyanarayana as a single name, it is going to be a quite big one. Even 20 bytes is not sufficient. So I'll go with a length of 30 for this particular person, and I will see. I'm able to read it. Now let's say that, hey, the name is like this, Murali space Krishna. Correct, right? His first name and last name are together. Now if I run this program, surprisingly, you can see only Murali followed by Krishna is not coming. Why? SAS try to understand that space is a default delimiter. Space is a default delimiter. After Murali, if I have space, SAS try to understand that as a delimiter. So Krishna will not be read. It understands that there are more than one record present in the same line. So I'll skip that particular one. Is that understandable, guys? Why? When I have an embedded space in the names, I cannot read that by using the list input method. But if I have only one variable to read, here name is the only one variable, I can handle that by using a modifier, and that modifier is here. You can simply use after dollar, just use ampersand. Ampersand is one of the modifier which will be used for reading embedded spaces. Now, I haven't changed anything here, right? All I did is going to be between Murali and Krishna, there is a space. I need to overcome this particular space because the name demands space in that. So I just use an modifier called ampersand modifier. By using that ampersand modifier, my spaces will be embedded there. Is that clear, guys? Is that clear?
Yes, I still have a small question, Murali. Can you open this text file? What you did? Yeah. Yeah. Here, what you did is you're given space between Murali and Krishna, and
Correct.
Without giving the ampersand in the first program, what you did is you tried to run as it is, right? So in that case, the output it has like Murali, Krishna, and Anu. Like it did not take the second word Krishna.
Yes, it will not take it because it understands, because by default it's a space is a delimiter, right?
Yes. Yeah.
That's the
What
reason
my
it haven't
question
taken.
is, yeah. Murali, it considered it as the like first variable, and after Murali it has a delimiter. So between the after the delimiter, what it has, it considered it as the second variable, right?
No. Okay, I understand your question. No.
Maybe you should change the name, second name into different name, I guess. Yeah,
now you
Arthan. Yeah.
Now you can see. If I don't use ampersand, what it will do is, how many variables are defined in the input? Only one. So from each line, it has to read only one. So in the first line, my variable, this is a delimiter. So obviously, whatever I have highlighted is the first variable value. So Murali is the variable value which is supposed to come under name variable, and I'm done. I have to read one variable. I have already read that variable from the line number 1. So even after this, how many variables are there? Let's say Murali space Tenali space Krishna is there. Murali space Tenali space some other name is there, right? My first name, middle name, and surname. It won't understand all those. I have a space there. Space is nothing but a delimiter. So since user haven't mentioned double trailing here, it will simply skip this, because even I can have 10 variables here. I don't mind. All I need is user define one variable in the input statement. After I read one variable, I'll simply leave that particular record.
Yeah, got it. So if we use double trailing, so it will consider it as multiple records in the same line.
Correct. In that case, it will read Murali as the first variable, that is first record. Tenali is the second record. Krishna is the third record. Anu is the fourth record.
Yes. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I have one question.
Just give me a moment.
In case double space, what it comes? Murali space Murali double space Tenali, what it comes?
Murali has to wait for a moment, I guess.
Hey, apologies guys, call from office, that's the reason I asked you to place on the mute. Yeah, sorry, who is asking this question? Just could you please repeat it?
Yeah, Chiru.
Yeah.
In case Murali double space Tenali, so what it comes?
Even if I have 10 spaces, it is simply considered as a single space only.
Okay.
Right? Suppose if you have 2 commas, right? Still it is considered as a single comma because it will be only a delimiter. But you are defining three variable values in your input, and between these 2 variables you want to read the value as a missing value, then you have to use DSD. So there is an option called DSD, delimiter separated data. I have to use it when between the 2 consecutive delimiters, if I want to read the value as a missing value, that I have to create.
Okay,
right?
fine.
I think Chiru, I think you haven't followed that class. That's the reason we are getting this out, but that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Questions? Any other questions from anyone? All right. I think there is one more question asked by someone. I couldn't recollect it, but that is also related to the length statement. I was amazed to see that particular question. Let me go with that. That question is. Let me check at my mobile, guys. I know that it is somewhere, but just give me a second. I couldn't find it, but I remember the question. I don't know who asked us, but I remember the question. Let me go with that.
Yeah, I asked two questions, Murali. One is regarding the length, and the second one is about the space.
The position is changing whenever the length is using.
Yeah.
So
that's the question.
That is also you only asked, right?
Yeah. I asked the question.
Okay. Let me go with that. That's really a nice one. Let's say save as student info underscore new. Okay. Let's say my data is like this. Let's say there are only two records. One is Murali Krishna, another one is Thenali. Okay. If I want to read this, guys, let's say save this student info underscore new. Let's go with list input method because we have been using it. Correct? This is the question, right? This is going to be underscore info underscore new. How many variables I want to read? It's the same number of variables, right? There's no change in the number of variables. I have student ID, I have section, I have name, I have age, and I have gender, and I have location. All the variables are going to be the same, except that DLM is going to be only one, that is comma. Correct? If I read it, what is going to happen as is I want to read it? My name is getting truncated. Correct? Why it is getting truncated? Because it is going more than 8 bytes of the length. Correct? So what I have to do now, since it is going more than 8 bytes of the length, let's say I want to reduce the length of it. Sorry, I want to increase the length of it. Let's say I want to go with the increase the length of it by 20. Totally, I want to go with 20 as a length. So what you're going to do, you take this, you're going to use the length statement, and you'll say that it is going to be 20 dot. Right? And you'll run it. You're going to read it properly. What happened? Have I used the wrong code? I given to the student ID. It's supposed to be me. You're going to get your data correctly, right? But you can see that the order of the variables are changed because name has come to the first one. Correct? This is the one someone asked me when they changed to when they I think so. You only, right?
Yeah, that
very
was
good
the question.
Yes. So it is not surprising. I have explained this in another way, but I haven't by the time we went with the explanation, the order haven't changed because we haven't given the order, we haven't given the change in length to the irregular. I can say that in whatever the way they present, in the same way we have given the length.
Yeah, so I think you changed the length only for the first way.
Exactly. I shrink the length for the student ID, not to the name, right? So, but the explanation remains going to be the same. Let me go with that explanation. Check where I have this. It's okay. Let me go with the new one. Simple answer only. Let's strictly go with how the PDV works. So let's go with the same structure, no changes to the anything. So what is the first statement? Data student. The moment you say data student, what it is going to do? It is going to create a table called student. Done. Statement number 1 is done. After that, you're going with the other thing, that is nothing but statement number 2. What is my statement number 2? Length name 20 dot. If I want to assign a length of 20 to a variable, that variable should exist, right? Without creating a variable, can I assign a length? Not possible. So this length statement, what it is going to do? It is going to create a variable called name, whose data type is going to be character, whose length is equal to 20. That is the meaning of it. Done. Correct. After that, what is going to happen? The next line is going to be infile. It is saying that, hey, this is your input file. If you want to read this particular input file, you need to use a delimiter of comma. Okay. What's next? Go with the input. I have to create these input files, sorry, these input variables. What is the first one? Student ID. But already the first variable here, as per my length statement, is name. So I cannot move this one, right? So my second variable will be here. Student ID is going to be my second variable. Section is going to be the third variable. Name is already present. I cannot override, right? From the beginning, you're saying that we cannot override once the variable is created. I will leave it as it is. Then I'll go with age. Then I will go with gender. Then I will go with location. Am I correct? Up to this is okay. Description part, all of you are okay? Can I take quick confirmation? Description part. Why
Yes.
the name has
Yes,
come
sir.
first, right? Then take your input file. This is my input file. Let's take the first one. This is my record number 1. So when I have my record number 1, from the first variable 2 till I have my first delimiter is going to be my variable number 1. So A101. Next is A. Next is Murali Krishna. Next is 15. Next is M. Next is Hyderabad. Correct? Now the question is, will it take the variables in the same order it is created, or will it take the variables as per the order it is created in your input statement? It always take based on the input statement. Correct? That's what we are doing, right? Every time I'm explaining. So what is the meaning here? First one is going to be student ID. So student ID value equal to 101. So student ID value 101, it is going to fill here. Correct? Student ID value is 101. Section value is A. Name is Murali Krishna. Again, age is equal to 15. Gender equal to M. Location equal to Hyderabad. Done? No issues with entering the data also, right? Is this clear to everyone now? Do you remember this explanation that I'm giving for every time I'm explaining with PDV? You remember, right, guys? You can see this.
Yes, Murali. Yeah, description portion and the data portion in the PDF.
Exactly. Exactly. You always need to stick with your PDV. No changes in that. It's always your PDV. Just follow. That's what I said on the day 1. How good you are able to understand your how SAS works, that good you will be in SAS. Have I changed anything here? No, right? I just went with PDB statement by statement. I have executed. I just put it in the Excel and I just completed it. So let's see. Is that understandable?
Yeah, I got it. But is it not possible to get the variable name as per my order? Like I want to get the variable name as a third column. So is it not possible in this way?
It's absolutely possible. But I have to go with another way. Let's say data student, let's say student underscore one, retain. I have to use a new statement called retain. This is the retain order. And then set student. What happened to this? Just a second. Done? Is this what you need? The same order how we want it? Or you can also do it in another way. Done? Either the ways you can do. There are so many ways. Not only these two, there are so many ways. These are the straightforward and simple ways. That's the reason I have explained this here. This retain and this retain will come into your what to say, right from module number 3. I'll start using this wherever I use say first dot, last dot and all. I'll use this. Proc SQL, there is a separate module for it. In the Proc SQL, you can do whatever the rearrangement you want to do for the columns. So let's see, is that understandable?
Yeah. Can you just once show this program what you have written?
So I use the retain statement if I want to go with the data step. All right. If I want to go with Proc SQL, I just, yeah.
Yeah, when you're using this retain statement, you did not use the length statement anywhere, right?
No, I'm reading the data set here. So this is reading a file. Here I'm not reading the file, I'm reading the data set. I'm reading the SAS table as is, and I'm reordering the variables. So don't get confused. That's what I'm saying to you. It is little overhead at this particular point of time, because I haven't covered all these things, because we are just doing a baby step. When you're doing the baby steps, if you take too much things into your head, it will be difficult for you. Right? We are going to cover all this. We are going to cover all this. Is that clear?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the reason I'm asking you. Don't take it too much. Okay, just hold on, just keep it low. So when we start progressing with our program, you know, obviously you will come to know all these things. Don't worry, I don't skip anything. Any other questions?
Sir, I have a doubt. Even we can also assign the length in input itself, right? Like name, dollar, suppose it's like 10 dot. Then we can get the same order.
Yes,
can
you
we
can
get
do.
it?
Yeah, you can get it, but it is going to be a bit different, because in the length, if you want to use it, if I want to use the length in the input statement, I have to use another thing called, I just mentioned only one modifier here, right? Ampersand modifier. So there you have to use colon modifier. If I don't use a colon modifier, and if I use it, there are some issues. I'll deal that issues. I'll talk about that issues when I speak about colon modifier. This is ampersand modifier. So what you're trying to say is, why can't I assign the length directly here, right? Wherever my name is there after this, why can't I put, 20 dot, 30 dot? I can do that, right? Yes, you can do that, but it won't work in all the cases. There are some exclusions. I'll teach those exclusions and I'll help you with that program as well. I think if you remember, I said for explaining what is this? At the rate, single trailing, I need to cover few things. I said this is one of the item. This is one.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Right. Any other questions from anyone? Okay then. Thanks everyone. See you tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Monday. Right? Next class is on Monday.
Thanks.
Thank
Bye.
you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks everyone.
Thank
See
you,
you.
sir. Take care.
Thank
Bye.
you.
All right. So let me start. And I think if I'm not wrong, today we are going to discuss formats. That's what I have mentioned last time, correct? So we'll continue with the formats today. If I complete the formats, then I can go ahead with the other part. The other part is nothing but my SAS options in that single trailing that is pending here, correct? Right. Okay then. Let's start with formats today. Before I start with the formats, any questions from anyone? I might have missed it. That's the reason I'm asking. Any questions from anyone? Okay. First of all, there are two things in formats, or I can say that there are two topics that we have to discuss here. One is going to be informats and the other one is formats. Both of them are, that is, if I have one format, the same format I can use it as an informat. The informat can be used as a format. Maybe the syntax for that is going to be almost same. It depends on how you are using. Let me teach you that. First of all, let us say I have a data like this. Okay, before I start with this, guys, all these days I'm depending upon input files like this, right? Let's say student info new like this. I'm having all the time I have some data and I'm taking this data for the reference, or this is my input file, correct? So today what we can do is, let's say this is my input. For this input, what is your code? So let me go to the list input method, or let me take it from, yeah, vehicle information. Let's take this. So I'm trying to read the data from vehicle numbers underscore one, correct? So when I try to read the data from vehicle numbers underscore one, so I'm going to read it. Since here everything is a delimiter, proper delimiter data, all I'm going to do is I'm just going to mention what is my input and what is my input file, correct? So by having these two, if I run this particular one, I can read the data accurately, correct? I have state, RTO code, serial number and vehicle number. All these details I can perfectly read because it's a proper delimited file, correct? And I can see this here. So now this is a, let's say that here my input file is just 4 records. So I don't find any issues. Let us say my input file is of around 1 lakh records. How many are there? 1 lakh records. For the 1 lakh records, whatever the code I am writing, if the code is failed, unnecessarily I am giving my input of 1 lakh and it is going to test that particular code for all records and it will get failed. Why should I do that? Instead, why can't I take a sample code? Sorry, why can't I take a sample data out of this 1 lakh records? Let me take only 2 records. I take these 2 records as a sample. For this particular sample, I'll write my code. If my code works perfectly, then I can apply the same for the entire file. If I do that, can I save some time and I can save some memory? My system memory, I can save it. At the same time, I can save the time also. Am I correct? Everyone accept that? Guys, what I'm trying to say here is making sense. All I'm saying is, instead of applying your code on your 1 lakh input records, why can't you apply on 10 records or 20 records? Just take a sample and apply your code on that particular sample. If your code works on that particular sample, automatically you replace your sample with the full file. In that way, you can save your time. At the same time, you can save your execution time, execution resources. Am I correct or not? Can I get a quick confirmation? What is your view on it?
Yes, yeah.
Whatever I'm
yes.
saying is correct or not?
Yes,
Makes sense,
yeah.
right?
We
Yeah,
understand.
perfect. Yeah. Yes. So instead of applying on the entire file, I can take a sample out of it. For an example, so instead of working on this, I just took only 2 records, right? So what infile will say? Infile will say that what is your input file is. So now my input file is this. So system will read it. Now what I'm trying to say is, hey, this is not my input file. This is not my input file. My input file I'm placing in my code itself. At the end of the code, just before your run statement, I'll write one simple block, data lines and semicolon. Whatever I write between the data lines and semicolon, this is called null semicolon, because I don't have anything, just the semicolon. Whatever I write between the data lines and semicolon, between that whatever I place is nothing but my input. This is my input. So what is my input file now? My input file I'm not reading from the external file, that is I'm not going redirecting to a text file, I'm not redirecting to some CSV file and all. Instead, I have my data within the code itself. So this is my input file, right? So just mention the same here. My infile is not any text file or a CSV file. Instead, my infile is data lines. Make sense? Now from where it is trying to read the data? Yeah, now it is trying to read the data from data lines itself. Can you see this?
Sir,
I'm just executing this. Yes, please.
If we don't use infile with data lines, it will work definitely, right? If you only write the data lines in the statement.
Let's say that, okay, I got your question. Let's say that I don't even use this. I don't even use input infile statement. But as long as your data lines is there in your code, it will work. Right? Even you can see it in your log, you can see that, no, it read the data and it has listed. But if you don't have data lines and you don't have any infile, then it will throw a message to you that is error to you. It will say that no infile statement at the same data line statement is there, not there, at the same time external file is not there. That error you are going to get. Now can you see? No data lines are infile statement. You have not mentioned the infile statement and your code doesn't have data lines. So that's the reason I couldn't read it. But in general, the best way is going to be, the best practice is going to be, irrespective of whether you are reading from the data lines or you are reading from the external file, always write your infile statement. Right? Suppose if it is going to be a, whatever you have here, if it is going to be a comma delimited one, let's say that it's a comma delimited one, this one. So now if it's a comma delimited one, you have to use DLM option, right? If you want to use DLM option, you must use infile statement. There is no other go, right? Because it's infile option. Then only it will be. Make sense? So always have a best practice that just maintain your infile statement, irrespective of whether you're going with the delimiters or irrespective of whether you're going with the infile options or not. Always write infile. Just mention whether you're doing from the data lines or you're doing from the external files. Clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation? What is the uses of data lines?
Is this sequence is necessary, like data lines? Can we put it before the input?
Means before the input means?
Means,
oh, you mean to say that? Okay,
yeah,
this one,
yeah,
this
yeah.
block. Right?
Yeah.
I mentioned that clearly. Yeah, I mentioned that clearly. Your data lines block must be the last last in your code, that is just in front of your run statement. The
Okay,
data lines block
understand.
should be the last block before your run statement. Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Okay.
it will not read. Right. Questions? All of you understand why do you use data lines? For testing purpose or for sample purpose, we generally write here, generally use your data line statement. Clear?
Sir.
Right. Yes. Perfect. Now, why I'm doing this is because now from here onwards, instead of going with the infile statement like this, going to the input and change it, I can simply change here. That's the advantage. That is the reason I'm using it here. Okay. Now, let's talk about formats and informats now. Let's say I'm not using DLM here. Let's say it's going to be a normal, right. It's a normal space delimited file. In the space delimited file, I have the spaces as the delimiters. I have the spaces as the delimiters. Now, all I'm doing here is, let's say I'm adding one more. That is, what is the cost of this particular vehicle? Right? What is the price of this particular vehicle? Let's say AP09CK5409 is nothing but my car number. Let's say that my car cost is of around 9 lakhs. Or I can simply say, how much is the, I'd say, tax I'm paying for it, or road tax I'm paying for it. Let's say I'm paying a road tax of 5,000 rupees for it. Just I'm saying. In the second case, is it's a bike to me. So for the bike, I'm just paying the road tax of around, let's say that, 500 rupees. Or I can say that 1,200 rupees. So there is a new variable I have added here. What is a new variable? Tax paid. Right? Or you can say that it's more relative means fine. How much is the fine I have paid for this particular one? Maybe because of the, speeding, or you can say that without using a helmet, or you can say whatever it is, fines paid for it. So fines paid is going to be a number. This is a number, right? 5,000 and 1,200. But when I read it, you can see that I'm getting a missing value here. I'm getting a missing value here. Can someone tell me why I'm getting a missing value here? You can also verify the log.
It's the comma that's coming in the last number.
Exactly. You can see that even in the log, it is saying that invalid data for fine paid. It is saying that for fine paid, you can see this particular line. For fine paid, it's invalid data. It is not able to read the comma because comma is a special character. So comma is a special character. Obviously, it has to be defined as a character, but not as a numeric. Correct? But in general, if you go to our regular thing, let's say you're typing in an Excel. In Excel, you're going to say your 1,001,200 is going to be a number, or it is going to be a character for you. Obviously, it's going to be a character for me, right? When we represent the numbers, we always represent with the commas, right? Amount, or it is going to be a salary, or these kind of things and all. We are going to put it as a comma only, correct? So, for our point of view, this is a number. From system point of view, from SAS point of view, it's supposed to be a character, correct? How to do this? If I keep this as a character now, right? If I try to read this as a character, there is another disadvantage. What is that? If it is a character, I cannot perform mathematical calculations on top of it, right? Right? Let's say I got a, rebate on this, that is discount on this. Let's say that after paid this particular challenge, I got a discount saying that, hey, since you have paid your fines, that within short period of time you have paid it. So what I'm trying to do is I'm just giving some benefit to you. Let's say that some discount to you. The discount is nothing but 10% of your total fine. But if I want to do that, I have to multiply my fine paid with 0.1, that is 10%. But I can only do mathematical calculations on the numerical values, but not on the character values. Correct? So the tricky part here is, if I try to read it as a numeric, system is not alive. But if I read it as a character, I cannot do mathematical calculations. But first of all, it is not a character data. It's supposed to be a numeric data to me. Am I correct or not? All the scenarios are correct. It is not a character. It must be a number. I have to read it as a number, not as a character. But as long as comma is there, I cannot read it as a numeric. Am I correct? All the 4 scenarios are correct. Everyone?
Yes.
Now, how to handle this? So I have to tell SAS that, hey, this 5000, whatever you can see, whatever the 5000 you can see, it is a numeric only, but it is in a non-standard form. So what is the standard form of numeric data? It will accept only the numbers from 0 to 9. It is going to accept a decimal point. It is going to accept whether it is a plus or minus. That's it. But whatever you can see, the comma is non-standard data to me. Now I need to guide SAS. Hey, you have to read this particular one, or we need to guide SAS how to read the data. So what Informats will do? Informats will guide SAS how to read the data. In other words, it will convert non-standard data to standard data. Is that understandable? So I'm going to guide SAS. Hey, it is number only, but is in a comma format. You have to read it as a comma format value of a number. While storing it, you don't need to store it with a comma. You need to convert this non-standard data of 5000 into standard data. To do that particular one, I have to use Informat. So Informat, which one? Find paid. What is this? I said it's a comma separated one, right? So I'm saying comma 5 dot. I'll tell you how to read it. Let me complete this. Now can you see 5000, 1200, and you can see that it's reading as a number, not as a character. So what happened here? The moment you use Informat, you're guiding SAS how to read this find paid variable. This is a numeric. While reading this particular one, you have to use a format called comma 5 dot. What is this format is all about? I'll come to that. All right. Let's say this is find paid. I also have one more variable. Let's say that rebate. How much is the rebate you got it? So for the rebate, they're saying that not a rebate. Let's say total road tax. They also have a road tax. Road tax is also a number. Let's say for around 6 lakh car, the road tax is around, let's say that 55,000. Just I'm telling. Let's say that 52,250.75. For the second one, let's say for this particular one, it is going to be some 7,850.25. So what is happening here? I have to read one more variable which is also in a comma format. Correct? So for this particular one, I'm going to say there is one more variable that is going to be a road tax, which is also going to be a numeric variable, but it is in a different format. So it is a comma format only, but you can see the total length 2, 3, 3 plus 3, 6, 6 plus 3, 9. So comma 9 dot. After the decimal points, I have two variables. Now run this. I'll explain guys how to write the formats. Don't worry. What happened? Just give me a second. Something went wrong. Invalid data for fine paid.
Isn't the semicolon missing over there?
No. No, you can see that both of them are in the same line, find paid and row tags. And here state, RTO code, serial number, vehicle number, find paid, and also row tags. Everything is proper. Let me run it one more time. Let's see. It is saying that AP0 up to find paid it read properly. For find paid it went wrong. Let's see what is the value it has taken for the find paid. So that it is saying that invalid data for second one, not for the first one, correct? Let me see what happened if I don't read it. Then again I can come back on it, the other part. So row tags is not there. So when I don't have a row tags, it is reading it properly, right? Okay. After the row tags, I have one more variable, which variable is going to be something like tags. First we do, here we'll put it this. So we'll say tags. I will leave it as a number. So here I put something like 10,000.
Murli, I just have that. After the comma 9.2, last time we kept, right? In the last code, after comma 5 dot, like 9.2 dot, should we put or the semicolon?
Oh, no, that should be the right way. But I understand what is the mistake.
I'm just asking. It's not.
No. It's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. Whatever you are guessing is right. So this is comma 9.2. And try this. What went wrong? Nothing we did. Same comma 9.2 we used. Correct? Let me try this. It's coming, right? Nothing we have changed, right? Let's go back to just use Ctrl Z and let's go back to what we have used before. Yeah. This is the one we used, correct? Comma 9.2 and everything is as it is. Let me run this. Here again I'm facing this problem. What is that problem?
So do we need to put a dot after like 9.2 dot? Is it something like that?
No. 9.2 dot, it is giving an error. That's not the right way. So let me check. What is the difference between this?
In the last example, the tax one is not the same one. Like one is smaller number and the other one is a bigger number, I guess. Like it's not.
Okay, let's go with this 57,000. And let's go with the other one as just 2,000.
Yeah.
I'm able to read it. Bit tricky, right? Yeah. This is the one I have used. right? Row tags, here also row tags, comma 9.2, comma 9.2, 52,000. Now what I'll do is, let's change this to tags. Maybe we can see tags. That's it. No other changes I have made. It is not reading, right? Let's go with Control Z. Let me change the values. No changes in the code, only the values has been changed. Still it is not. Something is tricky here. Again, it is reading. So there is some encoding issues which are happening, correct? No changes in the code, only when I change the values, it is automatically given there, correct? That's fine, it's okay, it's okay. Just leave that particular one. Anyways, all we need is how to use your formats and informats. So let's proceed with this because we have the same data, right? Everything is same as usual, but one last thing let me try because it's really fishy. Yeah, these are the numbers we have used, right? Let me put delete and space, and let me try. It's working now. Maybe I have used a tab or something when I'm typing this, but overall you can see that comma 5 dot I'm using here, comma 9.2 I'm using here. Everything remains going to be the same. No, Harini, default length 8 only. That is for character. Even for the numeric, it is the default length is 8, but it is capable of storing the data by converting into exponential. But here it is not. Here it is not going to be more than 8 also. So not an issue. Not an issue. Okay, it's okay. So first thing I have to tell is, because I have picked up two different examples here. Number one, a value without a decimals, a value with a decimal point. All right. So for both of them, I'll explain how it will works. So the format for this is that the informat for this is for the comma and all. The syntax is like this: comma w dot d, where w stands for width, d stands for after decimal points how many digits are there. After decimal point, how many digits are there? How many digits you have to have after the decimal points? So for that, you can see here for the first one, I don't have any decimal point. So I simply use comma. What is the total length? 1, 2 plus 3, 5. So I use comma 5 dot. For the second one, what is the total length? 3 plus 3, 6 plus 3, 9. The total width is 9, including comma, including decimal point. After that, after decimal point, I have 2, so I just put 2, right? So you can see here, you can ask me about, only for the first one I have 9, for the second one it is only 8, right? You cannot reduce the length, you can always give more length than specified. For an example, in this case, I can simply give comma 25.2. So any value up to 25 characters it will take. Clear? Is that understandable? All I'm trying to do is I'm trying to convert my non-standard data into standard data by using my informat. Questions? Any questions?
So informants is nothing but SAS defined, right? Because we are giving our like the maximum length or maximum.
Right. So, yeah, there are two types of formats. I can call it as an informat or I can call it as a format as well. Why means informat means how SAS need to read the data. You're guiding SAS how to read the data. right? There is another thing called format. You guide SAS how to write your data. So now I'm just saying that format followed by the fine paid, I just want to say it's a comma 5 dot, and tax it is a comma 25.2. The difference is going to be, now you can see here, if I go to the properties, it is saying that these two values you read with the informates. Can you see this here, right? Informates, comma 5 dot, comma 25.2 you have used. But if you see the output, you are reading the output as a comma. But once you store the data into a SAS data set, do you see any commas there? No, right? But my user want to see the commas. He want to see the data into the comma separated format. So what I can do? Now I apply formats. Though SAS will not store commas because it's going to be a character data, I'm guiding SAS how to convert your standard data into non-standard data. You're guiding SAS how to write your data. Now if I run this, can you see now? 5,000, 52,250,75. So in the first case, I'm telling SAS how to read the data by using the informate. In the second case, I'm telling SAS how to write the data. Remember, still these two are numerics only. So you read this by using the informate of comma 5. You write this data by writing a format of comma 5 dot. Make sense? Able to follow what I'm trying to say here, everyone?
For the second one, for the second one format, can you please repeat one more time? Because informate I understand, but the format maybe I'm not.
Okay. See, 5,00,000 is a non-standard data. Correct? It is not a numeric. Per SAS, as per SAS, it is not a numeric. Correct? But what I want to say, hey, it is a numeric only, but in the real world, it is in the comma separated format, or it is inclusive of commas. So what I'm asking SAS is, read this data by using comma w.t informate, and while storing, store this as a 5,000. 5,000 is a non-standard data. By using a informate, I'm helping SAS how to read it. I'm asking SAS to read this by using comma 5 dot and store the value as a numeric. Once it's stored, its value is 5,000. Up to this understandable?
Yes.
Everyone, up to this understandable? Okay. Now, but whoever the user is, this I'm going to send it to the user, right? After doing all my calculations and everything. My user is expecting this in the comma format only. My user is expecting the output in comma format. But SAS standard format is only 500. It won't accept the commas. So now again I'm asking SAS that, hey, use some formats. In my case, use comma 5 dot format and convert this into non-standard data like this and send it to the user. I'm guiding SAS how to display the data. So I'm guiding SAS how to read the data here by using informate. I'm guiding SAS how to send the data to the output by converting into the non-standard data. Let me give you one more example so that you can understand this. So that fine paid, you can see that it is not, while reading, you can read it as a comma, but while sending it, let's say that it is not a regular currency, it is a US currency. Let's go with $5 dot. Display the data in dollars. Now if you run it, can you see? Now is it making sense? Then
Yes.
format itself is changed. You can see it is showing $5,000. It is showing $250,75. That is, while reading, I read that by using comma, but while displaying, I'm using $display. Is that making sense, guys? Now it is all about how to read it, how to write it. Just I'm putting a mask on top of it. Still, it is a number only. It is a number only, but I'm just using various formats to display it. Questions?
There's a question. Hello.
Sorry. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So what I have understand is that informats we basically use for inputting, right? If you want to input data so that SAS can easily read it. And if we want to use format we use for output. Like if our user is asking for data to show
Exactly.
the data, what I got.
Exactly.
Okay.
Sure. So informats will tell you how to read your input. As long as input is a standard format, I don't have any issues. SAS directly can read it. If the input is in non-standard format, you're guiding SAS how to read your input. When it comes to the format, the data is standard now, but you want to display the data in non-standard format. For that, you are using the formats. Understandable? Bit tricky, but not too difficult. You can see this example. While reading, you are reading 5000 by using comma 5 dot and you are storing as 5000 in SAS. While keeping into the output, I'm saying $5 dot and I'm storing this as $5000. Dollar is also non-standard, comma is also non-standard. While reading, I'm using informate and I'm reading. While writing to the output, I'm using the formats. I can also use the same format, but here I just use two different formats to differentiate it. How much we can understand? Ask me any number of times, I will explain, but don't keep this in mind as a doubt. Everyone, please. Guys, all of you are clear with your formats?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can we? Yeah. I have a question. Yeah. Instead of comma or dollar, can we use any special character? Like if I want to use percentage, so can I use that instead of dollar or comma?
No. These are formats. These formats are SAS defined formats. There are formats which are already there in the SAS. These are SAS defined formats, right? Let's say other than SAS defined formats, if I want to use something else, right? These are currencies, right? Comma is one of the regular standard one. Dollar is the currency. I can use them directly. But other than that, if I want to use something special, let me tell you one thing. I can also create user-defined formats and I can do it. I'll give you one simple example that will give a lot of clarity. Just give me a moment. So I have data like this, right? I have the name and I have the gender. But you can see here, the gender I'm reading as a numbers 1 and 2. But if I read it, the gender as a 1 and 2, it will not make much sense, right? So what I want to do is, I want to display wherever gender equal to 1, I want to display this as a male. Wherever gender is equal to 2, I want to display that as a female. Or M and F. That is what I want to display. So for that, what I can do is, without changing the data, I can apply formats. Let's say I'm creating some user-defined format. I am defining format as per my wish, right? I'll talk about formats in the procedures, but I'm showing this to you now. So I'm creating a format called gender description. This is my format. I'm creating it. So what I'm trying to do now is, wherever you have one, I'm asking system to display that as, that is gender, display this as gender description by using this format. Now can you see when I run this, what is happening there? Gender is still a numeric. Can you see? Gender is still a numeric, but this gender, the numeric gender, I'm using a gender description format, and I'm just putting a mask, and that mask is something like wherever 1 is there, 1 will be displayed as a M, but the original value of gender is still 1 only. Suppose if I want to write one condition now, let's say data, I just want only male records, data male, set is equal to your input is nothing but the test. I'm applying a condition now. If gender equal to 1, because the data still is 1 only, then output and run. Now we can see if the value will be stored, the 1 is stored as M, but in my output I'm seeing as M. For me it is displaying as M, but the original output is not M, it is 1 only. You can see here. Can you see? I'm not writing a conditional gender equal to M. I'm writing a conditional gender equal to 1. Then only it is working. Suppose if I say gender is equal to M and if I write it, it will throw you an error because I don't find anything called gender equal to M. Because I don't find it. Right? Invalid data for the numeric because I don't find it. So what you need to understand here is, it is just a mask that we put it on top of your data. So it is still 1, but the displaying as M by using a format. Is that understandable? Everyone, is this clear now? Before comma was there, comma I read it by saying that, hey, my data is in a comma separated format, so read it. That's what I said. Right? In the second case, what is happening? I have 1 as a value, 1 I'm displaying as a M. I'm putting a mask on top of it. Is it understandable, guys? Everyone? Making sense or difficult to understand? Let me know, no problem.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay. Thank you.
How about others, guys? Right? Your guiding says how to read it. Your guiding says how to write it. To read, you're using informat. To write, you're using format. A very simple topic. But for the beginners, I know that it is always confusing, but you'll get habituated to it once you go with, once you started using it. You'll get habituated to it. Is that clear, guys? Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Perfect. Right. So we also tried user-defined formats. User-defined formats we do later. Right? The block formats and all we do later. Now let's come back and talk about, this is formats and informat. So this is only 2 formats I have talked so far. There are so many formats, especially if you go to date and time, there are hell a lot of formats are available. I'll give you a list of all the formats and informats. Even you can get it from the web. I'll just do it right away. Just give me a moment. There are hell a lot of formats will be there. I'll try to give the list of it. So from documentation.sas, this is the official page of SAS. From here itself, we'll pick it up. Just a second. Can you see here? So you just have some data here. Now you can go ahead with informat. I need informats, not only this. SAS informats list. There should be a very big list. Here it is. Here it is. Can you see? These are all SAS informats, guys. You can see that. Let's go pages. All these are SAS informats only, right? So you can use SAS informates and formats, but I can give you the complete list. Not this, I'll give you the complete list. Here it is. You got it finally. Can you see this one? Each one is going to be informate list. So under the numeric, we just now tried comma WD, comma WD is the one we have tried now. Correct? You can see these are all formats. These are all date formats. These are all column formats. These are all character formats. There are so many, but you don't need to remember everything. So whatever is required, I'll tell you now. Whatever is required, I'll go ahead with that. Okay. So there are so many formats and informates. So we just go with the basic formats that are required. Under the numeric, you just need to remember these two, that is comma format as well as dollar format. Those are more than sufficient. But when it comes to the date formats and informate, there are so many. There are so many. When we go to the date formats, I'll explain them. Okay. Up to this, all of you are clear? Can I quickly go to one option that is missing here, input option, that is single trailing option. I'll complete it and I'll come back on this again. Is that okay? Everyone? Perfect. Let me go back. Let me write one simple data. The same example I'm going to take, but I'll do it in a different way. SAS options, single trailing. This is my data. Let's remove the last two. Let's keep it one. Any one we can keep it. Right. Zero 07 FK 1045 8770 2400 1258 BU or BN. Yes, this is your data. This is your data. So the problem here is going to be, if you see this properly, my find paid is not in a single format, correct? For AP, it is in a comma format. For TN, it is in a dollar format, correct? For AP, it is in a comma format. For TN, it is in a dollar format. So how to read it? Suppose if I go with, I'll go with one informate of, because it's a single variable, right? I can write only one format. So I'll say informate find paid. The find paid is going to be comma 5 dot. So if I use this, only AP data I can read correctly. Hey, what happened? It automatically read the remaining. What? Let me go with something else. Give me a second. Because it already involved, so it is reading everything correctly. Let me try a different option. If I use dollar also, the same thing will happen. 1, 2, 3 plus 3, $6, $6 dot. We'll read it. What else I can use? Comma 35. Comma 5.
Or if you try reading it without format.
Now you are getting. You can see. I just changed the data. Now you can see for find paid. If you see that for the first one, comma 8.2, these two are able to read properly. For AP, the data is correct. But if I go with the TN, the data is wrong. It is reading irregularly. Correct. Whatever is applied, it is reading. So what I have to do now? I should not read the data just like that. If it is AP, for AP, I have to read the data by using comma 8.2. If it is going to be TN, I have to apply a different format to this particular one. That is dollar format. Am I correct? I couldn't do that after reading the data. I have to do it while reading the data itself. Am I correct or not? So how to do that is now don't read find paid here. Don't read it. Don't read anything here. Read up to this state, RTO code, serial number, vehicle number. Read up to this. So I have to read one more variable, which is nothing but my find paid, right? So the find paid variable, I need to read conditionally based on the state. So if I don't go like this, if I just use like this, SAS what will do? I have to read 4 variables. I read the 4 variables. I'll leave it. I'll go to the next record. That's what he did here. But here, I'll put single trailing. I'll put at the rate. The moment I put at the rate, SAS understand that there are not 4 variables. There is one more variable or more than 4 variables available now, right? The user said after 4 variables, he's saying that don't go to the next line. Don't go to TN. Wait here. You have to read one more variable. So I'm asking SAS to stop there. That is, you read up to this. 4 variables are completed. Ideally, since I have put only 4 variables in the input, after this it will go to the next line. But since I have used at the rate, SAS will not go to the next line. It will stop there. Then I'll say if state equal to conditions, I'll tell you later, guys. How to write the conditions, I'll tell you later. If state equal to AP, then if state equal to AP, then if this is the case, then what you have to do? I'll say then do. I'll tell you all these conditions later, but what is important to you is if state equal to AP, what I have to do? If state equal to AP, then do input find. How much is the find paid? This is the find paid, right? Input find variable, you have to read it. And then informate find, which is comma a dot. Let's run this. Can you see now? What is happening? I said that when the input is this, then only I have to do reading of that particular one. Right? You understand what I'm trying to say is conditionally I'm reading. So only for the AP I'm applying this format, only for the AP I'm reading this variable. So how about the other one? I'll say if not, if that is not the condition, else if, I'll repeat the same. State is equal to TN, then what I have to do? For that also you read input find, but the informate is different. The informate is going to be $1, 2, 3, 3 plus 3, $6, $6. Now see, is it right now in both the cases? So what I'm trying to say, I'm asking SAS, hey, I need to read the data conditionally. So suppose if you see, if I don't put this particular single trailing here, if I remove it, now see what is going to happen. because after reading it is because it is reading all the variables. If it is reading all the variables, all the 4 variables it is reading, it is coming out. After that, it is saying if the state is equal to AP, fine, do this. I don't have any variable to confirm state equal to TN. I'm leaving it. But if I put @ here, single trailing here, now what will happen? After reading these 4 variables, SAS wait here in this line. It will wait here. Then, because user said @ then it will say if state equal to AP in the one record that I have read so far, if state is equal to AP, then input find, read one more variable called find. But find is in the non-standard format. So what format I have to use? Comma 8.2. Done. Then go to the next line. In the next line, I read all these 4 variables are read by using this input. Then I put @ if in the @ again it is going to wait here. If state equal to TN, what I have to do now? Again I have to read this find variable with $6. I read it. If I want, I can apply a common format for everything. Suppose format find, I can just simply use $20.2. So it's going to be a common format for both of them. After reading, I'm applying a common format. You can see that everything is in the dollar format. Even if I go to my columns here, now I can see clear. Understandable? Everyone? Do you understand what is the usage of your? Sorry?
Just one quick question for single trailing. So instead of single trailing, if we put the variable name find there, then it will work or no?
Okay, I'll tell you what you are asking. I got it. Let me do it. So what you're saying is, why should you use this single trailing? Instead of that, why can't you use find itself directly? Correct?
Yes, yeah, perfect.
Is that what your question? Yeah. If you do that, okay, let's do it. What happened? My 5th variable I need to read. What is my 5th variable? Find. But for the find, I have not given any. Let's say that for the find, I have to go with the conditions. If state is equal to AP, then do. Okay, I read the variable 500235, but I haven't used any informat here, right? Let's see. Let's say if I remove this particular one, this is the classic case. Because I don't have any informat I haven't used. These are non-standard data. So obviously SAS read that as a missing value only. Correct? On missing value, you are applying these conditions. Whether if state equal to AP or whether if state is equal to TN, already my variable for find is readed here as a missing value. So on missing value, if you apply a format, what will happen? Nothing will happen. Am I correct or not?
Yes, yeah, understand.
So Mahendra, what we are trying to do here is, what we are trying to do is read only 4 variables. Wait there. After waiting there, because you already read state variable as state variable, if state variable equal to AP, then read find as comma 8.2. If the variable equal to TN, then read the find variable as $6, so that I don't find any issues. I'm asking SAS to wait and read the data conditionally.
Understand.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Everyone,
yes, thanks.
is it understandable? Guys, this is this is one of the most commonly asked interview question. Interviewers will twist like anything. They will say that I have a big input file. I have 2 colors there, red color, blue color. So there is a column called color. The color is going to have red and blue. So if it is blue, I have to read specific set of variables. If it is red, I have to read specific set of variables. How do you do it? Right? There also I have to use in this single trailing method. So first I have to read the only color variable. If color variable is matching with red, I have to use input statement and I have to read specific variables. Else I have to use the other method. Making sense, guys? Any questions?
Yeah, Murali. In the last example, like if AP is then do this and in that, is that else word important, or in your explanation you just wrote it down? Because if then options would be more than enough to.
No, that's what I said. Don't worry about the conditional formatting. No. You must use else, do, and everything you have to use, but that will fall under fall under conditional processing. So in module number 2, I'll explain this. How to write if statements, what is if else. That's the reason I said don't worry about what I'm writing here. Worry only about this particular one now.
Okay.
Okay. There is a separate topic called conditional formatting. So conditional formatting and loops. There I am going to decide. There I'm going to explain that.
But even without else, this program would work, right? Because we are saying if state AP, then do this. If state TN, then do this.
Yes. So suppose if I don't use else, what will happen is, okay, that's what the, okay, let me give you a bit of explanation why I have to use else here. I can also do this. You're saying this one, right? Why instead of else, why can't you use if itself on the second case also? I can get my output. The problem is, if I use this if statement will work on all the 4 variables. This all the 4 records. Okay. If I use else, if the meaning is you have to apply this particular block only on the records which are not satisfying this. Meaning, I have 4 records. If my state equal to AP, it is already successful, right? It is already successful, right? So this one, you can see this record. On this record, this condition will not be applicable. On this one, this condition is not applicable. Why? Because I have this already satisfied the first block, right? If I don't use else if, what will happen is, even on these records, it will check, the condition will be failed, and it will again go back to the next one. Why unnecessarily I have to check?
Yeah, time taking. Yes, got it.
Got it, right? Because I want to explain this in the conditional processing, but anyways, you have to ask this. I just went to this one.
Yeah, thank you.
Right? Why unnecessarily I have to check? Only on the conditions, only on the records which fail to meet this condition, I want to apply this. So where it will be useful is, I have 10,000 records. If I don't use else, the second block also will be applicable on 10,000. It will increase your
time
processing.
consuming. Yeah.
Exactly.
So basically,
I think you have a question.
Yeah. So basically, when we use the single trailing, it must have the if and else statement.
Definitely, because you are reading it conditionally.
Isn't it? Okay, yeah.
Okay. You are reading this conditionally. If you don't have a condition, if you don't have a condition, you don't need to go with single trailing, right? You don't need to wait.
That's true. Okay, understood.
Correct or not?
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, thanks.
Perfect. Any other questions? So today, 2 heavy topics. One is conditional formatting, or I can say that single trailing. Another one is formats. So formats is not end yet. So tomorrow, I'll go with date, time, and formats. Date and time formats. This is another interesting session because SAS handles date and time in altogether different way. So what is that? How to handle date and time formats? We are going to discuss in the tomorrow session. Clear? If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. If not, I'll wind up the session for today. Questions? I think Hasmi or Tulasi, I'm not sure. One of you have sent me a question, correct? I might missed it. Let me check.
Yes, sir.
I think Tulasi, you are the one, right?
No, it has me, I think. I didn't send any question.
Sorry, I haven't stored your numbers. I'll store now. I'll just save it, add it to my contacts. So Hasmi, your question is, what if we use records with different length in the formatted input method? How to use it? Correct? That's your question, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Tomorrow I'll explain that. In the date time, once I complete the date and time, that will be very much, I can say, like, very much applicable there. So I'll complete that and I can explain that question tomorrow.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Right? Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Right.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
So I said that I'm going to start with date formats or date and time format. This is what the topic that we are going to discuss today. So SAS behaves in a peculiar way when it comes to date and time, right? The reason for that is date and time. So according to you, let's say that I'm writing some of the date formats, right? Say regular, date formats. I'm just writing some regular date formats. Just go ahead with that. What we use as part of our day-to-day life. So today's date is going to be like, can I say, what is this? Today's 16th, right? 16th Feb 2021. So 16 Feb 2021. I can also write like this. 16 Feb 21. Or I can go like 16 to 2021 or 2/16 2021 or 16 to 21 or 2/16 21. Correct? I have written some of the regular date formats that we use as part of our day-to-day life. Now the question is, what do you think about them? Do you think by looking at the date here, so how SAS should read it? Should SAS read this as a number, that is numeric, or as a character? What do you think? How SAS stores date and time? What is your view, guys? Is it a numeric or is it a character?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a character because we
Character.
do not perform any mathematical calculations with date.
Who said so?
It's a character.
Let's say, no, Tulsi. Okay, let me go with Tulsi's answer first, then I can go with your answer, Haida. First thing, who said so? We don't perform any mathematical calculations on date. Let's say I give you my date of birth and I ask you to calculate age. I give you the date on which I have taken the loan and I ask you to calculate the interest so far. So I'm going to do some mathematical calculations on it, right?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, in that case, we have to do.
Okay, but by looking at this looks like a text, right? So Haider, you can go ahead now. So what is your view?
So first, before I was saying it's a character, but now I understood after you answered that we have to calculate our date of birth. So I was basically confused because we use a slash sign, right? So I thought there is a character data.
All right. So anyways, if you want to store it as a number now, but I can see the special characters there, and also I can see the text there. Correct? 16th Feb. Feb is going to be the characters there, and I can see forward slashes there. Again, those are going to be the characters. Right? So how? So what do you think now?
Basically, I think non-standardized. We will standardize, make it standardized.
Sorry?
I think it's non-standardized. Like we can make it.
Okay, you say you're trying to say that this is a non-standard data. Correct?
With the help of Informats, we will be we will be able to read, make SAS read.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's the right approach. So ideal case is, because I'm going to perform irrespective of whether I have the special characters there, whether I have the characters there, irrespective of that, I'm going to perform mathematical calculations on my date and time. So obviously I need to store them as a number. There's no doubt about it. Correct? But the question is how I can convert it, right? So the answer for that particular question is, First thing, SAS always stores the date in the form of numbers only. SAS always stores the date in the form of the numbers only. That is clear. Then what is that number is? Suppose I'm just going with, let's say, data, 10, some random value, and I'm just going with input here, right? Or I can say that there is one function called date function called today, which is going to give today's date to me, right? I'm just saying that today is equal to today of. So the meaning of this today of is it is going to give today's date. When I run this, you can see here what is today's date actually. 16th Feb 2021. Any one of these formats is supposed to get there, correct? But instead, can you see what is the date that I'm getting there? So what is the value of the date that I'm getting here? 22,327. SAS reading today's date as 22,327. It's a bit surprising, right? Definitely you'll get surprised by looking at this particular one. So obviously, which is not the right thing, or which is not the one that I'm expecting. Something unexpected is happening here. So I'm curious about how exactly SAS is storing this particular date. So I changed the values. For an example, something called, I said that ref, some random variable I'm creating. I'm saying that this ref is nothing but 1st Jan 1960. Don't worry about this date literals, what is this d and all, what is this function and all. I'm going to explain everything. So what I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to store 1st Jan 1960 that as a date. When I run this now, surprisingly, it is storing this as 0. Correct? Okay. I'm saying that 2nd Jan 1960, that is ref1. I'm just going with ref 2 and I'm reading this as 31st December 1959. Let's run all these together. By looking at this, what you can understand. So I'm just copying everything. Let me copy it. I'll just paste it here. These are the values SAS is storing for the above one. For the ref, it is storing it as 1. For the ref 1, it is storing it as 1. For ref, it is 0. For ref 1, it is 1. For ref 2, it is -1. By looking at it, what exactly. So let me explain how SAS is storing the data. SAS has something called reference date. SAS reference date. SAS reference date is 1st Jan 1960. SAS considered this as a reference date. Remember this. 1st Jan 1960 is the SAS reference date. How it stores date means, how SAS stores date means, number of days that are elapsed from SAS reference date. That's it. As simple as that. From the SAS reference date, it is going to calculate how many number of days between the date that I'm looking for and the SAS reference date. Between that, whatever I have, that number I'm going to call it as that number I'll store it as a date. So if I say 1st Jan 1960, 1st Jan 1960 to 1st Jan 1960, how many number of days? There are no difference in the days, correct? 0. That's the reason SAS stored the reference date as 0. You can see 2nd Jan 1960. So what I have to do now, this is the date, this is the reference date. My date minus SAS reference date. From 2nd Jan to 2nd Jan 1960 minus 1st Jan 1960. How many number of days? 1 day. So 1. How about this? 31st December 1959 minus 1st Jan 1960. How many days? Minus 1. So what is the meaning? Any minus number indicates it is before your 1960, Jan 1960. Any positive integer, it is after Jan 1960. If the SAS date is as a 0, then I can say it as a SAS reference date 1960. How about this? 22,327. Go to Excel. Excel can do that particular calculation for you. So how can I do that particular calculation? Let's say, what is the first date? The date is going to be, let's first put this under the date format. Start date. What is the date? Today's date, right? Come on. So today date is 16/2/2021. Okay. So what is the reference date I have taken? 01/01/1960. So what is the difference? This minus this. How many days I got? 22,327 days. Is it the same we have got it here? So what you can understand now? So from this as reference date, this is my reference date. So what are the various variables? What are the various dates we have seen first? First, today we have checked. After that, 1st Jan 1960. So 01/01/1960. What is the other one? 2nd Jan 1960. 01/01/1960. What is the other date I have checked? 31st December 1959. 31st December 1959. Now check. This is same, right? For all, it is going to be the same, right? Is it the same? Is it the same answer you got there? This one is today's date, and this one is going to be ref. This one is going to be ref 1. This one is going to be ref 2. Is it the same values you got there also? Right? So now you guys understand how SAS stores the date. So it always stores the number of days that are elapsed from the SAS reference date. Is that clear? First of all, how SAS stores the date? All of you are comfortable? Can I get a quick confirmation? Questions? All of you are so calm. So I don't know whether you understand or you don't understand.
Yeah, fine,
The
sir.
same situation. I mean, it's a little complicated, but I think, yeah, okay.
Okay, Usha, fine. How about you, Chiru? You said something?
Yeah, fine, sir. I'm comfortable.
Okay, perfect. All right. Now, problem here is, if I say 22,327, how do I know it is a date? Because it's a numeric value, right? I stored this as a date here. So you can see ref 1, ref 2, ref 3. So how do I know that ref 0 is nothing but a date? How do I know that? So that I need to apply formats. I need to tell SAS, hey, this is nothing but my date. So display that. There are some date formats. I'll explain that. But before that, let me apply some formats. So format it tells us how to write the data. Ref 1, ref 2, today. For all of them, I'm applying the same format, which is date 9 dot. Now you can see 16th Feb 2021, today's date. 1st Jan 1960, 2nd Jan 1960, 31st December 1959. Is that the data that you are expecting? So I'm guiding SAS how to display your date. For that, what we said? For that, what we said? We have set a format. I can do multiple formats. Either this format I can use, or I can go ahead with mmddyy10 dot. So now month will be the first, followed by the day, followed by the year. Correct? Right? So let me help you with, first of all of you understand what is called date, how the SAS stores date. Forget about the formats and informats. First of all, you guys understand how SAS stores the date, right? I have a reference date. From the reference dates, how many number of days it has elapsed. That's all. All right. So now just go ahead and create a new data set. So I just said that SAS reference date is 1st Jan 1960. SAS stores the date as a number of days that are elapsed from the SAS reference date. Absolutely fine. So what's next? I will also remove this. Let's say I'm just going with the vehicle information one more time. Right? Data, vehicle information, state is there, RTO code is there, serial number is there. Instead of find, paid and all, instead of these two, this time let's say that I have my date, that is vehicle registration date, when registered, when it has been registered, right? My vehicle registered on, let's say that AP09CK5049, this particular vehicle registered on somewhere around, let's say 16th Feb 2017. Okay, and then TN22BU1906, this particular one, which has been, you know, registered on somewhere around 9th November 2009. These are the two registration dates of my vehicles, right? I simply call that as a registered date, right? It's a number, so I just leave it as a number. Now, when I try to read it, what is going to happen? You know the answer. I'm going to get the missing values, correct? I need to guide SAS, hey, this is not, I know that this is the regular date format, but SAS, wherever I have the characters, I cannot read that as a numeric value. So you need to apply some informates. I need to guide SAS how I can read this particular data, right? So I have to use the informates. So what is the informate? Let's say informate followed by, for which variable? Registration date. What is the informate I want to apply here? Date 9 dot. Let's see. Now I can see I'm getting some numbers, but the numbers are not sufficient. I want to tell SAS, hey, I understand that you are able to read them. Can you put them in a proper format so that I can see whether whatever you have read is correct or not? I apply the format. Now it is reading properly, right? So I can say that wherever I have the dates, while reading the dates from a input file, I need to guide SAS how to read that particular data, and also I need to tell how to write the data. Am I correct or not? If you understand up to this, then I'll tell you how to write these date formats. What are the date formats are there and how to write it. I'll explain that. All of you are comfortable? Can I proceed? All right. So how to write the date formats? Simple, very simple, I can say. What are some of the date formats I have mentioned so far? One is regular way we are going to write is, let's say 16th Feb 2021. 16th Feb 21. Can I say that this is going to be a day, this is the month, this is the year? Can I consider the same for this? This is the day, this is the month, and this is the year. Am I correct? Every one of you accept that? right? Now, whenever I have a date like this, if my date has text, the text representing the month, whenever the date is in the form of the text, right? That is, the month is in the form of the text, then I can simply say, just say date. Then check the total length, the total width. How many, what is the width here, guys? 2, 2 plus 3, 5, 5 plus 4, 9, 9 dot. What I'm trying to do here, I'm checking my month is in a text format or not. That is Feb, March, like this text format or not. Answer is yes. Immediately I type the date format as date followed by what is the total width. The total width is 9. I put 9 dot. Come back to this. Same thing. My month is in the text format. I'll simply say date. What is the total width? 7, 7 dot. Right? Suppose I have my date like this, 16/02/2021. Is my date in the form of, sorry, is my month is in the form of text? No, everything are the numbers. By looking at the numbers, I can say that the first 2 characters are going to be the day, the next 2 are going to be the month, and the last 4 are going to be my year. So I'll write the same. First 2 represent DD, next 2 MM, next 2 YY, next 4 is YY. So DD, MM, YY. What is the total width now? 4. 4 plus 2, 6. 6 plus 2, 8. Between the 2 delimiters, totally 10. 10 dot. If someone has written, if someone has given you the date like this, 02/16/2021, then in this case, it is going to be MMDDYY 10 dot. Correct? Suppose if they're given the date like this, MMDDYY 8 dot. Guys, you're able to follow what I'm trying to say here? Anything complex? Are you able to understand how I'm writing the formats? Questions?
Yes, sir.
Any questions here? That's all about the date formats. There are plenty of date formats. I just have given only 4 or 5 samples. There are plenty, but depending upon your use, you can do it. But here, these are the common date formats, correct? On our day-to-day work, these are the ones we are going to use it, correct? If it is a US one, they are going to start with the month. India and Europe countries, we are going to start with the 16th, that is day. And sometimes you can represent the date in the form of the text also. So if it is a text, I can enter it like that. Right? Is it the same I have mentioned here? You can see now it is in the month is in the text format. So date, the total length is going to be 9 dot. Suppose in the format, I don't want to put it in this way. I want to put it in a different way. Let's say DDMMYY 10 dot. While reading, I have no option because it is in the date name format. I have to read it in the date name format, correct? But while writing, I can apply any format. I'm applying DDMMYY 10 format. Make sense? All of you are able to follow? So, Usha, now is it clear? At least there is a
Yeah,
clarity compared to the previous one.
yes, Murli. Yeah, sure. Yeah, maybe don't worry. I'll go with again after you send us the video, this thing, right? So I think I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, guys, I'm okay if you go with the recording one more time. But remember, in the class itself, you should be able to understand. First thing, your recording should be a reference for you, just like a recap. But whatever you need to understand, that need to be understood in the class itself. Then only I say that the class objective is fulfilled, right? If you want to go with the recorded sessions, you can simply purchase the recorded sessions itself. You don't need to join the live, correct? So Usha, I'm not pointing out you.
No,
I'm
I
just
mean
telling.
to say not in that way. This is like when you are teaching, I feel like it's understandable. But again, when you're going to the next step, it's, I mean, it's sounding different. So in that way, I said like maybe twice. If we listen,
Got
we
it.
might be getting, yeah. But
Good.
otherwise, whatever we are listening every day in the class, and there itself I'm asking doubts if there are any, but yeah.
Perfect. This is to everyone, guys, not only to Usha, this is to everyone. So the objective of class is get clarity here itself, right here itself. It's okay if the same topic takes 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, fine. But you should not leave the class with a doubt in your mind. That's the overall objective. All right. So now it's clear, right? How to go with your date formats, right? There are plenty of date formats. When and there it is required, I'll tell you, right? So first of all, you should be able to understand how to read the date and how to read the time, right? This is only the date. I haven't teach you time yet. Now I'm going to teach you how SAS stores the time. So when it comes to this one, SAS reference time is, there is no reference time, to be honest. It is going to be 000000. That is start of the day. Your SAS reference time is start of the day. Suppose how it will calculate or how it stores time. Number of seconds, remember, very important, this one. Number of seconds that are elapsed from start of the day. What is the start of the day? 000000. So from 000000, how many seconds that are elapsed, that it will store it as a time. Okay. For now, I'm just putting one more thing here. Let's say, so time of registration date, now time of registration time. Let's say I did the registration around morning 9 a.m. 0900, exactly at 00, right? How about the other one? Let's say the other one, I did the registration by around afternoon, let's say 11:30, sorry, so 1:30, 13, 30, 45 seconds. Now how I can do this? This is the time, right? Registration time, right? So registration time. This is also a number. So how I can guide SAS? So it's also a simple one, let's say. So the time that I have taken here is, okay, let's go with the simple one. 010000. That is 1 a.m. right? So can I say this is nothing but, so when I have in this particular format, this is anyways time, right? So I simply put time. What is the total width, guys? 8 dot done. Format is this. Otherwise, sometimes we don't mention seconds, we only mention minutes and hours. So 0100 time 5 dot. Only two things, time 8 dot, time 5 dot. That's all. What is time 8 dot? Total width. 5 dot, total width. But how it will save? Suppose if I have, okay, let me put it in that way, other way. HH mm SS. This is HH mm. All right. Now let's go with the examples. What is the example that we have here? The example we have here is 010000. How many number of seconds? It is 1 hour, right? For 1 hour, how many number of seconds? 3600 seconds. 3600. Done. So what is the time here? I have mentioned 13:30:45. How I can do this? First of all, 13 hours. 13 hours means how many seconds? 1 hour, 3600 seconds. 13 hours means, I can say 13 into 3600. 46,800 seconds. I have 30 seconds here, 30 minutes here, right? 30 minutes means 30 into 3600, that is for 1 hour divided by 2. What happened? Sorry, directly it's minutes, right? 1 hour means 3600, totally 1800, correct? What about the other one? 45 seconds, 45. So what's the total now? This is equal to this plus this 2. 48,645 seconds. This is the answer for it. Guys, are you able to follow what I'm trying to say? How is SAS going to store the time? It always store the time in the form of seconds, right? How it will calculate the seconds? Direct, pretty much straight calculation. 1 hour means 3600 plus how many number of minutes plus how many number of seconds. That's it, right? Can I run this? Anyways, here I have to go with registration time. My registration time is going to be totally width is 8, time 8 dot. I can apply the same format here. Now can you see? Right? And you can also see properly. Date means it is showing as a calendar, and whereas time means it is showing as a clock. Right? Suppose if I don't apply this format, let's say I don't apply this format. Now I can see the calculation. 32,400, 32,400. That's what we have done. So 48,645, 48,645. Make sense? All of you are able to understand now? Is the date and time formats are clear to everyone? Any questions?
Yeah, yes. What if we have two different formats of date in the same data?
Wonderful. Good. Let me go ahead. First of all, your question is valid, but think in real time. Think in real time. Let's say all the vehicle registration numbers you are getting. From where you are getting this? Let's say you are getting from a database. A database, a single variable can come up with two different dates. Possible? No, right?
No.
No. Right. So if it is coming from a system, no issues. But if it is coming from a person, let's say a person is preparing this. Someone is interested to go ahead with date 9 format. Someone is interested to go ahead with the MMDD by 10 format. In that case, it will come, right? That there is a chance, right? But again, you need to see practically if you think means let me take this example. Now you can see not this SAS options. You have single training, right? Let's take this. So now we can see this particular guy. For AP I have some format, for TN I have some format. If the same thing is applicable, let's say for AP I'm getting my date format as, let's say, date 9 format, right? There should be some condition to differentiate it. Now if I say that for AP I'm getting date 9 format, let's say 13th December 2020. Again for AP 13th December 2020, not 13th 12th November 2020. But when it comes to the TN, it is coming as, let's say, 11/02/2019. So DDMMYY 21st January 2018. Now how can I do? Because I can see that there are two different date formats are there. For all AP it is date 9. For all TN it is going to be DDMMYY 10 dot. Now I have to use a single trailing, and I have to say that, hey, you need to read file as well as registration date. So how you have to read registration date? The registration date must be, if it is AP, you have to use date 9 dot. If it is going to be TN, then don't go with date 9 format. Instead of that, go ahead with MMDD by 10 dot. Clear? And now in the format, I can go with anything. Let's say that in the format, I'm just going with, so this is DD. In the registration format, I'm just going with MMDD yy10 dot. I want to print with this particular format. Now see, it is reading only one, the other one it is not reading. Let me check. 211 is correct, 111 is also correct, but check what is wrong with this. Anything wrong here? See, let me check the log. Invalid data for registration date from the 24th line to 32 line, 24 to 32. Here only. Same problem. Okay, let's go with only one, then see. There are some encoding issues which exist all the time. Let's see this. I'll go with only vehicle number. After that, oops. I got it. Let me check.
Is it the dollar? There is some.
No. I'll come back on this. So what is happening here is, here I have to use, let me see, I can use any @ again here. Because what I'm trying to do is, already one @ is there, correct? So now in the same @, let's not bombard this. Instead of bombarding this, let's go with only one. Once I change the data, you can understand this. So what I'm trying to say is, if state equal to AP, just read only registration date. Just to avoid this. Now we can see, because I just removed that entire thing and I'm just going with only one and I'm trying to read it. Still, what is wrong?
So I think there will be two formats for the registration date.
No, that's the reason I'm using it here. If it is one, I'm just going with readmm yy10 dot. Otherwise, I'm just going with the other one. Because it's saying that invalid date format, it is not accepting this 13th December 2020. That is where the issue is coming. Okay, we'll do one thing. Let me go only with this, right? And try to see. I'll not use any of this. I'll directly read the registration number and see. Registration date. And I can say informate. Let's run this. It's reading. So there is no issue with the encoding. Encoding is not the issue because I'm able to read it. So let's remove this. All right. And then I'll say only this. If state equal to AP, then do input registration date and then I'm asking system to do this. Okay, here I'm saying date 9. I'll remove this. Now let me see. Here also it is ready. Okay, and then I'll say that if this is this, then informat do this, and then I'll copy this here and I'll keep it here and I'll run. What happened? Only when I go with the second one, it is not accepting. Let me try in another way. Sorry. Now it is ready. So this is another way of writing. I'm still going ahead with the conditions, but I haven't put the second condition. Maybe you may get confused there. Let me put that also. Let me see. So I'm reading the dates now conditionally, right? So let me tell what is exactly happening here. Whenever I'm using the dates, right? The spaces or whatever the conditions that I'm applying may be improper sometimes. So what I can do in those cases is, instead of writing informate multiple times, I can use a modifier called colon modifier. You remember I said I'm going to teach modifiers, and I have taught only one modifier so far. Remember, ampersand modifier I have taught you. Whenever I have the embedded spaces, how to do it, right? The same thing I'm doing here. Even I can put it to you in the exact format before I use the do and end, right? Let me use the same. This is the one I have used now. Only change that I have made is, I'll tell you what is the change that I have made also, right? The only change that I have made here is, instead of writing, let's say, input first, after input, before what I did is, first I said only the input, and then here I use the informate, right? I use this informate called registration date followed by date 9 dot, right? This is the one that I have used before, correct? So if I use like this, what will happen is, for that entire thing, that is for the entire registration date, this informate will be applicable. That is, wherever registration date variable is there, globally this informate will be applicable. So what happened when I'm doing for the first time, the informate is this. When I'm doing for the second time, even in the else if, what is the registration date? In the else if, what is going to be the informate? DDMM by 10 dot. So it is trying to override this one. Just let's go step by step. I know it's a bit confusing for you. Let me write the exact code as it is. This is the initial code I have written. When I have written this particular code and when I run this, I end up with an error. That is, for TN, I'm not getting the data. Correct? Why I'm not getting the data for TN means, Now you can see, just go step by step. First 4 variables I have read as it is. Right? First 4 variables I have read as it is, correct? After that, after reading the first variables, 4 variables, I asked the SAS to wait. That's the reason I put @. Then conditionally, I mentioned that if state is equal to AP, then read this as an input. What is the input? So in your PDB, I got the first 4 variables, which is state, RTO code, serial number, vehicle number. These 4 variables I have received. For these 4 variables, SAS already completed reading the data also. For these 4 variables, SAS already completed reading the data also. So how it reads the data? Based on this space. Correct? Up to this is finished. Now the next question is going to be, after reading the 4 variables, I should not go to the next one. I have to read one new variable, which is nothing but the registration date. So input registration date. After I got this particular one, my registration variable also registration date variable also has come to my output. Now I have applied an informate for this entire registration date as date 9. This is the key. That is, this is my portion. That is nothing but my description portion. In my description portion, so this is going to be character. This is going to be character, right? All that data has been done. This is a numeric, but while reading a numeric, I have also applied an informate for this. The informate is date 9 dot. So wherever AP is there, I'm reading the registration date with this date 9 format. That is nothing but 13th December 2020. No issues for me. 12th November 2020. No issues for me, because these two are of the date 9 format only. No problem for me. Then what about this? So if it is going to be TN, again I'm asking SAS to read this as a registration date. But the informate that I have applied here is a date 9 informate. Sorry, DDMMYY10, right? Because before I have used DDMMYY10 informate. I'm saying system that you have to read this with a DDMMYY10 format. I couldn't read it because you already applied one format to me. Either the existing format I'll apply here or the new format I will apply here. But I cannot apply the same informate for the entire registration date if I go with informate statement. You understand what I'm trying to say here? Because my informate is overriding. For the first two, it is date 9. The next two, I'm overriding this with the DDMMYY10 dot. That's the reason I couldn't read it. So for these scenarios, what I can do is, instead of writing the informate statement, I can use a colon modifier. What this colon modifier will do is, the colon modifier will give for the given variable what is the informate. I can directly give here. So the same thing I'm doing here also. Nothing I have changed. Informate, instead of writing by using the informate statement, I'm applying that by using the colon modifier. Now I'm able to read it. Now you understand, guys, all of you, what I'm trying to say here? Is that making sense?
Yeah, it's somewhat confusing what I feel. So can you repeat what you have explained now?
Sure.
Like,
Sure. See, what I'm trying to do here is, for date formats, for date informates, wherever I'm applying the dates, the original method of writing is this one. I'll say what is my input variable is, and I will write what is my informate is.
This is how we are going to write. This is what we have written even for our comma formats and dollar formats. Up to this is clear, Tulasi and everyone?
Yes.
Yeah. So for date formats alone, what we are trying to do is, while reading the date, if you are reading conditionally, that is if you are reading that by using your ampersand, that is single trailing, all I am asking is, instead of writing the informate statement, for the registration date, don't use informate. Instead, just use colon modifier. Colon modifier is also used for two different purposes. Number one, here I'm using the colon modifier to represent my informate. I'm asking system to read registration date with this informate only. Before, I have written one informate statement completely. Here, instead of writing the informate statement, I'm asking system to use the colon modifier. So this is my input variable and this is the informate. So before, I have written like this. This is my variable, this is the informate. Now, the same informate I'm replacing with the colon modifier. That's the only change I'm doing. I'm taking the help of colon modifier to apply my informate. If state equal to AP, apply this as the informate. If state equal to TN, this is my informate. That's the only difference. Instead of writing the informate statement, I'm using the colon modifier. Is that understandable to everyone?
So there's a question. Is colon modifier is basically representing AP and TN, if I'm not wrong?
No, it is not representing that. It is not representing. Colon modifier is telling for registration date what is the informate. So here for the registration date, the informate is date time. Here for the registration date, the informate is mmDD/10. Which one is differentiating? That is state. This condition is no more related to this. Okay. I understand where you got confused. Let me give another example. So here I have only one state, right? Do I need to go with the informate? Sorry, do I need to go with the single trailing? No, right? Leave it. Leave this also. I just need to go with the registration date. So generally what we do, you write one statement here as one variable here as registration date, and then you write informate statement. In the informate statement, you tell what is the informate you want to apply. Correct? All of you are clear this? Up to this, all of you are very clear? Can I get a quick confirmation first?
Yes, Murli.
Yes.
Everyone. Right. So now let's run this. I'm able to read the data correctly. Now what I'm trying to say is, don't use informate. For registration date, this is my informate value, right? Just use colon modifier, apply this. Then this statement is not required. Done. In the input statement itself, to whichever the variable I want to apply the informate, I'm applying there itself directly. I don't need an informate statement separately. Is that clear? Guys, ask me your questions, no problem.
Yeah, why we can't use informate? So can you explain that part, please?
No, we can use it here. In this case, you can use it. In this case, I can use it. See, this is with informate.
Yeah, if we have two different formats of date, in that case, we can't use informate, right?
That too, if I'm going with the single trailing. If I'm going with the single trailing, because it is 2 times it is creating that variable, right? While state equal to AP means it cannot create only for these two. Correct? Understand this on a broader way. If state equal to EAP, I'm creating a variable means it is not creating here, it is creating here itself. For the entire table, it will create. For the entire table it will create, but for AP alone it will fill the data. Correct? For TN, if I leave it, if I don't put the TN condition here in the previous case, where it is. If I don't put the TN condition here, what will happen? For the TN, I'll get missing values. That's it, correct? But the variable will be applicable for the all, right? The variable will be created at a table level. For AP, I'm reading that by using the date name format. For TN, if I don't mention anything, still I have the missing values, but the variable will be for the entire table. Correct? So when I have this, for this particular registration date, already there is a format of date 9. Now I'm trying to override that with DDMMYY10. The same variable, for 2 values I have to read it with date 9. For the another 2 values I have to read it with DDMMYY10 dot. When I'm trying to read 2 different informats, only one will be applicable. That too, the recent one will be applicable. Correct? For the first 2, it is already applied. For the next 2, DDMMYY10 will be applied. So when DDMMYY10 will be applied for the entire one, for these 2 it will be correct, for these 2 it is wrong, because this is in a date 9 format. That's the reason for AP I'm getting the missing values. Make sense what I'm trying to say?
So it's in a different scenario with the single trailing. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Exactly. See, single trailing, why I'm using, hold on, conditionally read the data. That's what I'm telling. While conditionally reading the data, already one informate is applied on it. If this informate is continuing for all the variables, there is no issue at all. Right? But this informate will be applicable only for the 2 variables. The AP, for AP alone, it will be date 9. When it comes to the TN, it is going to be MMDDY10 dot. Right? 2 different informates are there. So which is the latest one? This is the latest one. So for these 2, I'm able to read the data perfectly. For yellow ones, I'm going to get the missing values. See this. Right? And here also the same thing. So among these 2, which one is applying latest? DDMMYY1010 is the latest one. Correct? So now what is going to happen? System is trying to apply the DDMMYY10 format for these 2 also. So these 2 are in a different informate, right? So I'll get a missing value for these 2. That is what happening. Done? These 2 I am able to read it because these 2 are applying with DDMMYY10 format. But these 2 are actually in date 9 format, but I'm forcing that to read with DDMMYY10 format. That's the reason you can see that even in the log, it is saying that you can see for registration date, 13th December 2020 is invalid data. Because the latest informat is DDMMYY10 dot, that is getting applicable even for the AP. To overcome that, I'm just going with the informat like this. If I do like this, it won't apply for the everything. Only while reading it will apply. As long as it is reading, it will apply, not for the everything. So I'll get the right data. Even in the log, you can see that I don't find any warnings. No problem. If you don't understand, ask me one more time. I'm happy to explain.
So I want to ask one thing.
Yes, please.
Like if we are using two informats in a single variable, if I'm not wrong, then we use this modifier, right? Like if we are using, I got it now. Okay.
Even if I want to apply on a single variable, all formats, let's say that only one variable, I don't have more than one informat. For all, only one format is there. Even in that case, I can use it. That is the second case I have mentioned. Either I can write an informat statement like this. If you are not interested to write the informat statement like this, even in this particular case, I can simply replace this entire thing with this modifier. I'm replacing informate statement with this colon modifier, guys. That's the only thing that I'm doing. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Tulasi, Usha, Hasmi, Mahendra.
Yeah, Murli, can you go to the code that you have written once, because it says before the data lines, we are saying the format regular date mmddyy, right? Like that's just to write the data, or
This is just to write the data. Let's say if I don't read it, my data will be in the numbers. Number of days. It is only number of days. So I don't want to display it as a number of days. I want to show this as some meaningful date. So either I can write mmddyy by 10 dot, or I can simply go with date 9 dot also. Any format I can apply.
yeah, in the previous code it was not ddmm. I think the first we are using in the informat, when you're writing the informat line, we are using ddmmyy, right? So the same thing we need to put, or in any other, because in here
Anything. See,
okay.
here, remember, this is my input data. To read this, whatever the informate it is, the same informate I have to use.
That
For
I got
AP,
it. In the first,
the
first we are writing the date 9, and the second we are writing ddmmyy10, right? But in the format, again we are giving in a different way, mmddyy10. Is that fine, or
okay, that's what I'm trying to say, Usha. See, this is date 9 format. I use date 9 format here, informate.
Yeah.
This is ddmmyy10 format. While reading, I use ddmmyy10 format, right? So if I don't use it, I'm able to read the data correctly, but here I have only the numbers. So to display this, now it's my way, either because I cannot display two different things, right? Again, I cannot put two different formats here, right? So I can put only one format as an output. That can be date 9, that can be ddmmyy10, that can be mmddyy10. It's anything. But it must be single. It must be the single. Suppose if I put date 9, for all the variables, it is going to be date 9 only. That is, for all the records, it is date 9 only. See, suppose if I want to put ddmmyy10, for all it is ddmmyy10 only. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, this is what I'm asking. This is what I'm asking. Like previously, we were writing mmddyy10, and in the input we are giving ddmmyy10. I mean, in that variation is also fine. SAS can understand either way.
Yeah. See. Let's say that this is sending by you to me. This Usha is preparing AP data and sending to me, right? So Haider is sending PN data and send it to me. So let's say that Usha is from US, so she is giving all the data in the date 9 format. So Haider is from, let's say that he's from Europe, he is giving all the data in ddmmyy10 format. But these two input sources, I'm giving to a different client. He is from India. My client is asking me to send this data in mmddyy10 format. So now you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, clear.
You send your data in your own format. Either send his data in his own format, right? I read it according to your format, your data. I read either data according to his format, right? But while displaying on the screen, my client is, let's say that my client is Mahendra. Mahendra asking me, hey, can you give me that numbers in mmddyy10 format? That is the format I use in my country. So everything I'm keeping in mmddyy10 format and I'm sending to him. Is that clear?
Yeah. However, we read the data at last. How to write the data, whatever we wanted, that we are giving in the format regular date.
It's up to us.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Exactly. Questions?
Sir, show me it in a PDV, sir.
Sorry.
PDV lo chupichandi.
Okay, give me a second. This is what PDV is. Okay, let me explain this. So first 4 variables are read, completed. After that, I have a single trailing, right? Or even you can go with each one, because SAS will not read like this. SAS will read statement record by record. So first record, it has read up to this. So 4 variables are read. All the 4 variables are available here. Then I have a single trailing. Because of the single trailing, my SAS will wait here. And then here, I'm asking to read if state equal to AP. First, it has to check the condition. Yes, state equal to AP. This is a valid condition. If yes, what I have to do? I have to go with input registration date. So registration date is the variable I have to create. So I created. Remember, even though if it is state equal to AP, the variable will be created at a table level. For the entire table, it will be created. But after reading it, after creating the input variable, if state equal to AP, then I have to read it by using date9 format. So go to my input. This is date9 format. The user also looking to ask this to read by date9 format only. So 13th December 2020. So 13th December 2020 means 13/12/2020, and my SAS reference date is 1st Jan 1960. The difference is going to be 22261. Done. It stored the data and leave it. And then what is going to happen? Next line. The next line is also AP. Right. The next line is also AP. So here what is going to happen? Here second line also for AP. I'm asking system to create a registration date, but the registration date is already created, right? It's already created, right? So what I have to do now? I have to read it by using date9 format. So this is my date9 format, 12th November 2020. 12 November 2020. So this is going to be 22/231. Done. After that, the third variable is this. So the third record is this. When the third record has come to the picture, right, it is TN. When it is TN also, my code is saying that input registration date, but registration date variable is already created. It's already created. Now, so it's already created, but read it only by using DDMMYY10 format. So 11/2/2019. What is the value? 21,591. And for the last one, same. The condition remains going to be the same, right? What is the value here? 21/2018. 21/205. So all my date variables are completed. Done. After that, I have one more statement here. What is that statement? Format registration date in MMDDYY10 format. Whatever the numbers you can see here, all these registration date, apply a format on top of it for all the table, entire table. So what is the format I want to apply? MMDDYY10 format. So for the first one, this is 12/12, right? 12/12/2020. For the second one, it is going to be 11/12/2020. For the third one, 2/11/2019. For the last one, 1/21/2018. Is that understandable to everyone? What is happening here? Anita garu meeku ardhamainda?
Yes, sir.
Any questions, guys? Anyone? Please ask me. No problem. If you have any doubt, ask me. Or if you don't understand, also ask me. I'll repeat it. Maybe with a different way, I can repeat it. But ask me if you have a question.
Sir, I want the result in two formats, date format or a DD.
Sorry, your voice is not clear to me.
Sir, I want the result two formats.
Aha, not possible. Not possible. If you want the results to be two formats, what I have to do is I have to go with separate them first. That is, suppose if you want the results to be in two formats, I understand your question. Directly not possible. I have to do it in two different ways. So I'm removing the format here. Right? You are asking me to go with two different formats. That is, let's say TN means one format. Whatever the format here is there, the same formats you want to apply for the other ones also. That is what your requirement is. Correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Let me try directly here. I'm not sure how exactly it will work, but let me try. Let's try. If not, I have other way of doing it. It will not accept. No matching in class. Somewhere I missed if then, else if then. No, it will not overwrite. It's not. It is applying only one. It will not. The latest only will be applicable. So I have the other way of dealing it. Let me deal that. So I'll leave this for you. This one I'll save it. All right. And then I'll come back on this. I don't apply any formats here. Yeah, this is without any format. Now You can see now, but still it is applying the same. Only one format will be applicable. But if I want to split it into two different, I can do it. That is, you can see. All I did here is I separated AP and TN into two different. Let's see. So this is AP, this is TN. For AP, I can see that the format is 13th December 2020. That is date 9. For TN, I can go ahead and see the format is 11/2/2019. That is DDMA by10 format. I can split into two and I can save it. But if I want to keep one table with only one variable with two different formats, that is no way possible. That is no way possible. It will only apply only one format. So whichever is going to be the first format I'm keeping, the same format will be applicable. Is that clear, Chiru?
Yeah, fine, sir.
Yep. It's like an interview to me, guys. No interviewer has grind me like this. You should pay me for this. Right.
So far, how many interviews you had? Like you might be teaching from past couple of years, right?
I'm a frequent switcher, guys. I think the longest duration for me is Amazon, where I worked for 3.5 years. Otherwise, for every 2 years, I switched. So far, I have 11 years of IT experience apart from my teaching. So in 11 years, this is my 5th company. So you can think how many interviews I might have faced.
In a SAS? All your
Completely
experience in SAS?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, that's good. That's great.
Amazon 3.5, followed by UHG 2 years, followed by Capgemini 2 years, followed by JP Morgan 2 years, now into DBS. This is 1 year almost.
Yeah, that's true. That's good. I think for us to getting the first project is very tough, isn't it?
See, there is one funny thing, like, asking questions is always easy. Answering is always difficult. So there is a joke also, like, someone asked, like someone is very good at, history. He's always feeling that I'm damn good at history. Whatever the question I get, I can answer. So one tricky guy came and asked, so when was the Second World War happened? Immediately that guy answered. Then immediately a guy asked one more question. Can you tell me how many people have died in that Second World War? Approximately, he said 2 lakh people. The follow-up question is, can you tell the names of those people? Who can say? Asking question is very easy, but telling answer is difficult. I'm just telling in a funny way. But you ask, right, in the same data set for the same variable, if I'm looking for two different formats, can someone tell me the practical requirement for it? Possible? Right?
No, there is no requirement for that, isn't it?
No, that's what I'm trying to say. Chiru, I'm not telling anything wrong. I'm just telling you, asking questions is absolutely fine. Those questions are really, really interesting. Just I'm telling to you, practically it is not possible. Practically it is not possible.
Okay.
But
Okay,
still,
sir, no.
no. But still, there is another ask here. Let's say this is AP region. They want to see the data in date 9 format. TN region, they want to see the data in a different format. Then what I can do is I can split into two different tables. For AP, I'll send it in the way they asked. For TN, I'll send the data in the way they asked. It's clear, right? Absolutely possible. This requirement will be there. This requirement will be there, right? But keeping both of them into single table, no, not possible. That's what I want to say.
So without splitting, two formats are not possible.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Even here, if you see, while reading the data also, you read two different informats, but you kept the data in a single format only. Even while explaining the PDV, I mentioned that is the objective of typing like this. Even though I read these two in a different format, on a whole, SAS stores the data into the date format only. But for this entire table, I can apply only one format. Either that can be yellow format or that can be a blue format. That is date 9 format or MMDD by 10 format. Any format I can apply, but not separately to this, not separately to this. Is that clear or not? Right? I'm reading this data by using informat. I'm reading this data by using the respective informat. But after reading it, it came to the standard format. That is non-standard date9 format I used and converted that into the standard format. Non-standard MMDD/10 format I used and I read it in a same format, that is standard format. After that, for the entire standard data, I can apply only one non-standard inform that you can select as a date9, that you can select as a MMDD/10, or you can select as a DDMM/10. That's up to you. Make sense what I'm trying to say? Think in a broader perspective. That's what I'm asking everyone. Is that making sense or not, guys? What I'm trying to say here?
Yes, Murli. Like instead of making the output as a complicated one, we will make the output in the standard form, like overall. That's what you're trying to say, right?
It
Because
is not
always
a
we have.
complicated.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand your question, but it is not about the complexity. It is about not possible at SAS end, because while storing, while reading, this is non-standard. Here I have some date9 format, that is non-standard format to me. So conditionally, I'm converting that non-standard data into standard and store it in a table, SAS table. Done. Here, these two variables also, for these two records also, my date is in a non-standard format. Again, I converted that and I kept it in a standard format. Now, my total SAS data set is in a standard format. It is in a standard format now. Now, on this entire standard date, if I need to apply any format, I can apply single format only. Again, I cannot split into two and I cannot put it. That's what I'm trying to say. Making sense? What I'm trying to say, it's not about the complexity. SAS will not accept it. That's the reason you can see I split into two here, AP and TN. When I'm trying to keep both of them into single data set, it is taking only one format. It is not taking the two formats. Is that understandable?
Yeah, that's clear, Murli.
Yeah, I told you yesterday itself, single trialing is one of the complex thing, and you are going to get a lot of interview questions there, because people can grind you like anything if they really want to stick to the basics. But don't worry, not everyone is very strong in the basics, so that's the advantage. Clear?
Yeah, I was asking about when you're talking about the interviews, like I was saying, like every class we are asking questions. So how many interviews we had? I'm asking in that way. You are answering me. You are answering us very seriously.
Oh, okay. I thought, okay, I got it. See, generally, guys, not like exaggeration, but I want to say something. I used to get almost a message from Tulasi every day about any doubt, almost every day. And in class also, 3 active people most of the time I can see. Number 1, Usha. Number 2, Haider and Mahendra. These 3 generally will ask, and Tulasi sometimes, and at times Anita. I can say that almost the whole class, even Chiru, the whole class continuously asking some or other questions, right? This is one of the most interactive batch. You can go to my previous recordings, you may get from Balisa. Hardly, 1 or 2 people in a batch will ask the questions, not everyone. This is one of the wonderful batch I can see, because most of you are asking questions. So only when you ask the questions, the person who is teaching will get an interest, because people are actually following. So I'm really happy about it.
Yeah, I accept this, Murli, because 3 or 4 months ago, I went this coaching in the self-paced, taking help from my husband. So I have the recording, so I can see, yeah, in there hardly 1 or 2 people.
Exactly.
As you said, in here, almost everyone is coming up with the questions. Like, and if some others are asking questions, also listening to them, we understand more and more. Yeah, like Tulasi, Mahindra Garu, and rest all.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you're very.
See,
You
the
have
other
lots
part
of
will be like, guys, if you have one,
You also have lots of patience to
I started
answer
my
the
career as a
questions.
lecturer.
We are very lucky.
Yeah, that's the best part. And
No,
he's answering every question very patiently.
thank you guys. Because I started my career as a lecturer. So I was a lecturer in an engineering college for 3 years. So I always passionate about teaching. So not only for you batch, I used to teach with Edureka. I also teach with IIHT, that is Indian Institute of Hardware Technology. So I used to teach with multiple people, even today. So before your batch, I had one more batch for 4 hours from 2 to 6 p.m. So 2 to 6, I had a class followed by your class today. So it's always fun, I feel like.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
great. Yeah, but your
Yeah,
teaching
thank you guys.
ability
I
is
think
very
it's too
nice.
much of
Yeah.
time for you.
Thank
Maybe it's too
Thank you,
late
sir.
for you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thanks,
sir.
Murli.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very
See
much.
you tomorrow, guys.
See
Yeah.
you.
Bye,
Take care.
everyone.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Bye. Guys, can you hear me? Anyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the confirmation. So let's quickly check what are the pending items. If you see here, we have done so far single trialing, double trialing, both the options are completed, correct? And then DLM, DSD, flower, miso, stopout, Truncover is done. First ops and last ops we haven't discussed, but anyways, I'll tell you now.
Yeah,
Then flow, yeah.
Truncover, do we discussed about Truncover, or did I
Hmm.
miss it anywhere, right?
Yeah, yeah, got it. No, I got it. No, I got it. Let me tell you. Today we'll take that classic example and we will finish up Truncover now. Okay. After that, we need to go with the dataset options. There are five dataset options we have here. First off, OBS, keep, drop, and rename. Right. So first we'll concentrate on Truncover. We will finish it up and then we can go with the remaining options. Okay. All right. Now, let me go ahead with one simple input file first. Let me go ahead with where I generally keep my input. Think input files. Yeah. So here I'm creating one new text file. I'm calling this as, uh, numbers.txt. This is the file that I'm creating, numbers.txt. Anyways, txt is coming, right? Just a second. Okay. So what is the data that I'm going to store here is like this. Right. Can you see the data here? 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5. This is the data. So I want to read this particular data, guys. So what I'm doing is, this is something like, Missover, Flowgover, Truncover, and Stopover. Another classic example for all this. Okay. So let's say that data, I want to create a data set with all the numbers, right? So I'm just creating it as a test and run. So what is my input file is? My input file is, yeah, that is infile. Let me take this entire thing. And here I just mention my input file name, which is going to be numbers.txt. Correct? This is my input data. Okay. So how many variables I have there to read? I just have one variable there, right? So if you look into the input file, this is the only variable I want to read. Only one variable is there. So for an example, I'm saying that input, I want to read number. Let's say that I just say number. And remember, the thing I'm doing here is I'm putting 5 dot. I'm just putting 5 dot and I'll read it.
So since first time we are connecting today in the SAS one, after the closed session, it is taking a lot of time to connect into the local server. Just wait for a minute. God, it is taking too much of time. Yeah, finally. Right. So what is happening here? You want to read this as a data. This is your input, correct? But what kind of output you have received there? What went wrong? What went wrong? What is the meaning of mentioning 5 dot here? Anyone? Any idea? What happens if I put 5 dot there directly? One of the option that I have is in the input itself, in the input keyword itself, I can actually define my length. If you remember in the last example here, when we are discussing about the single trialing and double trialing, can you see we have used, hey, we haven't saved this? Here it is. Sorry, I missed it altogether, but anyways, we have it here, right? Let me copy this and I just paste it here also, because in the options it will be there. So can you see this? In the input statement itself, we have applied the format, correct? We have applied the format. So in format. Similarly, in the input keyword itself, we can also define the length. But when I did this particular one, when I try to assign the length in the input keyword, my system read the data like this. The meaning of this is, guys, read the variable value only if this is the length. That is, whatever the length that I have specified, only if the length criteria meets, then only read the data. That is the meaning of it. Okay, that is the meaning of it.
It is up to 5 or only 5?
It is 5. It is not up to 5. It is 5. It is if it is of up to 5, we cannot get it. We can get it happily, right? But it is the meaning of this is I define the length as 5 dot. I want the variable value to be read only if the length is 5. That is the condition here. Okay, I'll tell you one thing. I understand what is the doubt you're getting. Suppose if I do like this.
Yes.
I don't have any issues. Can you see? So that is defining the length. I'm defining the length of 5 dot. That can be 1, that can be 2, that can be 3, that can be 4, that can be 5. Is it equal to 5 or less than or equal to 5? That is the meaning here. But while defining the same in my, okay, let me keep this one also. Let's take another one. But if I, instead of defining the length in the length statement, if I directly define that in here, in the input itself, in the input keyword itself, in the input statement itself, if I include the length, in that particular case, you have an issue. What happened? I run everything. Now you can see system is behaving quite odd. And if you go to your this one also, that is your log, it is not throwing an error because it is not a data error to us. It is not a syntax error to it. It is a data error. Correct? First of all, we need to understand what is happening in the background. So anyways, to handle this, we always go with the PDV, right? We just go to the Excel, we understand, right? So we'll do the same thing here. Let's open an Excel and understand what exactly happening in the background. All right. So here is your thing. just go to the code. So the code is going to be, sorry, the input is going to be this. Okay, this is my input. So input. Okay, after this, let's go code one by one. So I have to go and create a data set called test. So created. So test is the data set I have created here. Okay, what is the second thing? I have to check whether this input file is there or not. Yes, input file is available. The third thing is I have to see whether this input variable is present or not. Number is the variable. It is a numeric and the length defined is 5. Correct? Can I say up to this whatever I have is nothing but my description portion? Correct? This is my description portion. So after this I have to read the original data. After this I have run statement. Whenever the run statement comes to the picture, then immediately SAS understands that I have to read the data from the input file, record by record. So what is my first record? 1. Only one variable is there. Now the question is, what is the length I'm expecting? 5. What is the length I have reached? What is the length I have here? 1. The length criteria is not satisfying, right? The length criteria is not satisfying, right? So when length criteria is not satisfying, what it will do is, it is going to see, is there any variable in the next line? Do you have any variable there? No. When I don't have any variable in the next, I don't have a next variable in the same line, what it will do? It will try to read the next record first variable as the current value. You remember that, right? Whenever SAS encounters a shortened line, it try to read the next variable as the current variable value. If I don't find the next variable in the same line, it try to go to the next line and it read the first variable as the current variable. You remember this, right? When we discuss about the stopover, truncover, and missover, you remember, right? That is called natural behavior of the SAS. We can also call that as a flow over. Now, the same flow over concept, because I want to read with a length of 5, the length criteria is not matching. So it will go to the next record. In the next record, whatever the first variable value is there, it will read that particular variable as is. Now it won't check the criteria of length, whether the length is meeting or not, because it already failed in the first instance. It won't check in the second instance about the length. It only check the data type. The data type is number there. The data type here also is going to be the number. I will read as it is. First of all, you understand why 1 is not read as a record and why 2 has been considered as a record here. Everyone understands this? Any questions on this particular part?
Sir, can you repeat why one is not?
Sure. Okay. I want to read with a length of 5. That's what I defined in the input. I have to read my input variable, that is number. I have to read it only if the data type match and also length should match. Only if the length equal to 5, I have to read it. If anything less than 5, I don't want to read that particular variable. That is the condition. First, condition is understandable, either? Condition is understandable to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Right? Not only either, everyone. All of you, condition is understandable. I have to read the number from the input file only if the length equal to 5. Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Now, the second thing I have to do here is, okay, now let's go to the first variable. So there are 2 things I have to check. Number 1, data type. Number 2, length. So when I take the first variable, the data type is going to be a number. Here also, sorry, the data type is numeric. Here also the data type is numeric. So the numeric and numeric, both the things are match. I can say for the first variable, the for 1, when I'm reading 1, I can say that I have no issues with the data type. This is also a number. This is also a number. Both of them I have defined as a numeric only. The data type is matched. Done. How about the length? I want to read the length with 5. Here, what is the length? 1. Is it a match? No, right? no match. That is, the length that I'm looking is, the length I'm looking is 5, but the length that is available is only 1. Since the length criteria is not getting satisfied here, right? It try to see, is there any variable in the second line? Sorry, in the same line, is there any other variable? I don't have it. So what it will do? It try to read the next record first variable value. What is the next record first variable value? 22. When I'm reading the 22, it won't check these two, whether it is a numeric or not, whether it is a length 5 or not. It won't check anything. It try to load this one as it is here. When it is loading, it is going to see whether it is a number or not, because while loading here, right, I'm loading here, it is going to see whether it is a number or not. It is a number, it will accept. It won't check the length criteria one more time, because only once it is going to check it, and the second time it won't repeat it. Is that clear? Everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Haider? Anita?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, sir.
Perfect. Now what is the next variable? 333. Okay, now again check 333. So 333, numeric done. What about the length? Length is mismatch, right? When the length is mismatch, what is it going to do? It is going to take the next variable value. This is the next variable value. Take it and read it. What about 5555? Totally 5 is the length. I'm also looking for the length of 5. Both of them are a match. Now this is my data. This is my flow over. This is my flow over. Can I give the exact case of, instead of telling like this 999s, 555s, can I give you the exact case of why it will read and why it will not read? Right? Can I give one real-time example on this? First of all, this is understandable, right? You may ask me, Murli,
Sir, I
where I can
didn't
get
get.
this. Harini, let me repeat it. I'll go with a
Okay.
different example. Yeah, just give me a second. The same one, but I'll go with a different example. This is my phone number, correct? Let's say whatever I want to read here is a phone number, mobile. When I should read my mobile? When should I read my mobile? I have to read my mobile only if the length equal to 10. All of you accept? Only if the length equal to 10. All of you accept this? But mobile, the problem here is going to be numeric variable, anything is maximum is 8 only, right? Right? Okay, let's try to go with other example, because this is not the right thing. Guys, this is my zip code, guys, my postal code, 5,84,000. I have to read my zip code only if my length is equal to 9. Only my length is equal to 6. So anything lesser than 6 is not a valid number, is not a valid postal code, correct or not? Even if you look into the US, Seattle is 98108. Even if you go with the other one, if for everything there is going to be a postal code, and 99.99% it is going to be 5 digits there. So when it comes to India, most of the states we are following 6-digit postal code, correct? If it is going to be Chennai, 6,96,000. When it comes to Hyderabad, it is 5,84,000. When it is come to Bangalore, it is going to be 5,65,000. Like this, it is going to be correct. So I need to read my zip code only if the length is equal to 6. Now it is making sense. What is the real-time use case? only the valid zip codes I want to read, guys. Any zip code whose length is lesser than 6, I don't want to read it. Those are invalid. Okay, so what is going to happen? Let's say if this is my data, all right. So let me paste it here. This is my zip codes from the input file. So this is going to be postal codes is going to be the data set that I want to create. Okay. So in the postal codes, I want to read only one variable, that is going to be a zip code, which is a number. And I have defined the length of that as 6. Up to this is clear. What is my description portion? What is my input? All of you are clear up to this? Right? Let's go straight forward. What are the 2 things I'm going to match, or what are the 2 things I'm going to check before I read this particular data? Let us say 54 is the zip code that I want to read it here. So 54. 2 things I have to check. Number 1, for 54, for this particular 54, I have defined the data type as number. So data type is number. I have represented the data type as numeric in my description portion, and my input also is a number. So both of them are correct, right? So the condition is true. I'm reading it as a number. I'm reading this one. This is a number, and I have also defined this as a number. Both of them are matched. Then the second thing is length. I'm also checking the length. What is the length I'm looking for? The length I'm looking for is 6, but the length I have received from my input file is true. Is it correct? False. Correct? So out of these 2, only if all the conditions are satisfied, then only I will read it. When one of the condition fails also, I won't read this particular value. So 54 is not the right fit for me. Up to this, all of you are understandable? Harini, is this understandable up to this? No worries, if you have a question, ask me.
Yes, sir. I got it.
Everyone, right? Yeah. So anyways, the first value, I'm not able to read it because it is not meeting my criteria. So what it will do, the next variable value is there, right? Because in the same record, if I have one more value, let's say in the same record, if I have one more value, it try to read the second variable value as the current value. But in this record, I have only one. I have only one record. I have only one variable. So it will go to the next record. In the next record, first variable value, it will pick it up. While it pick the second record first variable value, it won't do these checks. It try to load it here directly. While loading, it is a number, it is matched. Up to that, it is going to check whether it is meeting the length criteria or not. It won't check this length criteria, or if you want to make it easy, just make sure only it is going to do length criteria in the initial check. If the length criteria is not met, then it read the next variable value. While it reading the next variable value and loading it, it is going to check only whether the data type is matching or not. The data type is match, done. I load it. Is that clear, guys? Harini, understandable?
Sir.
If any question is there, please ask me, guys. Don't worry. I'll repeat it one more time. Anyways, I'll do it for 5008. While explaining this, if you get any question, let me know. So 5008, what I'm going to check? For 5008, the length I'm expecting is 4. Sorry, the length I'm expecting is 6. The length I'm getting from the input file is 4. Both of them are not meeting. I can say false. When it is false, what I can do? I'll take the next variable value, 50081. While copying the 50081 and I'm loading it here, I don't mind about length anymore. I'll mind about only the data type. The data type is number. This is also number. Both of them are matched and read it. And when I go with the 50084, the last record, the length is 6. I'm also having the length of 6 in my input file. Both of them are matching. It is true. I will load it as it is. While loading, I'm going to check only whether it is a number or not. Makes sense? Can I read it once? Can I read on the code? Is it the same output you have received? All of you are clear with why it is reading the data like this? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, Murli.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can you repeat why it is not
sir.
at 5008? That's
Sorry, could you please repeat your question, Tulasi?
yeah. Can you repeat why it is not accepting the value 5008? Can you explain one more time?
5008, this one. Yeah, sure. See, so 5008 I'm reading. Okay. So while reading 5008, what is the length from the input? 4 bytes. My length from the input file is, let's say here I'll put it, length. One is from input file, one is from dataset, what I have defined. Okay. Here I can say match or not. Okay. Let's take this as a simple table for everything. So first I'm reading 54. When I'm reading 54, what is the length from the input file? Can I say 2? What is the length I defined in the data set? 6. Are these two are a match? No, right? When these two are a match, I cannot read this. So what I'm trying to do now, I'll take the next variable value. I'll take the next record first variable value. I read it as it is. I won't check the length condition anymore. For the first variable I have already did, it's failed. I'm reading the second one as is. In the second one, while reading the second one, suppose if it is not a numeric data type. If it is not a numeric data type, then I'll get a missing value. If it is a numeric data type, I'll read it as it is. Is that clear? 54
Yeah.
is clear to everyone?
Yes, was clear.
Now, so this is also done now. Second record also I have completed reading it. Go to the third record, 5008. What is the length from input file? 4. What is the length I have created? 6. Is that matching? No. When the length condition is not matching, will I read it? No. When I don't read it, what I'll do? I'll take the next one, 50081. I'll only check the data type. The data type is matching, numeric, done. Go with the last one, 50084. Length from input file, 6. The data set I have defined is 6. Both of them are matching? Yes. I'll read it as it is. While reading, I'll just check whether it is a same data type or not. Data type is matching? Yes. I'm done. Is it clear to everyone? Is it simple? This particular one is making sense? Any follow-up question, kindly ask me. Don't skip.
No, sir. Actually, we are doubt about why it reading one value and why not reading 5008.
Okay. Sorry, Harini. Can you repeat it?
ఒక వాల్యూ చదువుతుంది ఇంకో వాల్యూ ఎందుకు చదవట్లేదు ఈవెన్ ఈ 5008 అండ్ 50081 కూడా లెంత్ కి డిఫైన్ లేదు కదా.
Yeah. Okay. First, let me explain in Telugu and again I can come back on this. Okay. సో ఇక్కడ ఏం జరుగుతుందంటే అండి, ఫస్ట్ టైం నేను ఇప్పుడు 54 రీడ్ చేస్తున్నా. 54 రీడ్ చేసేటప్పుడు మాత్రమే, అంటే ఫస్ట్ రికార్డ్ రీడ్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఈ కండిషన్ చెక్ చేస్తాను. కండిషన్ చెక్ చేసినప్పుడు కండిషన్ ఫెయిల్ అయింది అంటే నాకు 54 లెంగ్త్ నేను డిఫైన్ చేసిన లెంగ్త్ మీట్ అవ్వలేదు. సో అప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తుందంటే SAS ఇదే లైన్ లో ఇంకో వేరియబుల్ ఉందా చూస్తుంది. వేరియబుల్ లేదు. అప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తుందంటే నెక్స్ట్ రికార్డ్కి వెళ్ళిపోయింది. నెక్స్ట్ రికార్డ్కి వెళ్ళి ఫస్ట్ వేరియబుల్ వాల్యూ తెచ్చుకుంది. ఈ వేరియబుల్ వాల్యూ తెచ్చుకున్నప్పుడు ఈ వేరియబుల్ ఎప్పుడు తెచ్చుకుంటున్నాను నేను? ముందు రికార్డ్ కండిషన్ ఫెయిల్ అయిపోయింది కాబట్టి ఇది తెచ్చుకుంటున్నాను. ఆల్రెడీ నేను ఒకసారి కండిషన్ చెక్ చేసేసాను. ఆ కండిషన్ చెక్ చేసినప్పుడు నా లెంగ్త్ క్రైటీరియా మీట్ అవ్వలేదు. అందుకని నెక్స్ట్ రికార్డ్కి వెళ్ళా. నెక్స్ట్ రికార్డ్కి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు నేను రెండోసారి దాన్ని చెక్ చేయను. రెండోసారి లెంగ్త్ కండిషన్ చెక్ చేయను. ఇంకా ఏదైనా కానీ కండిషన్ చెక్ చేసేది ఒక్కసారి టెస్ట్ చేస్తాను నేను. 54కి నేను టెస్ట్ చేశాను, అంటే ఫస్ట్ రికార్డ్కి టెస్ట్ చేశాను, నాకు కండిషన్ సాటిస్ఫై అవ్వలేదు. నెక్స్ట్ రికార్డ్కి వెళ్ళాను, సింపుల్గా దాన్ని తెచ్చుకొని ఇక్కడ పెట్టేసాను. అది అసలు ఏంటి, దాని లెంగ్త్ మీట్ అవుతుందా లేదా నాకు అవసరం లేదు ఇంకా. అందుకని ఇది రీడ్ చేసింది. ఇప్పుడు ఈ రికార్డ్ అయిపోయింది కదా, ఈ 2 రికార్డులు అయిపోయాయి. ఇప్పుడు 3వ రికార్డ్కి వచ్చింది. ఇప్పుడు మీ క్వశ్చన్ ఏంటంటే 5008ని కూడా రీడ్ చేయాలి కదా, 5008ని ఎందుకు రీడ్ చేయట్లేదు? ఇప్పుడు 5008 ఫ్రెష్ గా ఇక్కడికి వచ్చింది. మీరు ఇక్కడ గమనిస్తే నేను ఈ టేబుల్లో 504 లెంగ్త్ కండిషన్ రాయట్లా. ఎందుకంటే 504 అనేది 54 ఫెయిల్ అవ్వడం వల్ల రీడ్ అయిపోయింది. సెకండ్ టైం దీనికి టెస్ట్ జరగలేదు, కండిషన్ టెస్ట్ అనేది జరగలేదు దీనికి. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు 5008 వచ్చినప్పుడు నేను మళ్ళీ లెంగ్త్ కండిషన్ చెక్ చేసుకుంటున్నాను ఫ్రెష్ కాబట్టి. ఈ రెండు చెక్ చేసుకున్నప్పుడు ఏమైంది, 5008 కండిషన్ ఫెయిల్ అయింది. 5008 కండిషన్ ఫెయిల్ అయిపోగానే ఇమీడియట్ గా నెక్స్ట్ రికార్డ్కి వెళ్ళిపోయాను. నెక్స్ట్ రికార్డ్కి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఈ రికార్డ్ ఎలా రీడ్ చేస్తున్నాను నేను, ముందు రికార్డ్ ఫెయిల్ అవడం వల్ల ఇక్కడికి వచ్చాను. నేను ఆల్రెడీ నేను లెంగ్త్ కండిషన్ ఏదైతే టెస్ట్ చేయాలో అది ఆల్రెడీ ఇక్కడ టెస్ట్ చేసాను. టెస్ట్ అనేది ఒక్కసారే చేస్తాను. ఈ రికార్డింగ్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఫెయిల్ అయిపోయింది కాబట్టి నెక్స్ట్ రికార్డ్ యాజ్ తీసుకొని తెచ్చుకొని ఇక్కడ పెట్టేశాను. ఎక్కడ నేను అసలు టెస్ట్ చేయట్లేదు రెండోసారి. సో ఇది కూడా ఎగిరిపోయింది. నెక్స్ట్ ఏంటి, ఇది ఇక్కడికి వచ్చేదాకా ఏంటి, ఇది మళ్ళీ ఫ్రెష్ రికార్డ్ కదా, ఫ్రెష్ రికార్డ్కి మళ్ళీ చూస్తున్నాను. ఇది ఈ కండిషన్ రెండు సాటిస్ఫై అయింది, రీడ్ చేస్తున్నాను. ఒకవేళ ఈ 504 కూడా నేను కండిషన్ టెస్ట్ చేశాను అనుకోండి, సక్సెస్ అవ్వదు. అప్పుడు 5004 కూడా రాదు. అంటే మీకు అర్థం కావాల్సింది ఏంటి అంటే 54 కండిషన్ ఫెయిల్ అయినప్పుడు నెక్స్ట్ రికార్డ్ రీడ్ చేసుకునేటప్పుడు నేను టెస్ట్ చెయ్యను, ఓన్లీ ఫర్ ద ఫస్ట్ ఇన్స్టెన్స్ మాత్రమే టెస్ట్ చేస్తాను. 54 ఇన్స్టెన్స్ ఫెయిల్ అవ్వడం వల్ల తెచ్చుకున్న రికార్డు కాబట్టి ఇది యాక్సెప్ట్ అయిపోయింది, ఎందుకంటే నేను దాని కండిషన్ టెస్ట్ చేయట్లా. అందుకే ఈ డయాగ్రామ్ వేశాను నేను. ఇక్కడ నేను ఏమేమి వాటికి టెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నానో చూడండి. వేటికి చేస్తున్నాను, ఫస్ట్ రికార్డ్ చేసింది ఫెయిల్ అయిపోయింది కాబట్టి దాని సెకండ్ దాన్ని యాజ్ ఇట్ గా తెచ్చేస్తాను, దాని కండిషన్ చెక్ చేయట్లా. మళ్ళీ 5008 కొత్త రికార్డ్ టెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను, ఫెయిల్ అయింది, ఇమీడియట్ గా నెక్స్ట్ దాన్ని తీసుకొని వచ్చి ఇక్కడ పెట్టేస్తున్నాను. అందుకే దీనికి సక్సెస్ అయిపోతుంది. అర్థమవుతుందంటే నేను చెప్పేది ఏంటో, హర్ని గారు, అనిత గారు అండ్ ఉషా. అంటే మీకు
basically it's checking for the first time, and then when loading, the first line is not accepting, so it directly by default it's taking the second one. And then when it comes to the third one, again it's checking and it has to load the data. So the third line it's not meeting the acceptance criteria, so it's going to the fourth.
Exactly. Only for the first instance it will check. If the first instance failed, then only it will go to the second record first variable value. While doing that, it won't do the length condition one more time. It will do that condition only once. For every record, only once. I'll repeat for others, guys. I'll come out of the regional language and I'll explain one more time before that. So whoever understands Telugu, so Usha, Anita, Harini, Chiru, is that clear?
నేను కూడా తెలుగు అండి.
ఓకే, అర్థమైందండి. స్వాతి నువ్వు కూడా తెలుగే, సారీ.
తులసి అండి.
తులసి మీరు తెలుగే, స్వాతి తెలుగే. ఓకే, క్లియర్ అండి, అర్థమైంది ఇప్పుడు దాకా. హర్ని గారు క్లియర్ గానే, క్వశ్చన్ ఉంటే అడగండి.
వాట్ ఇఫ్ ఇన్ కేస్ లాస్ట్ like 6 వేరియబుల్ లో 50084 ఉంది కదా, సో ఇన్ కేస్ 6 క్యారెక్టర్స్ కాబట్టి అది యాక్సెప్ట్ చేసింది. ఇన్ కేస్ లైక్ 4 or 3 క్యారెక్టర్స్ ఉంటే ఇన్ దట్ కేస్ అప్పుడు ఎలా రీడ్ చేస్తుందండి? అది
అసలు రీడ్ చేయదండి, దాన్ని రీడ్ చేయదు. మిస్సింగ్ కాదు, అసలు రీడ్ చేయద్దాన్ని. అది క్రైటీరియా మీట్ అవ్వలేదు, నెక్స్ట్ వేరియబుల్ నాకు లేదు, అసలు రీడ్ చేయండి, వదిలేస్తాను.
ఓకే,
అర్థమైందండి?
ఓకే.
Guys, I'll repeat for others. The question here is, what if last variable doesn't have the length of 6? It won't read it because I don't have any other variable. See, 54, let's say none of these are available. My input will be my output will be empty. Why? I don't have any record to meet my condition. So what I'm trying to do now, let's go with the second one. Let's say this time I go with only these two. So what is going to happen now? What is the output? 54 is not meeting my criteria. Immediately it is going to read the 504, and while reading the 504, it won't take any conditions. Is this how it will work? Correct or not?
Yes. Can I run 504?
Exactly. Let me check. Just give me a moment. One moment, please. Guys, sorry, I'm back. Now is it clear? Now go with the third one. This time what I'm going to do is I'll keep this 3 records. I'll keep. What is going to happen? 54 not meet, so it is going to read 504. 5008 is not meeting the criteria, but I don't have anything else there. But still my output is going to be 504. Exactly. Still my output is going to be 504. Done? Now come back to the other one. So this one, this time I'll go with this. So this is not meeting, it will read 504. This is not meeting, it will read 50081. Correct? Let's see. Correct? When I go with the last one, since it is meeting the length criteria, it is reading that as it is. Last one. Is it clear, guys? Flow is understandable to everyone? Any better? So now Haider, Hasmi and Mahindra. Now tell me, you guys are able to follow it? Because I haven't explained it in your local language. So let me know.
No,
Yeah, it's clear,
yes.
sir.
Yes,
It's
sir.
very clear. It's just
Very clear.
It's clear.
This
Thank
is
you.
the reason why you told like not to mention length in the input, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, don't ask me to explain in the local language because I don't know Hindi.
no Gujarati.
No, I am from Kerala, so my language is Malayalam.
Maybe
But
I can.
understand Telugu.
Manslailo.
Okay. Aర్థమైందా?
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. All right.
Maybe Murli, you should be teaching in Telugu with English subtitles. That would work much better in this group.
Perfect. We'll try that. We need AI for it. Okay. So now, how to handle this? How to handle this? So I have flow over. This all comes under flow over. Correct? This is the natural behavior of SAS. Next thing is, let's say, hey, my zip codes are very, very important to me. If any zip code is not meeting the criteria, don't read anything. Stop the process. Because whatever the postal codes dataset I'm creating here, this is going as an input to some other team. So what is going to happen now? I'm reading the wrong data. Right, these two are wrong data, right? I'm reading the wrong data. So obviously what is going to happen? My next team is also going to use this as the input. Their data also will be corrupted. So what I have to do now, if this is a mandatory data to me, then I have to stop it. That is, I'm saying that, hey, this is a mandatory data to me. Wherever there is a wrong data, don't ever read the file. Stop the process. When the process will be stopped, if I get an error, then only process will be stopped. Correct? So what I have to do now? I have to use stopover. So what is the use case for the stopover now? The use case for the stopover is I have to read this only if the length criteria is meeting. If any record, if the length is not meeting, I should stop the process. So that I will go with stopover. So what stopover will do? For the first record itself, it understands that my data is not correct. It immediately stops the process and throws the error. So when it throws the error, what is going to happen? It is saying that my length is not meeting. So immediately what is happening? The postal code dataset is failed. The dataset is not created. When the dataset is not created, it will not be supplied as an input to the next team. So my next team data will not be corrected. My process is safe. Am I correct? Now do you understand when should I go for the stopover first thing and how the stopover works? Everyone? Everyone?
Yes.
If all the fields are mandatory, then
Yes.
we have to.
Yes, Mahendra, yes, and Usha, yes. The example, the real-time example is Let's say, consider this as an online website. Only if you enter a valid zip code, then only the product has to show the availability to you, whether it is in stock or out of stock. Correct or not? Whether it is deliverable to your address or not will be decided based on the zip code. So zip code is a mandatory thing there, correct? So if you enter invalid zip code, how can you mention the status of it? How can you mention the whether it is a valid or not? Not possible, right? Correct or not? So what I can do in those cases, if anyone is supplying the wrong data, if anyone is supplying the invalid data, don't ever go to the next one. Stop the process because it is mandatory. Is that clear, guys? Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, now go with the other process. Yeah. Chiru, is it
Yeah, sir. Please, one more time.
one more time? Okay. So Chiru, what I want to say is these postal codes are the mandatory thing for me. Every postal code should be of the 6 characters. If any postal code is coming less than 6 characters, those are invalid. In my process, let us say I don't want to have invalid data. I don't want to have the invalid data. If I go with the flow over, what is happening? The invalid data is coming to the picture. So how I can avoid it? To avoid it, I'm using the stopover. What stopover will do? If any of the criteria mentioned by the user is not meeting, it immediately stops the process and throws an error. Correct? So here the first record itself is not meeting the length criteria. So it won't even check the second condition. It will immediately throws an error and stop the process. You can see. It is saying that input statement exceeds the record length. It is not meeting my input criteria. So for the first line itself, it stops the error. It stops the process. Correct? My data set is not created now, right? The dataset work.postal code may be incomplete. Correct? So what is going to happen now? My data set is not created. So if anyone is going to use this particular data set further in my process, they cannot use it because it is wrong data. And I'm safe. As well. Correct or not? Shiru, is that understandable?
Yeah, fine, sir. Okay, understood.
Sorry guys, I was on mute. Right. Next condition. Let's say that I'll go with Missover. So what Missover will do is, hey, whatever the data that you are looking for, if the data is available, if the correct data is available, read it. That is, this is the correct data. You read it. Remaining one, wherever the data is invalid, replace that with the missing value. So if it is valid, read it. If it is invalid, replace that with the missing value. So you are not stopping your process. So what the next team will do is they will take a condition that wherever there is data is not missing, only those records they will filter and they will use it, so that your process will not stop. At the same time, you don't read the wrong data. Correct? So what I'm trying to say here, wherever it is applicable, wherever the data is correct, read it. Wherever the data is wrong, don't read it. Read it as a missing value. See this. So when I prefer this particular option, why you got one more? Maybe we have space after this. Yeah. Now you can see, wherever the correct data is there, we are reading it. Remaining one, we are replacing with the missing value. So this one is a safe option where I will read only the valid data and I will not go with the invalid data. All the invalid data, I will replace that with the missing value. Correct? Understandable, everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, right, wonderful. The next thing is Truncover. So what Truncover will do is, it is not valid in the case of zip codes. It is not valid in the case of zip codes. I'll tell you the different example. What Truncover will do is, it will help to read the data as it is. If it is correct, read it. If it is not correct, also read it. Read everything. Now you can ask me, Murali, in which condition it is useful? Let us say go with the phone numbers. Let's say go with the phone numbers. If someone asks me a phone number, I will say 7675043314, 10 digits. If you remember, around 5 years back, before this portability and all has come, to avoid the roaming, everyone will put 0 in front. Correct? If someone asks the phone number, they say that 07675013314. R. Simply, we put our code, that is country code, in front, +91 followed by 7675043314. Correct? So now let's say, what is my length, mobile number length? Let's say all India codes. I want to take all India phone numbers. Someone has the habit of going with +91 7675043314. Someone has the habit of entering the number 7675043314. Which one is the correct? As long as I'm taking the India's data, which one is correct? Both of them are correct only, right? Both of them are correct only, right? Let's say I'm defining the length based on this. Hey, my phone number must be of 13-digit length. Let's say my phone number must be of 13-digit length. What will happen? All the numbers with this will be read. All the numbers with 13 digits will be read. Any phone number with of 10 digits, even though it is valid, we will not read it, right? We will not read it, right? If I go with the stopover, it will stop the process itself. If I go with the missover, the valid numbers will be replaced with the missing values. Correct? In such cases, what I can do, I can go ahead with the Truncover. Hey, 13 digit is correct, 10 digits also correct. So whichever the length it is going to be 10 digits or it is going to be 13 digits. Read it as it is. In such cases, I can go with Truncover. Make sense, guys? What I'm trying to say here? Is it understandable?
If we do that, then it will, some instance, it will read the wrong data, isn't it then?
Right. In that cases, we have to handle it differently. What means? Let's read it 10 digits, 13 digits, anything, you just read it as it is. After that, put a filter. If the length of your mobile number is equal to 10, or if the length of your mobile number is equal to 13, keep those records. Remaining records deleted. So that you are safe enough?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So there, for everything there is a solution. So this is the classical use case of where the Truncover will be helpful. If I fix the length based on this is become invalid. If I fix the length based on the 13 digit, 10 digits will be invalid. If I want to read both of them, in those cases I have to go with the Truncover. If I go with the missover, this will be replaced with missing. If I go with a regular flow over, the data will be irregular. If I go with the stopover, the process will be stopped. So first 3 methods will not be applicable here. I should go with the last method, and that last method is nothing but the, what is the last method? Truncover. So Truncover is useful here. Clear, everyone?
Yeah, so based on the data, we have to use either of the
Exactly.
3 options.
Exactly. See, you have the option, you cannot use it. I have the requirement, I have to use it. What is my requirement? Based on the requirement, which option is going to fit for me? That's it. So finally, so your code should be as per the requirement. Your code should not be how proficient you are in the coding. Correct? questions? All of you are comfortable? Okay.
Sir, log lo error line number వస్తుంది కదా సార్, దానికి ఒకసారి చెప్పండి సార్.
ఓకే, దానికి మీరు స్టాప్ ఓవర్ వాడాలి. స్టాప్ ఓవర్ వాడినప్పుడు okay, so okay, let me answer the question. The question is like, in the log you are going to get in which line you have the error, correct? You're going to get it. So how this will be calculated, how it will be enabled? So the moment you use your stopover, in whichever the line you have the error, the data error, that will be displayed. Underscore error underscore become 1, underscore n underscore represent which number it is, which line it is. Anta, is that your question?
Yes sir.
Okay. So guys, in the module number 1, we have one topic left, that is nothing but these options. These options, what are them? Yeah, these 5 options are left. So these 5 options, I can take it in the module number 2. Anywhere you can take it, it is across everything. So this is a wrap up for module number 1. So what I'll do is I will share all these codes, updated codes. Today I'll share it along with the input files, all the input files and these codes, and what are the documents you need to refer. All these I'm going to share it, but not today. Tomorrow morning I'll send. Tomorrow Saturday, right? Tomorrow morning I'll share it across with you. So with that, it is going to be a wrap up for the module number 1, and at the same time tomorrow I'm going to send you an assignment as well. That assignment, take 3-4 days of the time, it's up to you. Finish it and send it back to me. Okay, you need to write a code for it and you need to send it back to me. Is that clear to everyone? Assignment tomorrow itself will be rolled up to you. Module number 1. Take assignment seriously, guys.
Sure, thanks.
Yeah.
Sure, Manoj.
Yeah. Okay, have a good day guys. Have a great weekend. See you on Monday with module number 2. Okay, take care guys.
Thanks.
See you. Bye bye.
Thank you very much sir, take
Thank
care.
you.
Bye.
Have a nice weekend.
Have a nice
Thank you.
weekend.
Thank you.
Bye
Bye
everyone.
bye.
Hey, hello everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you can see my screen and hope all of you can hear me. Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes sir.
Perfect. Thank you. So what we can do today is we are going to start with our module number 2. So, but before I start with the module number 2, in the module number 1, there's a small topic pending, which is nothing but your options, right? These options. Let's complete that and we can proceed to the RU topic, which is nothing but the functions. Okay. So I'm talking about dataset options. So let's talk about what are these dataset options are all about. So far, if you see, we have done something related to, something related to our data sets, correct? So here what we will have to do is, some basic stuff we need to say, not complicate anything, just I'll let you understand why should we use these functions, how these functions will be, how these options will be useful to us. Okay, so let's start. So for an example, let's take this particular code. So this is my code. All right. So what I have are even I can take some simple. Okay. Right. So far, if you see, we have read the data from the external file. Correct? Only from the external file. Suppose if I want to read the data from a data set, that is already the data set is available I want to do it. So all of you remember libraries? So it's a physical location where you store your data, correct? So there are some SAS defined libraries as well as there are some user defined libraries, correct? Where can I see all of them? I can go to my server. Under the libraries list, I can see what are the libraries that are exist in the current system, correct? So now what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to use one of the existing library. You can call it as SAS help. The name itself is telling SAS help is the library which can be used, which can be primarily used for learning purpose. Which can be used for the learning purpose. It is going to have some predefined data sets. It is going to have some predefined data set. That is, the data sets are readily available for learning purpose. Samples, I can say simply, I can say samples. Okay. Can you see there is a data set called class? This is the data set I'm going to use it. This is the data set I'm going to use it. Let's see what is this data set consists of. Anyways, you can see here, I'm just keeping it in the another tab. You see, this is the data that I have there. So if you have a close look into it, I can have total of 19 observations. The total number of observations here are going to be 19. And if you see here, these details, that is the headers, there are 6 variables, sorry, 5 variables. I can see there are 5 variables and there are 19 observations, correct? And you can see that the first, these 2 are going to be the character variables, these 3 are going to be the variables, correct? Where this data set is exist, can I say this is the data set which is present in SAS help library, and the name of the data set is class. Am I correct? The name of the data set is going to be SAS help, right? Sorry, the name of the data set is going to be class. It is stored in a permanent library called class. Am I correct? All I'm doing is I'm taking one of the class data set, one of the data set which is already present and stored permanently in one of the library. The name of the library is SAS help. The data set name is class. These are the various variables. This I can find it under my libraries. SAS help is the permanent library which is maintained by SAS. So from here I'm taking this. Alright. So why I'm taking this one? Let's say I want to read this particular data set and I want to create a new data set. Meaning I want to create a new table out of this. This is my input. For an example, I say that this is my input. This is my input table. Whatever I can see here is my input table. Okay. Now all I want to do is I want to create an output table. Now let's copy only this. So how I want to create my output table is my output table I need only name, age, and height. Only these 3 variables I want in my output. Just these 3. I want name, I want age and height. Only these 3 variables and their records will be part of it. And the new data set I want to create here is called as the class underscore 1. Let's store this particular in the work library. In work library, I want to create a data set called work.class. And this is supposed to be my output table. Let's say that this is going to be the output table. So guys, can you understand the requirement what I want to do? Can you understand the requirement, guys? Everyone, what I want to do here? I want to create a new table called class underscore 1 by reading the input data set here, which is nothing but the input table is nothing but the SAS class. I don't want all the variables. Out of 5 variables, only 3 variables should be part of my output data set. So this is my simple requirement. All of you are able to understand this? Requirement is clear to everyone. Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes.
Sir,
Sorry?
starting కొంచెం late అయింది class.
I haven't teach anything. This is the only thing I started. I just mentioned what is my input and I just mentioned what is the output data set I'm looking for. Okay, nothing else I have mentioned. All right. So now, guys, what you need to do if I need this output? This is my input table. I'm looking this as my output table. So what is the difference? Can I say that from my input data set, only 2 variables I have dropped? If I drop 2 variables from my input data set, can I get my output data set? Am I correct? So what I can do, drop 2 variables, 6 and wait to get my new data set. Am I correct, guys? If I want my new data set, how I can get that is, all I need to do is I just need to drop 2 variables. All of you accept this? I need this as my output. If I want to get this particular output, the only way I have here is going to be, or the simple way I have here I have is, but from my input data set, just drop 2 variables. Everyone accept? Correct or not? Can I get a quick confirmation? Right. Now, let's go. Yeah, let's go back and write the code for it. First, so here my output table is going to be data class underscore 1. Am I correct? Work dot class underscore 1 is nothing but the class underscore 1. So my output data set is going to be class underscore 1. What is my input table? So far we are using only data, right? So data is the keyword to create the output data set. Now, set is the keyword which can be used to mention what is my input data set. I'm not reading the data from the external file anymore. No file. I'm not reading the data from the data line. I'm actually reading the data from the another data set. Is that understandable? My input now is not a file. My input now is nothing but the another data set. Can I get a quick confirmation? All of you are able to follow this? So wherever I want to supply my input as a data set, I need to go ahead with the set operator, or I can say simply set option. All of you clear what is called set is all about? Right. And if I say run now, the meaning is read a SAS dataset called class, which is present in SAS help, and create a dataset called class underscore 1 and store that in the work library. Let's run this. Now we can look at the log. There are 19 observations read from SAS help.class. I'm reading means, can I say that this is going to be the input dataset? Correct? So I have read 19 observations from the input dataset called SAS help.class. Okay. What I did after that? Then dataset class underscore 1 has 19 observations and 5 variables. So what I did? I read the data from the input data set without applying any conditions. I have created new data set as it is. Is that the meaning? Is that the meaning? There were 19 observations read from the data set class and the class underscore 1 also has created with 19 observations and 5 variables. What is the difference between these two? This is a permanent data set. This is a temporary data set. Except that the data remains going to be the same. Am I clear? Any questions on this?
Murli, today for some reason your voice is so different. Like it's even though our volume is 100, it's not. I don't know if it's my system problem or.
As simple as that.
So even I felt the same. I thought the
No.
same, but I felt the same.
I don't know
Maybe
Some distance.
you should have used the earphones, I guess, Murli, I think so. Because
Yes.
I can feel the voice is coming from very deep valley or something like that. It's
very simple thing. You could have asked me straightforward, maybe in the start of the class itself. I'm not using the Excel because I become lazy. Let me put that in.
Actually, I thought like this is my system problem. That's what.
No, not at all, not at all. Just a second.
Okay.
Is it better now? Team, is it better?
Yes.
yeah, much better.
Much better.
You could have asked me, guys. So I thought it is okay because no one has raised any concern. So I thought I can go ahead without a headset. Okay, fine. Now let me repeat it. All I did here is nothing but I just started my data set. A new data set has been created by reading the data from the data set called SAS help.class. Okay. Now I'm adding few things here. This is just reading the entire data from SAS help.class and creating a new data set called class 1. Both of them are exactly same here. But that is not my requirement, right? What is my requirement? From your input data set, don't read everything. Don't read everything. Read only 3 variables. Or in my output data set, keep only 3 variables. Correct? Or, okay, there are 2 ways I can write it. Number 1, drop 2 variables x and weight. Or I can also say that keep 3 variables. What are the 3 variables I want to keep here? Name, age, and height. Correct or not? Either I want to go with the new one where I can simply go ahead and create the new data set by two ways. One, from my input data set, either I can drop these 2 variables. Correct? These 2 variables I can drop it. Or I can just keep these 3 variables. Either of them are correct. Either you drop, okay, sorry, I just mentioned it wrongly. This is going to be green, this is supposed to be the red. Correct? Either you drop your sex and weight variables into the output data set, don't keep them, or just keep only the 3 variables into the output data set. So both of them will work in the same way. Both of them are correct because I just want to have only 3 variables in my output, and the 3 variables are here. The remaining 2 variables I am dropping from the table. To do this, so first I'm going with keep options. Keep. So keep, I can go ahead as an option, or I can go ahead as a statement. So keep as a statement, meaning I can write keep. I can mention what variables I want to keep it in the output. Out of all the, you can see the list has come already. Out of all these variables, what variables I want to keep it in my output? I want these 3 variables. Just mention them. Done. All I'm saying is I don't want all the variables. I just need 3 variables from my input data set. Can you run this? Is this the output you are looking at? Right? Now, the next thing. This is keep as a statement. Now, let's say keep as an option. So if you want to go with keep as an option, just remove this one from here. In the output data set, just use braces. Remember, wherever in the data statement or in the set statement, if you put braces after your dataset name, the parenthesis after your dataset name act like the dataset options. These are nothing but the dataset options. The dataset options I would like to go here is, I just say keep equal to, that's it. So there, as a keep as a statement, I just mentioned that keep followed by the variables I want to keep it in my output, I'll mention it. Then if I want to go with keep as an option, I just mention keep is equal to, and the variables I want to put it in my output. The output remains going to be the same, either if I use the first option or I use the second option. All of you are able to understand? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone? Keep as an option, keep as a drop. Sorry, keep as a statement. Very simple and straightforward. If I want to keep my variables, write it there. That's it. Either you write it as a statement or you write it as an option. Remember, options are powerful. Options are fast compared to your statements. Because keep as a statement, you can see we all know that SAS always work statement by statement. It will execute statement by statement. So what will happen is, if I have 100 records in my input, for all the 100 records, in every record it is going to perform this operation, correct, during execution of each record. But if I go with keep as an option, it won't do that. At an entire data set level, it will do the keep operation. At a data set level, in a single go, it will do what variables I want to keep, what variables I want to drop. But if I want to keep the keep as a statement, for every record they are going to cross check. For every record they are going to implement. Is that clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation? Questions? All right.
So we can use both as a statement or as a option.
You can do it, but you can do it. Only one thing will work. For an example, if you say in this way, if you say keep equal to keep name and age, but if you say, if I repeat the same here, let's say keep name and age, I don't find any issue. I don't find any issue. If I use both of them as a statement, as an option, if I use the same things, I don't find an issue. For an example, in the option, you just use name and age, but in the statement, we are using height. Both of them are different, right? And when you run this particular one, there is a conflict. Can you see what is going to happen? It is not able to understand. You can go to this. The variables used in the drop keep name is not referenced because you try to execute statement by statement. You said that you want to go only with the height, so it doesn't know what is called name and age, because these will be executed at each statement level. Each record it will apply. This at the end it will apply on the output. So what it is trying to do, it is keeping only height for all the documents. So my end output is going to be only height. On the height, you want to keep name and age, but name and age is not available now. So it is throwing an error. You understand what I'm trying to say? For an example, if you do it in a reverse way.
Yes.
I just keep all these three together, right? But here, I'll just say keep height. So now can someone tell me the output? What is how many variables will be there in the output? Can I get a quick confirmation?
One, sir.
One.
Exactly. Exactly.
One.
Height is, yeah, height is the only variable which will be part of my output, correct? Let's see. So now you got the point. So generally you can use any one, don't go with both. That's our overall thing. Don't go with both. Use any one of it. All right. So hope I'm clear with this. So let's go with any questions?
No need to mention dollars in this.
No, no need. You don't need to mention whether it is a character or it is a numeric. So if you mention the name of the variable, that is more than sufficient. Wonderful. Good question. All right. Now, the next thing is going to be drop as a statement drop as an option. Same thing, guys. Let's say if I say drop, that is, if I need this output, what I need to do? Can I say these two variables I need to drop? Then only I can get this output, right? I'm mentioning what variables I don't want in my output. So the variables I don't want in the output are these two, sex and weight. I don't want them in my output, right? The same thing I can do here also. I don't want these two variables in my output. See, either the cases you are going to get the same output. What happened? I just use the keep there, right? I use keep here. This must be true. So now you can see, first one, I'm dropping the two variables. I'm just keeping the remaining three. Am I correct? This is the output, the same as your keep statement. Same as well here also, drop equal to sex and weight. These two I don't want. Same output. So keep and drop, either of the things you can use, but which one to use is up to you. But logically speaking, let's say I have 100 variables in a data set. Out of the 100 variables, I want only 5 variables in the output data set. Which option you are going to use? Keep or drop?
Keep.
Keep. Why? I can write only 5 variables. That's more than sufficient. If I want to say drop 95 variables, I need to drop. So in the drop statement or drop keyword, I have to write 95 variables, which is tedious. But either of them I can use. Correct or not? Is that making sense? What I'm trying to say? I can use any of these. Sorry?
Yeah, nothing really.
Yeah. So either I can go ahead with keep option or drop option, keep statement or drop statement, but all you need to bother here is going to be which one to use is up to you. If I have a scenario where I have 100 variables, I want to go with 5 variables to be part of my output, I can happily go with the keep statement because our keep option, I just need to write only 5 variables there. But drop also going to give me the same output. The only thing is going to be I have to go with the drop option with 95 variables I need to mention in the data set. Am I correct? That's the only difference. All of you are clear with both keep and drop? Can I get a quick confirmation? Everyone?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Perfect. The next thing is going to be a rename option. The other thing is going to be a rename. So, give me a sec. So the rename option is going to be, if at all I want to change any name, in that case, I can go with the rename option. For an example, let's take a simple example. Again, rename also I can use it as a same way. Statement, rename as a statement or rename as an option. So rename. So rename as a statement if I want to say, for an example, I don't want the name, like say, I don't want to go with the variable name as sex. Instead, I want to replace that as gender. All I need to do is just mention rename sex. That is, you can see just I hover on the one. Old name is equal to new name. That is, old name is equal to, old name is nothing but the sex, is equal to new name, which is nothing but the gender. Done. So if I run this particular one, in my output, there will not be any variable called sex. Instead of that, it will be replaced with gender. Only the variable name has been renamed. Clear? The same thing I can do here, even in this particular one. So rename is equal to, here I have to put one more braces. In the braces, I need to do the same. Sex is equal to gender. Only the syntax will be changed a little, but the output remains going to be the same. Clear? Rename. You can write a bunch of renames also, not an issue. You can rename bunch of things also. Right now, rename is clear to everyone. Can I get a quick confirmation? So you can ask me, Murli, can I go ahead with the combination of all these together?
For the
Let's say,
sorry,
yeah.
Sorry, just one quick question for the rename.
Hmm.
For the rename, we can do how many variables?
Any
Is there
number
any
of variables.
limitation? Or? Okay.
No, any number of variables. In your input has 5 variables now. You want to change all the 5 variables, you can change it.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say I can also do the combination. For an example, data SAS.class. Okay. I want to create a data set called class_2. I want to rename a variable which is called sex, which is equal to gender. So this one is done. Right? Then all I want to do here is, here I'm saying keep is equal to, I just want sex variable, name variable, and age variable. Now can you tell me, now you can tell me, here I'm saying system that, hey, go and keep the variable name called sex. But at the same time, I'm saying rename is equal to sex equal to gender. So will it throw an error? Will it throw any error?
No, Murli. I think it's in the sequence. It will go one after the other. First, it keeps sex, name, and age, and then followed by rename.
No.
I think in this case, no.
Yeah, now
I'm confused.
Okay, good. Let's see. There's a small, you might be a bit surprised. You don't find the error, and also the rename has been done. Remember, rename is the last option will be applied. This is very important. That's the reason I went with the combination. Rename is the last option or statement applicable during the execution, in whatever the order you keep. Okay, in whatever the order you keep, rename is going to be the last option or statement that will be executed. So that's the reason, whichever the sequence you use, rename is going to be the last one. Is that clear? This is one of the common interview question, and this is going to be the one of the SAS certification question as well. As part of the certification also, people prefer this because many of the people are not aware of this. Many of the people are not aware of it. So rename works in a pretty good way because it is going to be the last option that will be applicable on your system. Is that clear to everyone? Remaining everything is sequence. If I put keep and drop together, or if I put any other things in together, it will be sequence. But rename, remember, it is going to be the last statement which will be applicable on your thing. Or I can say that rename is the last option that will be applicable. Don't say statement, option. Any questions? Understandable? Just there is a small tweak. That's the reason I want to mention here. Done. So keep done, drop is also done, rename is also done. Then we have first stops and OBS. Let's talk about these two. First stops.
The doubt.
Chapandi.
Rename is last option అన్నారు కదా. డేటా క్లాస్ 2 లో ఫస్ట్ వచ్చింది రీనేమ్.
అదేనండి, ఈ సీక్వెన్స్ లో దానికి పని లేదు. మీరు ఎక్కడైనా పెట్టండి దాన్ని, రీనేమ్ ఫస్ట్ పెట్టండి, లాస్ట్ పెట్టండి, మధ్యలో ఒక ఆప్షన్ లో పెట్టండి, మీ ఇష్టం. రీనేమ్ అనేది అన్ని ఆపరేషన్స్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత లాస్ట్ లో అప్లై అవుతుంది.
Okay.
Right? So guys, I'm just repeating this. So the question is going to be why the rename is applicable on the last, even though the rename is the first option we mentioned in the class 2. The answer for that is, irrespective of whatever the position of rename it is, whichever the position we keep the rename, it will be applicable only at the end. It is going to complete all other executions. Finally, when the dataset is ready to export, by the time it will do the rename. Clear to everyone, right? Any other questions on this?
So by default, it takes the rename at the last.
Exactly, by default. That's the nature. That's the way the rename will work. That's the way. All right. So the next thing you need to understand here is the first ops adopts. Very simple topic and most powerful topic again. So let's take this example as it is. So from SAS help.class, this is my SAS help.class, right? I want output like this, guys. Let's take this as it is. This is my output I'm expecting. How do you get this? Let's say not even, then let's go up to this 5. This is the output I'm expecting. How do I get this output? Can I say that either I can use keep and drop, right? After that, I need to say that I have to read only 5 observations. Am I correct? I want to read only 5 observations, first 5 observations. Is that what the output is? Correct? So to do that, I'll go with OBS option. That's why I'll simply say that OBS is equal to, OBS will tell what is the last record you want to read. I'll simply say that OBS is equal to 5. Meaning is, since I have not mentioned any first OBS, by default my system will read the data from the observation number 1. By default, it will read the data from the observation number 1 and it will read up to 5 observations. What happened? It will throw an error, warning. Sorry. One difference I have to put it here, guys, because whatever I keep it in my data, that will be on the output data set, correct? So I am not changing any data in the input so far. Can you see? All the options I have applied only on the output data set, correct? That is, first output data set is created. On the output data set, all your changes will be applicable so far, correct? But here also, the problem here is if I put OBS is equal to 10 or OBS is equal to 5. So when this option need to be applied after creation of class 2, right? So I have 19 observations. All these 19 observations are read and created a class data set with 19 observations already. 19 observations and 5 variables. After you created with 19 observations, will this option will be applicable? Because I have already created 19 observations. So I have to say that, hey, don't do this in the output, do it in the input. While reading the data from the input data sets itself, read only first 5 observations. If I read only 5 observations, how many observations will be in my output? Obviously 5. So that I'll be safe. Understandable? Right? So now I can apply all my keep and drop options, everything. Let's say that I'll just go ahead and say that keep is equal to, I just want to keep name, age, and height. So now if I run it, I can see that the pretty much same output. Is that clear, guys? Why I'm putting OBS in my input data set rather than the output data set? Because the data set is already created with 19 observations. What I can do there? Right? So before creation itself, I have to do it. That's the reason I just go with OBS in the set statement. All of you, can I get a quick confirmation? Are you able to follow what I have said here?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also you can see this keep option is there, no? This you can also keep it in the input. It works perfectly fine. So the keep option, the rename option, the drop option perfectly finds in either of the data options or in the set options, either in the input or in the output, it works perfectly fine. There's no difference at all, right? But only when it comes to the OBS and first OBS, remember, these two will work only if it is going to be a input data set. Clear? Now let me go ahead and create one more data set, but here I'll say that my first OBS is equal to 5 and OBS is equal to 5. Can someone tell me what is the output now? And I'll just go with the keep option again. I'll say keep is equal to this. Now, can someone tell me what is the output? Maybe I can show you here.
Just the fifth one will come.
I can also put observation number for your convenience. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah. So can someone tell me now what is the output now?
The Henry 14 and 63.5.
Okay. From here to, is this the only thing you are going to get? Okay,
Yes.
this is your output, right? This is their output, right? You can also take from here. So you're saying that this is the output that you are seeing. Okay, Henry, 5th record. This is the output you're expecting. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone? What is the output?
First,
From where to where? Anita, yes, please.
First 5 variables.
First 5 variables. You are not putting anything on variables. Variables will be name, age, and height only.
I think it's from Henry to John, 10th.
Henry to John. Okay, you mean to say this is the one that you are targeting. Am I correct?
Yes.
Henry to John. But these are 6 records. Okay, let me go ahead. Just say that this is your output. This is what you are expecting.
It's 6 records, only 5 records, like Henry, James, Jane, Janet, and Jeffrey. Up to 9.
The highlighted portion.
Yes.
What else? Anyone? The answer is whatever Hasmi mentioned. This is the answer. Yes. The reason is, first of all, OBS will not change. OBS is equal to 5 records. That is, my output should be 5 records. So who is this? Oh, sorry. Who's this? Usha. I'll go with you.
if you
Because
put the other way, then I think the 5 records from Henry to Jeffrey comes.
no. Yeah, I go with you. That's the reason I said before I executing itself, I said to you, I'll go with you. The reason is, before I said OBS is nothing but what is the last record I want to read? That is what I mentioned there, correct? The last record I want to read is 5th record. First ops will say that what is my first record? If I don't mention first ops, it is going to read from the record number 1. If I mention first ops, let's say that my first ops, I say that 5. So I'm saying that read from 5th record. Okay. What is my last record? 5th record only. Meaning I just read only one record. That is Henry. Maybe it is confusing. I'll just change this to a little. Let's say, can I put like this? 3 and 5. Can you guys tell me now? Now you can. Now I believe everyone will answer. Can I say this is the output?
Yeah, we'll get 3, 4, and 5 observations.
Exactly. My first record I want to read is 3. My last record I want to read is 5. This is my 3rd record. This is my 5th record. Between that, all the records I'm going to read. So can you guys understand how the first ops and ops works now? Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But only can we use this in the serial way, or like if I want the first, the 3rd one, and then 5th, and then 7th, something like alternate?
No, not possible. Not possible. In this way, I cannot use it. There is another option called You remember there is a automatic variable called underscore n underscore. You remember what it will indicate? Observation number. That condition I want to use. Suppose if you need 1, 3, and 5 records, okay, then I have to write one if condition. I'll talk about this a little later, how to write the if condition and all, but I'll show you the output now. If underscore n underscore in 1, 3, 5. So it is going to give me first, third, and fifth records now. Alfred, Barbara, and Henry. Alfred, Barbara, and Henry. Clear? And can you, because underscore n underscore mention what is my observation number is. So I can make use of that particular one. So we talk about this later, right? Because you have, since you have asked the question, I just went through that. But all of you understand what is called first ops and last first ops and ops and how it works, right? Okay. Now the question is, here I know how many number of observations are there, right? I can go to class dataset. I can simply open this and I can see that there are 19 observations. I say that what is my first observation and what is my last observation. Let's say from 15th record to how many records are there? All the records I want to read. I don't know my end value. I don't know my last observation. My last observation is not known to me. I know only my first observation. 15th is the first observation I want to read. From there, how many records are there? Read all of them. How do you do it? I don't know what is the value of OBS. Then I can use an option called first ops is 15. Last option I don't know. I can go with max. OBS is equal to max. Can you see now? From Philip to William, all the records it has read. Correct? When I don't know what is my maximum, or I don't know what is the last observation count. When I don't know what is the last observation count, in such case, I can go ahead with the OBS option. OBS option stands for, OBS equal to max. Max stands for maximum value. Anything? Any questions from anyone? That is the complete wrap up for module number 1, guys. So now module number 1 is completed end to end. I'll do because this one, all the programs I have sent, but not the updated ones. Correct? I have added some more data. I have also added the notes, and you also need input files for your practice. Correct? So what I will do is most probably by today itself, after the class, I will send all the notes, each SAS program separately. I'll export and I'll send it. Number 1. Number 2, I'll also send the input files for your practice purpose, right? I think reference material, the basic reference material, whatever you need, I have already sent. I have also sent the assignment. Hope all of you might have seen it, right? Anita, I saw your mail. I'll reply on that particular piece. Any questions on the assignment, guys, other than that? Anyone haven't get the assignment by any chance?
No, still I need to do. When we need to do by this weekend or?
It's up to you. I don't put any limits.
That's
it's
fine.
up to you. Sooner you finish, you will be in touch. That's the only thing. Correct or not? All right. So now I'll go with the functions. I just give you an overview of what we need to do under the functions and I'll stop. Okay. Functions, the name itself is telling. Anyone tell me why you need to use the functions? Or what is function? I can say that when applies on a variable, when applies on a variables, it returns new value. Technical definition, it returns new value. So what do you mean by that? Let's say I have two variables, a and b. A equal to 5, b equal to 5. I'll say that C is equal to sum of A and B. Sum of is a function. Sum is a function. What it is going to do? It is going to sum the two input variables A and B. So C is equal to 10. Correct? I can say that A is equal to 4, B equal to 6. I'll say C is equal to minimum of A comma B. It is going to calculate the minimum value. Max, maximum value. Mean, average value. Correct? So what I can understand here in a simple manner, whenever I'm looking for a new value based on some execution, I can go with the functions. Am I correct? That's what the functions will do. When applies on a variable, it returns a new value. Simple. Now, in SAS, ideally speaking, there are two types of functions, or I can categorize my functions into two. Number one, character functions. That is functions that we apply on all the character variables. Those are called character functions. Number two, numeric functions. That is the functions that are applicable on the numeric variables. Again, these numeric functions can be segregated into three, just for ease of understanding. Those are mathematical functions, that is whatever we have talked now, like sum or absolute, or calculating the integer part, calculating the square root of a variable. All these kind of mathematical functions will be called as mathematical functions. Number two, I can also go ahead with statistical functions, like a logarithmic value, mean value, or standard deviation value, standard error value. These kind of statistical things, if you want to calculate, I can go with the statistical functions. And there is one beautiful thing, which is nothing but the date and time functions. That is, if I want to calculate, or if I want to go with the functions that is applied at the date and time, that is how many days, number of days difference between the two SAS dates, how to calculate the age of a person, how to advance the date by one, or how to go back to the same day in the previous month. All this kind of stuff comes under the date time functions. There is another thing you can call that as data type conversion functions. Data type conversion functions. That is, whenever you want to convert a variable from numeric to character, or vice versa, that is character to numeric, there I can go ahead with the data type conversion function. There are two functions. You can call it as a put function, and another one is going to be the input function. So character functions are a bit more. I can say that. I can say there are a lot of character functions are available. But still, I'll go with some of the functions which we use on day-to-day basis. I can say that approximately I'll go with around 15 to 20 of the different functions. 15 to 20, I can say. Okay, so that we can see on day-to-day basis. So most probably today is 22nd Monday. I'm expecting to complete the entire functions, that is including date time, data type conversion functions, and everything by this weekend. That is nothing but before Friday. So 4 days, these are more than sufficient. 2 days we can go with the character functions. 1 day we go with the numeric functions. 1 day we can go ahead with the date time functions. So date time functions will take time, character functions will take time. The remaining will be smaller. The portion will be not that larger. So on a whole, in 4 days we can complete all these functions. All right. So maybe by weekend again, I can give you the another assignment on the functions. So guys, only the first module will take time. From the second module onwards, it will not take time. The next most, I can say that most of the time we are going to consume after this means in the procedures. That is one of the module which will take a lot of time. Again, macros. These two are the ones which are time consuming ones. Remaining everything, I can say that 1.5 week. Maximum, minimum 1 week, maximum 1.5 week. That's it. Clear? Any questions?
So the entire course will be end of March, approximate?
I believe middle of April, because project also there.
Okay, yeah, that's thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. If you want me to rush up, let me know. I'll do it.
If you want to do more hours, this means this all other agree, then we can do 2 hours.
Okay. No need. We can, because 2 hours teaching a class 2 hours is not going to be a problem for me, because for Editech Adal, I'll go with 3 hours. 3 hours stretch I'll go. Okay, that's not a problem.
Yes.
But the problem is how much input you can take. How much input you can take. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
don't go with that. Right? Especially, the topics that we are going after this. After this, it is like, what I can say. Topics are not as simple as we can see, right? Even the moment you go with the character functions itself, you can understand, because when I go with more than 4 or 5 functions in area, you will start, there is a tendency to get confusion, right? You start getting confused. So that's the reason, there will be a time limit. Otherwise, going with a 2 hours class is not a problem at all, right? But it will definitely go with 1 hour 15 minutes. I won't go with 1.5 hour also. I'll go with 1 hour 15 minutes. All right. Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow, and I'll send the entire module 1 notes as well as the input files. Okay.
So there's a question. Oh God.
Yeah. Yes. Tell me, please.
Sir, questions we will do it later.
Sorry.
Functions we will do it tomorrow.
Yeah. From tomorrow.
Okay. Character functions. These are the parts of basically second module, right?
Yes. This is second module. We started with module 2. You can also, I always differentiate here. You can see. So I started with the module number 2. This is module number 1 is done.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Perfect. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
See you. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay. Let's start with today's discussion on functions. Okay. So functions, as I mentioned yesterday, when it applies on a variable, it returns a new value. As simple as that. Okay. Now, so there are 3 types of functions. We can generally call it as character functions, where we apply all these functions only on a character data type. Numeric functions are the one where we can apply this only on a numeric data type, whereas data type conversions are nothing but where we are converting from one data type to another data type, right? Today, we will concentrate more on character functions, right? So there are a bunch of character functions. What we do is I keep updating the list here. Okay. So I'll remove this. Anyways, it doesn't require. I'll start from here. So the very first function I'm going to discuss today is length function. Length and lengthc. These two are the functions we are going to discuss first. Right. For an example, guys, we know how to read a data set now, right? So data class set SAS help dot class and run. So what it is going to happen now? I can simply say that I'm going to read all the variables and all the observations from the SAS help dot class, and I'm storing in a variable called, I'm storing in a data set called class. So here what I'm trying to do is I don't want to go with all the variables. I just go with, let's say, name, age, and 6. These 3 variables I use. Okay, with these 3 variables I'm creating a data set. Here is the one. Now if someone asks me, hey, can you give me length of the name variable, length of the sex variable, length of the age variable? If someone asks you, what is your answer? If I ask you that, can you give me the length of name, sex, and age? What you can say, guys?
Like
No answers.
name $7.
Sorry. Could you please repeat it?
Name length is 7
Okay.
and sex it's 1.
How do you know that?
I think like only one way, one byte is there. So
But if I go with this, let's say that here name you said 7, right? Alfred. For the first one it is 6. For the second one it is 5. For the third one it is going to be Barbara. It is going to be like 7. It is keep changing, right? How do you define a standard length?
like length name is equal name $7.
Name $7. The name $7 will not work here. What do you mean by name $7? Just give me a second.
Assigning the length.
Hey, sorry guys, sorry, I just placed on the mute. I got an urgent call. Okay, let's start. Let's start and talk about this one more time. So all I'm saying here.
Yeah, Murli. Actually, I mean, maybe we should go to properties and check the length. How much is it? But otherwise, just seeing the Excel, I don't think we can know the length of the.
First thing, guys, whoever started their learning with data from reading the data from the external files, the first their mind, all the mind will be always thinking about, if someone asks the length, how much is the length that I'm assigning. Let's just now Hasmi said that $7. Hasmi, first thing, have you assigned any length here? While reading from the external file, you do it. Are you reading the data from the external file? No. Have you used any length statement here? No. So there is no way that you are assigning the length, right? Whatever the length that is available in the SAS help.class, you are using it as it is. Correct?
Okay.
So first thing you need to understand is I'm not assigning any length. Correct?
Okay. Okay.
Second thing. If I say that, hey, length is the one that I'm talking about, if I say this particular one, the next question you have to ask me is, only what length you are talking about? Are you talking about assigned length, or are you talking about storage length? New thing, right? So what do you mean by assigned length? What is meant by storage length? Now I come to your question, or now I come to your solution given by Usha. That is, Usha saying that, why can't I check the properties like this? It is saying 8. It is also saying 8. So it is saying 1. It's saying 1. And when it comes to the age, it is saying again 8. Correct? So what do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? Before that, I will teach you one simple procedure. Maybe not required. Just go with this one. If I say that name have a length of 8, can you see this here, right? Length of 8. This is how much length we have assigned while creating this particular variable, right? You might taken the control on the length, you might not taken the control on the length, someone else has created it, whoever done it, whatever you can see in the properties, this is the length with which this variable is created. That is called assigned length. Is that clear? What do you mean by assigned length? Assigned length is something like the length that we have created, while creating that particular variable. Am I correct? Everyone? Then what is storage length? Though you assigned 8 bytes of length to this particular variable called name, how much is the length that is actually occupied? Maybe I can go ahead with this. Anyways, we have it here, right? You can see here. Just I take only the length, okay? Only the length variable I'm taking here. This is my length variable. Apologies. Now we can see this is my length variable, correct? So now I'm saying that length I would like to calculate. How I can calculate is, you can see length is a function, length of this text. So how much is the length here? 6, because there are 6 characters, correct? Just scroll this down till the last one. Can you see? Whatever the length I have, I can see here is the storage length. How much the variable is storing. Then what is the length assigned? Length assigned is while I am creating this particular variable, how much is the assigned length? By default, I got 8 as a default length for any character variable, right? The same thing will be available here. So if you go to the properties, from the properties you are going to get this, correct? This is the value with which I created my variable. This is the value with which my variable is storing the data. Can you understand what is called storage length and what is called assigned length? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? Meaning, if you,
sorry, for the storage data, how did you get the storage data? I missed the point maybe.
How much is the length? You just calculate number of bytes. There are 6 bytes. Okay. There are 5 bytes. There are 7 bytes. The length, the original, how much it's stored. Otherwise, if you say in other ways, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is 8 bytes. Correct? Let's understand this 8 as the 8 bytes of the memory. So I assigned a name here. This is my name. Just say that this is my name. How much is the assigned length for me? 8. I said that name variable by default I'm assigning 8 bytes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Okay. Now go with the first one, guys. What is the first variable? This one, right? Alfred. When it comes to the Alfred, A, L, F, R, E, D. Like this it is assigned. Like this it is stored, correct? The assigned length of this entire name variable is 8. But out of that, for the first record, it occupied only 6 bytes of the memory. So the storage length is 6. The original assigned length is 8. Is that clear? Second one, Alice, A, L, I, C, E. Again, it occupied only 5 bytes of the memory, but assigned length still is 8. The remaining 3 bytes of the memory is wasted. This memory is wasted. This memory is wasted. I just assigned default 8 bytes of the memory to everything. But out of the 8 bytes, how much is the storage is nothing but your storage length. Is that clear? Now is it making sense?
Yes.
Everyone?
Yeah.
Any questions from anyone? Now, for every variable, to see the assigned length, let's say, I just want to go with assigned length. How much is the length assigned? To see this particular one, either I can go to the properties, if not, I just say Lengthc function. I'm just using class as the data set. What I want to know, I want to see the assigned length, correct? So I'm just calling a variable name itself is assigned length, which is equal to Lengthc of lengthc, come on, what is happening with my keyboard? Yeah, lengthc of any function, guys. Remember, any function, it is going to start with this one, that is parenthesis, name followed by parenthesis. So for what variable I want to calculate the assigned length? Assigned length for name variable. Let's say name. Done. Run this. Can you see what is the assigned length for a name? For everything, it is going to be 8 only. All right. Let's say, just say length functions. Length functions demo. Let's say this is assigned length of name. This is assigned length of age variable. This is assigned length of sex variable. So let's say that this is going to be age. This is going to be sex. Now you can see. For everything, you can see. For age variable, while they are creating, they used best 12 format. You can see that the reason why I'm not getting 8 instead of 12 means we got best 12 format applied on it, right? Though you can see the length is 8, it is showing 12. The reason behind that will be it has in the back end you have the best 12 format. That is one of the bug with your SAS class. Don't worry about it. Okay. Then assigned length of sex variable is equal to 1. It is always 1. So in SAS help class, not only SAS help class, in almost all your SAS help data sets, wherever your age or wherever your numeric numbers are coming, for all of them, there is a best 12 format will be applied. That's the reason you can see always 12 there. Don't worry about it. Now, after this, I don't want to go with the assigned length. I want to check the storage length. I just want to go with storage length. So when I want to go with the storage length, instead of lengthc, just use length. Now you can see. The storage length for the name is, maybe I can put these two one to each other so that it will give a lot of clarity. Now you can see. All right. So I just keep all of them one to next to each other. Can you see this? Assigned length of name is for everything it is 8. All right. But you can see that for the storage length for everything is coming as 6767. That is nothing but whatever the length is there, it is calculating that. Correct. Again, check it your storage length for sex variable. The assigned is 8. Assigned is 1. The storage is also 1. But you can see for the length of storage, the storage length and assigned length of numeric variable, generally, this we have discussed multiple times. When the format is applied on it, you generally cannot see that. That is one problem. The second problem is going to be, generally, for numeric variable, you will be least bothered about the length, because even though the maximum length is 8, it can store any length of our choice by converting that into the exponential format. Correct? So whatever the format applicable on that, the same format will be carried forward. So that's the reason we generally do not consider your numeric variables into the length part. Correct? And also you remember, we are doing one mistake, that is we are trying to assign the length for numeric variable. I already mentioned that lengthc, all these functions should be applicable on a character variable, but we are trying to apply this on a numeric variable. That is the another discrepancy here. Are you guys able to understand why I'm getting irregular values? Means because the function, the storage function should be applicable only on the functions should be applicable only on the characters. These are not character variables, right? Age is not a character variable, right? That's the reason you can see the discrepancy. That is another reason why you're seeing that. Is that clear, guys? Everyone? Make sense? Questions?
Yeah, can you show me the assigned length of sex?
Sure. 1 and 1.
Yeah,
Maybe.
here actually, yeah, it is a variable, character variable, right? So by default, the assign length should be.
No. That's what I got your question. That's the reason before you start the question itself, I want to say this. See, I have not created this. Second, if I go to the class variable and if you look into the properties, can you see this? In the SAS help dot class itself, while creating the sex variable, they created with a length of 1. Correct? The length with which it created is 1 only. The default length is 8. It doesn't mean that I have to create everything with 8, right? I can control the length by using the length statement. I could have created this one, right? You understand what I'm trying to say, Tulasi?
Yeah.
To clarify your doubt, what I can do is I'll create one more data set. Data student length, let's say name $3 dot. I just want to go with a 3 dot only. Okay, let's say 5 dot. I want to go with the length of 5 dot. All right. After that, I just want to create a variable called sex variable with $1 dot. And also I want to go with a location. Let's say location. Location, I just want to go with $12 dot. Or I can say 20 dot. Now I just go with the input name $6 and a location, which is also a character variable. And here I just go with the data lines. My data lines here is going to be, which will start with, let's say name is something like let's say ABC, gender is young, let's say location is going to be Hyderabad. Then I have the, just say that there is another person named called Om. Just go with EM, let's say Chennai. And then I have another person, let's say Sai F. She's from, let's say, Bengaluru. All right, and run. Now can you see what I'm trying to do? The assigned length for all these three. The assigned length for all these three. What is the assigned length, guys? Can you tell me? Let's say I just go with assigned. Okay, name. Okay, let's go with the full one. Assigned length for name is equal to Lengthc of name. Am I correct? What will be the value? Can someone tell me? What is the assigned length for the name?
5, because we define the length as 5.
Exactly, correct. You're right. Okay. What is the assigned length of location? 20. What is the assigned length of sex variable? 1. Correct? Up to this, all of you are clear? Now I'll go with the storage length. So storage length of name variable, storage length of sex variable, storage length of location variable. But here I cannot give the direct value. Am I correct? If I go with the record number 1, the storage length of name is 3. Sex is equal to 1. The length of this is going to be 5 plus 4, 9. Am I correct? It will be keep changing for everything, right? Now look into this. This is going to give you the perfect example, or it is going to give you the right answer. What happened to this? Something went wrong. It calculated everything, correct? What happened to this? We have given the variables correctly only, no? It has taken something wrong with this M. Okay, let me check. If this time also, yeah, there is maybe I hit the tab key. The tab delimitation is different, right? Than the space delimitation. That's the reason it got the error there. Now you can see the assigned length of name is 5 for everything. The assigned length of location is going to be 20 for everything. The assigned length of sex is 1 for everything, because these are the lengths with which I created these variables. But go with the storage. These are the original ones. ABC 3, Om 2 characters, Sai
3 characters. Can you differentiate now? Assigned length as well as storage length. And when it comes to the sex variable, I created with one variable, the length is also equal to 1. That's the reason these two are same now. And come to the location, for everything I have assigned 20, but I come to the storage, this is 9, this is 7, this is 9. Clear? Now, is that making sense, guys? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation?
Yeah, this one.
Questions? All good, right, everyone? So I can go ahead with the next one. Second function.
Sir, questions.
Chapman.
అవుట్పుట్ ఫైల్లో 2 ట్యాబ్స్ ఉన్న వాల్యూ సెపరేటెడ్ ఉంటే అప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలి?
అవుట్పుట్ ఫైల్లో
ఫర్ ఈచ్ వాల్యూకి 2 ట్యాబ్స్ స్పేస్ ఉన్నిందంటే ఎలా చేయాలి?
tab delimiter one. Okay, the question is going to be, if that's not output file, it is an input file, correct? From my input, yeah. So if in my input file, if the space is not the delimiter, instead of that tab is going to be the delimiter, I have to use a delimiter called 09x. This is the delimiter for tab. So tab means for us it is just going to be some 3 or 4 spaces, but in the background tab means the ASCII key for the tab is going to be 09x. I have to use this as a delimiter. DLM is equal to 09x. Is that clear, Anita?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
All right, the next one is going to be, after length I can go with the second thing is Compbl. What is that? Compbl. Yeah, any questions, Usha?
Yeah, Murli. So because of this length, so assigned length and actual length, right? So whatever the assigned length that we are assigning, but knowing actual length is important to save the space. That's what you're trying to say, right? In the length function.
Sorry. Come again.
Assigned length, we are giving the fixed length.
Correct.
Assigned length is nothing but the fixed length. But what is the use of actual length to save the space?
No. So the assigned length itself is for saving the space. Let's say while creating, for example, if you take this, if I don't take the control on the sex variable, 8 bytes will be created. Obviously, I'm going to use only one. Let's say that either I'm going to use F or M. The remaining all bytes is going to be wasted. Correct? 7 bytes of the memory I'm wasting here. Correct? So to avoid that, I'm taking the control on the sex variable. I'm reducing it to 1. Now you can ask me a question, Murli. What is the usage of the storage length? Why should I bother about it? Correct? Answer is very simple. That is called data cleaning. Let me help you with that particular one. That is, let's say I'm just going with mobile numbers. Guys, question is understandable to everyone. So what is the usage of this function, length function, where it will be useful for me? Okay, that's for that I'm just going with the another example. Let's say data mobile numbers. Just go with input. For an example, the user is not sure of the numbers whether they are uploading correctly or not. And second thing is he want to use the country code as well. +91 is the country code. He want to use that particular one. So what he is doing is he's want to read the phone number as a character. So phone number character 13 dot. The reason why it is 13 dot is, I can put this one 13 dot. Why it is 13 dot means, because the user want to go ahead and enter numbers like this: +91 7675043314, right? 13 characters. So let's say +91 78937 78933 95537. Otherwise, I just want to go with 99810282211, right? So this time he don't want to enter the country code, right? In other cases, let's say you want to give a country code with 009866770606. Like this, you want to give the numbers. All these are valid numbers only. So my intention is going to be read the 10-digit number and keep it. Okay, this is my intention. I just want my number to be a character, to be a number, just 10-digit number I want. I don't need all this. I need output to be like this. So what I'm trying to do is, I'll give you all the functions list later. First, what I'm trying to do is to get the numbers properly. I'm going to calculate the length first. Let's say len is equal to length of phone. So what it is going to give me? It is going to give me all the numbers. Total the length. Now I'm going to say, I'm going to write multiple conditions. If, oh, here I just used len. Let me use len. If len is equal to 13, that is the length is equal to 13, and some functions I'm going to write here. Substr of name comma 1 comma 1 is equal to plus, that is my first character is equal to plus. If these two, then what I want to do is, I just want to say that my phone number is not this. I just want to create a new phone number. Phone underscore 1 is equal to substr of, I'll tell you what are these functions are, why I'm using it, and all. I'll talk about that little later. I'll just go with, if all these numbers are correct, then just go ahead and take my phone number from this one. Again, I'll say, else if my length is equal to 11 and substr of name comma 1 comma 1 is this is equal to 0. In that case, I'm asking my system to take the phone number like this, substr of name comma 2. All right, I just want to do this. Let's see what is going to happen to the length one. What happened to this? It's too much. Phone 1, oh, I just used the name. Name is not there. Nah? I'm just doing the data cleaning work now. Can you see? If not, else, if it is not going to be the case, if all these cases are not valid, then simply phone number is equal to phone. So all I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to convert the numbers. So I'm trying to say, if my number starts with plus and if the length is equal to 13, then remove the first 3 characters. If the length is equal to 11 and it's starting with 0, then remove the first character. Now can you see all these are 10 proper numbers, 10-digit numbers, proper numbers, and entire this calculation I have done based on the length. Only when I know the length, based on the length, I'm doing all these calculations. Now I will say, I'll just do the conversion. Let's say, and here itself I can do the conversion. Let's say phone 1 is equal to input of this entire thing, comma, dot. Something went wrong, just give me a second. What went wrong? Then substr of phone number, comma 2. Okay, let me see whether this is coming properly or not. Yeah, this is coming properly. Now I will change. I'm updating the same one. Here itself I'm updating. Then I will say conversion. Phone 1 is equal to input of phone, comma, 10 dot. Guys, can you see what has happened here? So what I did is, I have updated, first I have taken the phone. Maybe I don't want to confuse you. I'll just do little more. This one I'll say 2. This one I'll say phone 1. So it will give you the clarity on the entire thing. So Usha, now the requirement I'm going to tell you first. My requirement is going to be, I want to take the numbers. I want to take the numbers, the phone numbers, which is I'm reading as a character, but phone numbers must be a number. I want to convert that into a proper one. So what I did is, first I read all the phone number into the character as it is. After that, I calculated the length of them. After that, I created a new variable called phone1, and I'm saying that if the total length of the phone equal to 13, and if the first letter starts with the plus, then I'm saying that don't take the first three characters. Start reading from the fourth character. Then for these two, it will be applicable. Am I correct? Up to this, all of you are able to understand?
Yes, only.
I'll put it here. All right. So this already started showing it as an exponential one. Just to avoid it, what I can do is I'll just store this as a character. This entire one, I'll store it as a character. This all comes under text. So this is going to be plus 917675043314. The second one is going to be plus 917893978933. Come on. 95537. Then I have 99890282211. Then I have 09866770606. So this is the classic case of how you are going to receive your data. If you look into your data, guys, the data is not coming properly for you. First one, the data coming as a 13 digits, then also 13 digits, then 10 digits, then 11 digits. So can I say that there are three categories of the data? This is one category. This is the other category. These two categories requires the cleanup. Do you accept? These two requires the cleanup. How the cleanup should happen? Number one, if the length is equal to 13, then try to read the data from the fourth character to till the last. So this, if this condition I want to apply, then I need to know the total length, and the total length should be equal to 13. So I applied the condition and I stripped the first three characters and I have created a new variable. So these two are good. This one doesn't require any changes. I just read that as it is. This one, the length is equal to 11. When the length is equal to 11 and if the starting letter is equal to 0, I want to strip off the first letter and remaining I have to read. Now the phone numbers which I read as a character are properly converted into 10 digits, but still it is in a character mode only. Correct? What I need to do after this, these character data type I need to convert into the numeric data type. Here I converted. So now I can say that this is my proper phone number. These three doesn't require for me, and I need to rename this phone number to phone. That I'm going to do now. So now I will say my phone2 is going to be my final variable. So I want to rename phone2 as phone. Then what I need, other variables I don't want. Drop is equal to, I don't want length variable, I don't want phone variable, I don't want phone number, phone underscore one variable. All these three variables I doesn't require. Now you can see you are seeing your phone number, a proper phone number with 8 bytes of the, sorry, with a number, numeric data type. Correct? This is what your requirement is. My data is coming like this, but I'm able to convert my data like this. A proper output. Is that clear to everyone now? So how am I achieving it? I'm using bunch of functions and I'm able to convert all this. Now do you understand what is the requirement of going ahead and using your length variable? This is one of the classic example of using dataset options, that is rename, drop. You're using if then else, conditional processing, and you're also using your Substr function. More than one function you are using, dataset options you are using, conditional processing also you are using. Clear?
Yeah, Murli, in here, in the rename, we are saying phone_2 is equal to phone, right? And then in the drop, we are saying len phone and phone_1.
So you forget the yesterday's topic then. Yesterday I mentioned one thing. Rename is the irrespective of whatever the order you are going to use. Irrespective of
No,
whatever
the rename happens at the last. That I remember. But
yeah,
when we are
so
saying,
now you can see phone is the one initially you read. This is the one. You don't want that. So dropped it. Second, length is the len is the variable I created to calculate the length. Anyways, I don't want it. I dropped it again. Phone one is the strip part of your phone. After removing your first 3 digits, after removing your zeros, whatever the final processed phone number in the form of character is nothing but phone one. Why do we need it? After converting this character into the numeric, this is my final one. Phone 2 is the 10-digit number. This is my final phone number. So I just simply rename that with the phone. I drop the remaining digits.
yes, clear.
Questions, guys?
Yeah.
How about others? Yeah, perfect.
No, actually, I think the confusion comes. First one we are using also the phone, and the last is we are also using the phone. So according to me, it should be have a error, but
no, it will not. I'll tell you.
Okay.
I'll tell you what is happening. I'll tell you. See. So let's go step by step. Anita, I'll come to your question. Let's say I'll just copy this and I'll delete this. According to your code, this is your first step. Am I correct? You use infile state, you use your data lines and you read your phone number. Am I correct? This is your first step?
Yes.
After that, what first 3 characters if the length is equal to 13, correct? And I want to strip the first character if the length is equal to 11.
Yeah,
if I want to do this, I need to calculate the length. So I calculated the length variable. So how you can calculate the length variable? Length variable can be calculated based on the calculating the total length like this. So in your code also you did the same, correct?
Yes.
This step also clear?
Yes.
Okay, this is also done. So the next step you are doing is, now based on the length, if the length is equal to 13, from the phone number, that is by using this, this one, let me remove all this, doesn't require anymore. So what I want to do is, for the first variable, since length is equal to 13, I want to read from here, from the 4th character to last character I want to read. But remember, still this entire part is character only. Correct or not? Still it is a character only?
Yes.
Yeah. So 7893, 933, 95537, this is also a character, right? You can see the symbols. Then 9989028211 is also a character, and 9866770606 also a character. Correct? All these are characters.
Yes.
Right. But you don't want your phone number. You don't want your phone number to be a character, right? It's supposed to be a number, right? What I want to do now, I want to convert this processed phone number, which is in a character format, into a number, numeric. So I just used some data type conversion function and I converted all these into a number, proper number. Up to this is clear?
Yes.
Right? So these are not numbers, these are not characters anymore. These are supposed to be the numbers. Correct? Now, let me apply this format. These are the numbers. Now, this is the raw data that I have read, which is not correct because I have the +9 1 zeros and all. Right? I don't want this, I dropped this one. Obviously, length is the variable which I use to calculate this, which is not required for me now. Drop. Phone number is the one which is that text format of your phone, which is not required for me. Done. These three are equivalent to this. Without rename, drop is equal to length phone number.
Okay.
Let's see your data set now. What is the data set? What is the data set I have now? Phone2, which is a proper number. So which is equivalent to what you have it on the screen now. Correct? So now,
Yes.
but I don't want to have a phone2 because I read it as a phone. My next process want to use it as a phone only. I renamed it. Right? Now this is my data set. I'm just renaming it.
Okay.
I'll just
So
go here.
Yeah, now
so
it's clear.
basically it will drop first and then you are renaming again whatever we
Correct.
want. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's true. What you said yesterday. Now it's very clear. Thanks.
Right.
Yeah, the confusion is when we are saying the phone, renaming the phone to phone, we are thinking of the phone number, but not the name of the phone to the phone.
Exactly.
I mean, especially myself from my side.
It's okay. Everyone, see, when you are learning as a cluster, right? All 4, 5 people, or 6 people, 7 people. Remember, one doubt may come for multiple people, 4 or 5 people also. Someone may express it, someone may not express it. But when you put it on an open forum, it will be clear for everyone. So don't hesitate to ask the doubts. Now it is clear to everyone. Now you know how to apply your options. Now how your options are working. Everything is clear. This part you might not be aware of. How to write your if-else condition, what is the substr and all. We are going to see that. But do you understand what is the use of the length function now?
Yes. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
And here it's helping the data cleaning play.
Exactly. And when I starting the functions, I said that functions will be primarily used for the data cleaning. Primarily used for data cleaning. Okay. Right. Anita, your question, please.
The character number converted into number variable. Both are numbers only now. How can I detect it?
Yes, your question is phone. I read it as a character. Again, the phone finally read it as a number. How can I do it? How can I detect it? See, if I while reading, if I have plus like this, can I read it as a number? No, right? Generally, it will be like treated as a character, right? Am I correct or not? So while reading, I'm reading it the data as it is into a character. Just I'm taking that one because I want to do this calculation part. So from fourth variable only I want to take, from second length only I want to take. If I want to do these things, these are character functions. So the character functions will be applicable only on a character. So even though they looks like the numbers, they are actually the numbers, but still I'll read them as a character to apply these functions, to clean the data, right? You understand, Anita, what I'm trying to say? Because I want to clean the data. To clean the data, I want to apply some function. Those functions are character functions. That's the reason I'm reading them as the characters. Is that clear to everyone?
Okay.
All right. Okay, let's just use this as use case for length function. Maybe some of them are not familiar for you, but once we progress with the other functions, this will become familiar. So, but still I can keep this one here. The second one is Compbl. Let me talk about what is this Compbl is all about. Compbl. Compbl stands for compress glance. What is that? Compbl stands for compress glance. That is compress blanks. In other ways, we can say that it can be used to convert multiple blank spaces into a single blank space. So what is that? It can be used to convert multiple blank spaces into a single blank space. Let's think about what it is and how it will work. Okay, so how it will work? First, let's try to read some data. Let's say data, I can say address. Communication is the name of the data set. Let's say that input address I'm just reading 50 dot. Okay, and data lines, I'll just go with plot number 382 and 383, flat number 101, C block. This is how my address looks like. And when I read this particular one, it is taking it, okay, because I used colon. Now it is taking 100 spaces. It's not taking. Come on. What happened? Input address dollar. Oh, okay. I haven't given the colon there. Come on. Okay. Now I got my data. Everyone can see this. Okay. What I have here is, if you look into this, there are more than one blank space here. Correct? If you look into this, there are more than one blank space here. Again, there is more than one blank space here. This is not looking good. So what I want to do is, I want to reduce that multiple blank spaces into a single blank space so that it looks more uniform to me. Correct? So each word will be separated just by a space, not more than one space. To do that particular one, I have to go with a new thing called Compbl. Let's say I'm just going with address 1. Address 1 is equal to compbl, compress blanks, compbl of address. So let's see, you can see the difference now because I'm reading two things. You can see the first one is going to be with all the additional blanks. The second one is going to be a proper one. Can you see now? C followed by multiple blank spaces before I reduce the spaces, but you can see that everything is properly reduced. Plot number followed by so many spaces. Now plot number followed by just one space. Now you understand what is the difference, guys? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? What is called Compbl is all about? Compbl is going to be used for compressing multiple blank spaces into a single blank space. Is that clear, guys? Questions?
Yeah, yes, I have a question.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Go
in
ahead.
the program you have written, can you show me that program? Yeah, here they have not used comma as a delimiter, right? So still, but still you use DLM as comma. So why?
Okay, the reason why I have used that one is, if I use comma as a delimiter, space will not be considered as a delimiter. So that I can read this entire one, because SAS doesn't know that where is my comma is. So it is going to consider that entire highlighted portion as a single value. Suppose if I don't use DLM is equal to comma here, it try to understand space as a delimiter and it is reading only plot. It is reading only C. You understand what I'm trying to say?
No, actually, I didn't get it.
Now you understand?
No, I didn't get what you said right now. So can you repeat one more time?
Okay. Let's say that I'm not using this. Okay. If you see this, what is the default delimiter for SAS? Space, right? Where is my first delimiter? Here. So it is going to read only plot, remaining it will not read. Can you see? Plot, flat, C, Kondapur. Why? Wherever space comes, from there it is going to be the next variable for it.
Yes.
Right? But my requirement is I want to read this entire thing. When I want to read this entire thing, I want to tell SAS that, hey, space is not a default delimiter for you. Don't consider the space as a delimiter. So what I can do now, I just use a delimiter option and I just overwrite that. Let's say that I can use any delimiter. Let's say I can also use pipe. So what it will try to understand now, space is no more a delimiter for me. I'll try to find where my pipe symbol comes. Till the pipe, from starting to till the pipe is going to be my first variable value. Now you can understand what I'm trying to say. I'm just guiding SAS, don't consider space as your default delimiter. I'm overriding it. Tulsi, is that clear or not?
Yes. What if we give including comma, along with comma, if we give space in that case?
How it will happen? More than one delimiter. So space is come here. Automatically it will come as plot, flat, C, Kondapur. It won't look for your pipe symbol. Because you are considering two delimiters, right? Any one of them is there, it will automatically take it. So I'm just misguiding SAS here. Don't consider your space. Consider anything other than space as your delimiter, and other than that, I'm giving here as a pipe delimiter one. So till the pipe, it is trying to read it. So that's where I can include my spaces in my value. I want to include my spaces here because I want to prove that, I want to mention that there are multiple spaces. I'm getting rid of that. To show that particular example, I'm preparing the data. For data preparation, I'm using this. Clear, Tulsi?
Yeah, okay, clear. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from anyone? All right. Let's go with the third function. The third function is going to be, let's say, compress. So compress is used for compress. The name itself is telling compress for removing something. That is, by default removes spaces. Default removes spaces. Otherwise, whatever you want to compress, you need to mention that. All right. So let me give you a simple syntax because you need the syntax for it from here onwards. Let's say syntax is compress of your variable name, comma. If you don't put anything, the default it is going to compress the spaces. Wherever the space is there, it will compress it. If not, you can give comma and you can see the arguments. The arguments are nothing but here, whatever the arguments I'm talking, the arguments are nothing but what you would like to compress or eliminate. I'll give you the example so that you can easily understand. You can also give some modifiers here. Okay, there are some specific modifiers. This is bit advanced. Modifiers are going to be bit advanced. You may go or you may not go ahead with that, right? May or may not. Okay, let's go ahead with that. Maybe I'll take this one, right? Phone number 13. Let's keep this as it is. So, but here when you're going with us, just give some random numbers. So 7675043314 is there. Some star. Okay, 7675. Maybe I can take like this. Just give me a second. Let's keep the data proper first, and then let's say plus 91 space. Okay, hyphen. I'll just go with no. Let's go with the defaults. Like this, I have the data. So what I have here, I just want the user who is sending the data, he's just giving the data like this. So I'm reading this data, but this is not a valid data, right? Why? My phone numbers, no. Right. My phone number does not have the zeros, sorry, does not have the spaces. Spaces should not be allowed. It's supposed to be a number first, correct? First thing is, I want to convert this entire thing. I want to convert this entire thing into a number. Before I want to convert that into a number, I need to eliminate the spaces, correct? So how to eliminate the spaces? I can simply say, I'll just go with phone is equal to the same one. I'm just updating it. Phone1 is equal to compress of phone. I just go with the default, meaning by default it is going to eliminate the spaces. You can see now spaces are eliminated. You understand what is the requirement for your phone or your compress, right? It is not only spaces, there is another thing as well. Now I will go with the second example so that we are going to get full clarity on it. Let's say plus 91 76 7 504 3314. Let's say if my phone number is like this, valid only, right? We are going to mention like this only, no? Plus 91 plus 01, let's say 00 plus 1. Here also I just go with plus 1. All right, and I'll just go with this. I'll go with and here I'll go with this is my data. Let's say my data is like this. Okay, I'm reading the data as it is. Let's say that I just take 20 and I'll read the data as it is first. Okay, let's say I don't have compress. I'll read the data as it is. First of all, I'm able to read the data correctly. But in this, I don't want to go with the spaces first. To eliminate the spaces, I can go with what? Compress. So phone underscore 1 is equal to compress of phone. But if I go with this, it only eliminates the spaces by default. Still the remaining plus, and you have your what to say, the colon, the space, parentheses, the hyphens, all those are there. I want to remove them as well. So whichever I want to remove, I need to mention them explicitly. First of all, I don't want space, put space, because the moment I go with the second, the double quotes here, space is not going to be a default delimiter. So I have to include space as well. Space I don't want, plus I don't want, parenthesis I don't want, closed parenthesis I don't want, hyphen I don't want. Can you see now? So what now I'm eliminating? Plus I'm eliminating, space I'm eliminating, open parenthesis I'm eliminating, space I don't want, sorry, hyphen I don't want, and closed parenthesis I don't want. Done? Done? Right? So what I have to do now? Then I'll say that first of all it is converted. So first of all, you understand what is the usage of going with the compress? Compress is going to eliminate spaces by default. Other than that, if any special character or anything you want to eliminate, you just need to mention them in the arguments. If you do so, everything will be eliminated. Questions?
So we can,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, thank you, sir. Like we can eliminate only special characters, or if you want to eliminate either of any of the numbers in the phone number, so we can also do that using this compress.
Anything. Let's say that I just put 9 here. Everywhere 9 will be eliminated. Wherever 9 is there, 9 is eliminated. It is not restricted to anything. Can you see that? There is no 9 in this. It is not just special characters. Anything you want to eliminate, you can eliminate there. Even you can write the letters A, B, C, D, anything. Whatever you want to eliminate, you can mention there.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Usha.
Yeah, this is clear only the compress, because we are using the we are eliminating the spaces and all is clear. But what is the difference in the first one, the Compbl? You're saying COM.
Yeah, compress blanks. So that
Yeah,
what it will do is
that is not doing by default. It's not eliminating the spaces, right? Because that's the reason we gave the delimiter.
okay. If you go with the first one, that is compress blanks, the compress blanks is going to compress multiple blanks into single blank. That let's say that here, if I have 4 spaces like this, your compress is going to eliminate all of them. It is going to completely remove all of them. But if you go with the Compbl, I have 4 spaces. It will convert all those 4 spaces into a single space. Multiple blank spaces into a single blank space is going to be Compbl. It only deal with the spaces, nothing more than that. And it will not eliminate them. It will compress them into single space. Is that clear? The first task? You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 spaces are there here. The 6 spaces, it is simply compressing that into one space. Okay. I'll do one thing here. Maybe this is the right example I can take. If I go with this one, this is address 1 is Compbl. Let's say address 2, I can use it as a compress. Okay. If I use compress now, no space will be available. Everything will be eliminated. Can you see this? So Compbl, address 1, compress, address 2. You can see there are 6 spaces. All these 6 spaces convert into 1. After C, there are 5 spaces. All these 5 spaces convert into 1. And between flat, number, and 101, I have single space here. But if you go to the compress, there is no spaces at all. All the spaces are eliminated by default. Make sense?
Yeah, this is clear, Murli. But without using delimiter, how we can compress the how we can use the Compbl, that I am trying to understand.
Compbl, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Compbl will not work on any other delimiter. Compbl is not for the delimiter. Compbl will say that wherever I find multiple blank spaces, I will convert them into single blank space. That is the only work I'll do. Other than space, if I have any special character or anything else, I don't mind. I don't even consider that. I'll work only for these spaces. That is Compbl. When it comes to compress, by default, it will eliminate your spaces. But other than that, if you want to eliminate anything, let's say that I don't want this ampersand, I can put that here. Let's say that I don't want to go ahead with, come on, I don't want spaces. At the same time, I don't want ampersand. If I say that, it will eliminate all the spaces. It also eliminate the ampersand. But I don't need any argument for your Compbl because I cannot work on anything other than your space. That's what my Compbl is. The name itself is saying that compress blanks. It will compress only the blanks. Now you can see. If you see the second case, even that ampersand has been removed here because compress have the option of going with the modifiers. Whereas your Compbl does not have a modifiers option at all. It can only work on the spaces. That's the reason I don't need to pass any arguments. Make sense?
Yeah, so if we go to the Compbl example, Murli, we use the delimiter, then only we got the output, right? Without using this delimiter.
Where do you use delimiter?
This is what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, let me change it in a different way. Do you have any delimiter now? I'm reading address as like this. This is my address. Or I also go with simple thing. Let's say my name itself I'll give here. Then Ali, multiple spaces, Murali, so many spaces again, Krishna. Okay. Let's simply go with compress and Compbl on it. This is my name. Can you tell me what name one output is, what name two output is? Anyone? If anyone understand this? What is name one output and what is name two output?
The name one output with one single space will get Tenali, one single space, Murali, single space, Krishna. And the compress, no spaces, just Tenali, Murali, Krishna.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah,
now
without using compress, if we use only the name one thing for the like name, address, and all, are we going to get the output correctly?
Okay, let's say I have like this. Okay, I have some random numbers here. Like this. Okay, what will happen if I use compress? Sorry, what will happen if I use Compbl? Can I say my Compbl is going to say Tenali space all these special characters single space Murali single space all these special characters single space Krishna. Am I correct? Because it will handle only your spaces, nothing else it can handle. Can you see this? My requirement is not to handle anything else. My requirement is to handle only when I want to compress multiple blank spaces into a single blank space. I can go ahead with the Compbl. But here I have special characters, right? These special characters I cannot handle by using your Compbl. I must go with the compress now. What compress will do is, first I'll say to compress, hey, eliminate these special characters. First I will say to this, saying that eliminate all these special characters. I don't want them. See the output first. It will only eliminate the special characters because I haven't used the default delimiter of space. Okay. Now Tenali multiple spaces, Murali multiple spaces, Krishna, because all the special characters are eliminated. If I use space also there, these spaces will be eliminated. I don't want that. So now I can say that on name 2, Compbl I'll use. What Compbl will do now? The multiple blank spaces which are there in the second one will be reduced to single blank space. Hope it will give you clarity. If not, I'll let you know. I'll answer this immediately. Now you understand? This one only eliminated spaces, multiple blank spaces into single blank space. This is Compbl. This is compress. It will eliminate all the special characters. And then I have multiple blank spaces there. Again, I use the Compbl to reduce them into single blank space. This is my final one. Make sense?
Yeah, I understood the difference between both, Murali, but the first example, forget about the compress, just the Compbl when we are talking about. Yeah, for this example, the flat number that when we are not getting the output, we use the DLM as something, then only we got the output, right? So
that's what I'm telling to you. This particular one is no relation with your Compbl. Relation with your Compbl. I'm using this to prepare the data. I want to insert the spaces there. If I don't use this delimiter, space will be a default delimiter.
I can read only plot, flag, C, Kondapur. That's it. If I don't use this, my output is not correct. Space is the default delimiter. So all I'm doing is I'm guiding SAS that don't consider space as your delimiter. Consider your pipe. Pipe is not there now. So this entire thing is going to be the variable 1. This entire thing is going to be the variable 1. This entire thing is the variable 1. This entire thing is the variable 1. For the data preparation, I'm using it. It is no more in context with your Compbl. Tulsi also asked the same question. Is that clear to you? Is that clear to you now?
Yes, clear, Murali.
Okay, fine. And let me know if you have any questions, no issues.
If I ask any one more question, you'll kick me out of the group.
No, not at all, not at all. You are paying me for asking the questions. Don't worry. I'm not taking a free service, so you can ask me.
Yeah, I have a doubt. It's
Please
not
go ahead.
related to that. Actually, the last program, you're having your input statement or data lines. Then how SAS read that program? Like you just give a
Simple.
name.
Okay. This is called creating a variable with assignment operator. I haven't teach you that yet. I'll teach you tomorrow. So far, I used all for your entire module number 1. I used external file. That can be a infile by using a text file, or I use the data lines. Correct? So here I'm not using any data lines. I'm directly assigning a value to a variable. So how to do that? I'll teach you tomorrow.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Usha, no problem if you have any question. Happy to answer.
What is the difference between blank and space in here? Because still I'm stuck with the first one, the way the Tulsi asked the same question. In there, the Compbl has to eliminate the multiple blanks into a single blank, right? So
Okay.
instead of doing, so it's in here, it's not doing what it has to do. So after giving delimiter as something else and not to use as a space as the default thing, then only it's giving the output. So what's the use of Compbl that I don't understand?
Okay. Remember.
Can I ask one thing? Can I say, like here, the delimiter has been used just to read the data as it is.
Exactly.
That is the only point to use the delimiter, because if we don't use any delimiter, it means we have a space. So it will read up to the point of plot.
Exactly.
And we want complete data to read. That's why he's using any delimiter like pipe, hyphen, any other delimiter we can use just to read the data. And for the compress, he is using just to remove the multiple blank space into one space. Is it correct, Murali?
100% correct. 100% correct. Okay, let me do one more thing. This is my data, guys. Let's say, do I have any delimiter here, Usha? No, right? Okay, let's say I don't have these also. Let's read this as it is. So what I'm trying to do now, I read the name like this. Plot number 5 or 6 spaces, 382 ampersand 383. Have I used any delimiter here? No, right?
No.
My requirement now is I don't want output like this. I want my output like this. That is plot single space number, single space 382, single space ampersand, single space 383. This is the data I'm looking for. So how I can move from here to here? If I'm able to compress these many spaces into a single space, I'm good. Am I correct?
Yes.
To do that, I'm using Compbl. So Compbl will do only one thing. If it finds more than one space, it will convert that into a single space. Done? Is that clear now? What is the usage of Compbl now?
Yeah.
Any delimiter involved?
A blank means tab also.
Sorry?
Blank means tab space also.
No.
No. Tab is different again. Tab is 09x. Tab inside it will be stored as 09x. Tab is different. I have multiple spaces. I want to eliminate those multiple spaces. I want to convert them into a single space. Compbl I use. Suppose if I use compress here, in the same example, it will simply eliminate all the spaces. That is, my output will be like this. This is my output. Right? I'll also use name 2. This I'll keep it in name 2, name 1, so that you can have the difference. Can you understand now? Usha.
Yes, Mutali.
No. There is some hesitation. There is some doubt. No problem. Ask me. No,
Just go to the first example, where we. Yeah, in here the data lines that we gave, right? In the same with the same example.
Okay.
When
Let's
we are
say
using this.
I don't use this here. I don't use this. Okay. Let's run this. Go to the basics. This is my output. Let's say address 1 also not required. Let's go with only address, because I want to read the data as is first. Why you got plot? The 382. Why? Because this is a default delimiter. So how SAS reads it? This is my, go with your what to say? Okay, takes this particular one. Stick on to your
Maybe if you give in one line, it might give the output clearly instead of giving us a 4 lines in there.
It will not. Go ahead.
I mean to say all the things like after the flat number.
No. First go ahead with this. What is your data? Flat space name number space all the details are in 382 383. This is your output. Correct? This is your input. So what is the default delimiter for SAS? How it is going to read it? Go to your very first one, that is our PDV. So what is the line number 1? Data communication. So it is going to create a table called communication. Length address. It is going to create a variable called address. It is going to define it as a character. It is going to assign a length of 50. Am I correct? After that, input address. It's already there. Can I say this is your description portion after this? Usha, any questions after this?
No.
All right. So what is your input now? This is your input already here. So how SAS understand your input? From line number 1 to, that is from position number 1 to, till it identifies your first delimiter. Can I say it is going to be the variable 1? Can I say whatever I have highlighted here, is it going to be the variable 1 now? It is going to read that. It is going to read that and store it as an address. Done?
Yeah.
Go to the second one. Flat, it is going to read. Go to the third one. C, it is going to read. Go to the last one. Kondapur, it is going to read. But is this your correct output? No, right?
No.
So now I'm guiding SAS. Hey, don't consider space as a delimiter. Instead, let's say I just put comma. So what will happen now? SAS try to read my first line with a comma as a delimiter. Do you have any comma here? No, right? So from the position number 1 to till the end of the line, it is going to consider this as a first variable value. If I'm able to do that, then I can read the spaces. That is what my interest is. To read the data as is, I'm guiding the SAS. Even though comma is not there, I'm asking the SAS to read it as a comma. R. if I want to say in another way, maybe this will give you the clarity.
Yeah, instead of giving data lines, maybe if we give the
No. Just a second.
okay.
Don't we go with what we have here? No issues. Is that okay now? So you have a comma delimiter. What I'm trying to do now? This is my variable 1. This is my variable 2. Now you have any issues? So let's see. Now we have any issues?
No.
I have a proper data. This is my line number. This is my variable value 1. This is my variable value 1. This entire thing is a variable value 1. This is variable value 2. So now I want to work on address 1. So will it eliminate all your queries now, or no problems? If you have a question, I can happy to answer. So Usha, all this time you are worrying about why I have given a delimiter comma, even though my data doesn't have a delimiter comma. Is that what your question is?
Yeah, without using that, I want to use Compbl. I mean, with no using anything. But here, in this case, the data lines we are. Yeah, I got it now. Yeah.
The data itself, I want to read it as is. If I want to read the data as is, the default delimiter for space SAS is space. I want to get rid of that. For that reason only, I'm using the comma. Before, this one is not there. This comma and this one is not there. So, but I still given the comma. So what it tried to do from here to here, it's tried to treat this as a first variable value. But instead of that, if I use a zip code now, you have a clarity. You got the clarity now. Am I correct?
Yep.
So let's see.
Yeah, it's clear, Murali.
Yeah. I could have went with the plain data, guys. Unnecessarily, maybe I need to get the confusion. But at least,
thanks,
Usha. No. I think still have a doubt.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Perfect, guys. Sorry, I have other batch is already waiting in the queue. So what I can do is I'm winding up the session here, and we can connect by tomorrow. Okay. Everyone, can I disconnect now?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Murali. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye all. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right. It's 8:05 p.m. IST. Let's start the session. So where we are. So we have completed 3 functions so far. Length is the function which can be used to identify your actual length of the variable, and also the storage length of the variable. For actual length, we go with length. For storage length, we can go, for storage length, we can go ahead with the length, and for assigned length, we can go ahead with the Lengthc. Compbl can be used to compress multiple blank spaces into single blank space. Then we have something called compress. Compress by default is going to compress your spaces. Other than the space, if you want to compress anything else, you need to give it as the arguments. That's what we discussed, right? So today we will go with Indexc, Indexc, and Indexw, and also we'll try to go ahead with Findc, and Findw. So we try to concentrate most of the time today on the index functions. Okay, let's see how this looks like. So index. Okay, now, so before I go with the indexes, something I want to do, something I want to talk, which is nothing but the assignment operators. Yesterday someone asked you, Murlika, how you can assign a name, how you can assign a number, kind of stuff, correct? So let's talk about this. For an example, let's say, guys, I want to add 2 numbers, 3 and 4. How you can do, you'll simply say 3 plus 4, correct? I want to divide 2 numbers,
10 divided by 2. So instead of doing it, or I can say like this, instead of that, I want to add two numbers, 5 plus 3. I want to subtract these values, 5 minus 3. I want to go with the multiplication of this, 5 into 3. I want to go with the division, 5 divided by 3. Am I correct? This is how we generally proceed. Instead of writing the expression these many number of times, can I say these are constants, right? All these you can see are the constants, correct? So what is the smart way of doing? Instead of writing all this, simply I can go ahead with, I'll say, so this time I want to go with 5 and 3. Next time I want to go ahead with, let's say that, 4 and 6. 6 plus 3. 6 minus 3. 6 divided by 3 or 6 into 3. Finally, 6 divided by 3. So every time when my expression remains going to be the same, but only my variables are changing. Am I correct? My expression remains going to be the same. Only thing that is changing here is my variables are changing. Correct? So how to handle this case in a smart way? Instead of doing this, can I simply say like this, hey, take a variable called a, which is equal to 5. Take another variable called b, which is equal to 3. And then you can write your statements like this: a plus b, a minus b, a star b, and also a divided by b. So what is the advantage of going with this? If I'm replacing my constants with the variables, it is easy for me to handle the data. Next time when I want to go with the 6 and 3, I don't want to change all these expressions. Correct? I don't want to change all these expressions. Simply I can replace a with 6 and 3 with 4. Done. My expression will not change. Only thing which is going to change is going to be my assignment value. Whatever the value that I'm assigning to a and whatever the value I'm assigning to b will be changed. Am I correct? Is this correct? So I'm trying to establish the reason for why I should use variables. The reason for going with the variables will be variables help us to avoid the repetitive values. Correct or not? Instead of going with the stats values, instead of that statical values, I can go ahead with the dynamic code. The dynamic code is such that I can have my expressions in the variables. I simply replace my variable values. Am I correct? I want to do the same in SAS. To do this, let's say data test and run. All these days what we were doing is I'll take some infile, and in that particular infile I'm going to write my input. Let's say my input is going to be Murali. What I want to do now, I want to create a variable called name, and I want to read the one which I have mentioned in the data lines into name. This is what we want to do. All these days, this is what I have did. Now, let's say for one value, why I have to create a file? Why I have to read it in the input for data lines, all this kind of stuff? Instead of this, why can't I do this? I don't need to do anything. This is the variable I want to create. This is the value with which I want to create. Done, right? Straightforward, right? I don't want to do anything else. There is only one value I want to read. When there is only one value I want to read, what is the need of keeping that into a data lines and then read it? Instead of that, why can't I say assign that value directly? If it is going to be a string,
If it is going to be alphabets, it is going to be special characters, anything like that, I'll just simply put it in a quotes so that it is going to become a character variable. Let's say I want to assign the length of this particular person, sorry, age of this particular person. I can simply go ahead and I can use my current age. Done. So name is equal to Murali, age is equal to 35. This is going to be a numeric character variable. This is going to be a numeric variable. And if you also see the length of it, for numeric variable, it won't take any length. By default, it will take 8. For character variable, it is going to simply take whatever the current length is, it is going to take the length as is. Can you see the properties now? Right? It is taking 6. Whatever the length of that length it is taking automatically. Make sense? How I can create a variable with assignment operator? Any questions? Guys, any questions? Anyone?
Yes, yes, Murli. Just
Yeah.
So basically, for this data set of test, is our intention is just to read the name and age directly.
Correct.
Instead of data library.
Correct. So instead of going like this, let's say name and age, instead of writing like this, right? Keep it in a file. After that, instead of reading it, I just want to read it directly. To read it directly, I'm using this. You can ask me a question. What is the difference? It looks so simple to me by assigning like this. Why can't I use this itself? Correct?
Yeah, means what is the use? Because because normally we are getting the data from the client, and that is the other variable, like in database or the input file. So what is the use of this?
Right. Remember, you are getting the data from your client, no doubt in that. That is coming from a file or from a database. If you are getting the data from a file or if you are getting the data from a database, you are going to use the infile statement. Correct? And you are going to point out to the right file. Correct? What is your input file is. Here,
yes.
Is this going to be your input file? Generally, client will not send 1 record or 2 records, right? Let's say he's sending around 1 million records. Correct?
Okay.
Why you use infile? Sir, why you use your data lines? I'm using data lines for the purpose of sample and for the testing. Correct? I don't want to apply my whole code on the entire input. Instead of that, I want to apply my code on a simple 1 or 10 lines of the data. I'll check whether the code is working correctly or not. Once the code is working correctly, I will replace the data line with the input file. Am I correct? This is what I mentioned when I talk about data lines. You remember?
Yes, yeah. Yes,
yeah.
Agree with you.
Yeah. So this is my test data, right?
Yes.
Morally 35 is the less data. How many records are there? Only 1 record is there. When only 1 record is there, why I have to go ahead with the input data lines and all? You can go, no, nothing wrong in that. Instead of that, I can simply say name is equal to Morley, age equal to 35. It is also doing the same work for me, right?
Oh, yes, yeah.
It is also doing the same work for me, right? When it is doing the same work, why should I depend on this? I can choose this method or this method, any method of my choice.
Yes.
Understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes, yeah, understand.
Yeah. Questions? All of you understand what is called operator? Sorry, what is called your assignment operator? Assignment operator is nothing but the equal to. By using the equal to, you can directly assign a value to a variable. You can create this particular variable with this particular value directly. Clear? Questions?
More than one names.
More than one, it is not possible here. You have to go with the other method. Not possible. In that case, you have to go with the first one.
I would like.
More than one means
Hello.
There are. Yeah. Hello. Yes, please.
Yes, sir. I wanted to ask a question. Like the first statement, like in which we are using data lines. is I think we can use for more than one value in a variable, right?
Yes, you're right. Here also you can do. Here also you can do.
And
But
the other
in
one
a,
also,
okay. 1 second. Let me tell you. Your question is going to be, I'm going to use this particular method when I want to go with more than one variable, in one variable more than one value. That is what you're saying, correct? Let me give an example. So instead of this, let's say I have another thing, Krishna 23. So I can run like this. I can create two variables two variables with two records. If your question is going to be, can't I do this here? Can't I do this here? That's what your question is, correct?
yes.
Right? You can do that. You can also do that in a different way. Let's see. In a slightly different way you have to do it, but you can do it. Let me run this. So in each value I'm just storing output, but in this case directly it is not possible. I have to put the conditions. For now I'm just inserting more than one value only for the name. Can you see now? Possible? But that is a headache. Don't compare everything with another thing. So what I'm trying to say is, I want to first of all, Anita and Haida, both of you able to understand, I'm able to create more than one value also under a single variable. Possible? Possible? Yes or no? Guys, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, what are you asking?
No, you asked
Basically,
me
there was
more than one variable if you want to create. Under one variable, more than one value if you want to store it, you want to go with the input statement, but doesn't require. If that is the case, I can also do that here. That is also can be done here. That is also possible here, right? But I have to write it in a different way. So directly it's not possible. I have to write it in this way. After this, I have to say if name is equal to Murali, then age is equal to 35. If name is equal to Krishna, then age is equal to 23. Let's say if I run this, whatever the output I'm going to get with this program is equivalent to the output that I'm going with the other one. What happened here? It's not taking it. Let me do it in another way. Data, test, set, test, and run. So for the second one, KRISHNA, it has taken only the length of name dollar $10. Now you got the same output that you have received from the other one. So this is by using your infile statement. By using the infile statement, whatever the output that I have got, the same output I can also get by using your assignment operator, right? So don't, all I'm asking is you can do it in a way you want, but don't get confused yourself by thinking too much about why I have this particular method, why I have that particular method and all. All I'm trying to say is I'm trying to show you the examples, or I'm trying to show you the ways of creating your variable. Can you see this? Ways of creating variables. One of the commonly asked interview question. So far, I have discussed three things with you. Number one, using the input statement, you are creating a variable. Number two, using the assignment operator. The assignment operator is nothing but the equal to. If I use the equal to statement, automatically I equal to operator, I can automatically create a variable. Simple or not? So try to think in a way what is your requirement and think from the requirement perspective. I'm trying to teach you one of the way of creating a macro variable, sorry, creating a variable. If you ask which one is the best, it's up to you. You can use in both the ways. If you want to go ahead with this, you can go ahead, or if you want to go ahead with this, you can go ahead. I'm just going with what are the ways of creating a variable. Is that clear?
Yes, but one question is like, is there anything like I have to use double quotation mark for character, something like that?
Yeah. See, if you say name is equal to Murali, just like this, how system can understand it? Only the numbers you can assign directly. Anything other than the numbers, by default system try to understand that as a numeric only. So it try to take name as a numeric. It doesn't know what is that particular value is, so it will give missing. So for all characters, you're supposed to give it as double quotes. If you don't give it as a double quotes, what it will understand is name is one variable, morally is the another variable. In that way, it will understand. So anything not a variable, if you want to assign it, you need to keep it in a double quotes or you need to keep it in a single quotes. Is that clear?
Yes, it's clear. Thank you.
Yeah. Questions? All of you are able to understand this? So I have also taught you one more method. You can also create a variable by using length statement. Am I correct? Data length name $10 dot. So what is the meaning of it? Before I create a variable by using the name, I have already created this particular variable name with a length of 10 and a character. So there are three methods of creating a variable so far we have discussed. Number one, I can use an input statement and I can create. Number two, I can use a length statement and I can create. Number three, I can use an assignment operator and I can create a variable. Is that clear so far? This is one of the miscellaneous topic that I'm talking, and this is one of the most commonly asked interview question. Questions, please. I'm going with multiple ways, guys. If someone asks you, hey, I want to travel from Hyderabad to Chennai. So one of the method I suggested is go by train. Other method is go by road. The other method is go by road means again, go by your own driving, you go by your car. The other is use your public transport. Three options I have mentioned. If you ask me in what scenario I will go with train, in what scenario I'll go by bus, or in what scenario I'll go by car, means it's purely our choice. Correct or not? Right? So if you have your own car and if you want to travel, you can go by car. You're not interested to go by train, but still if you want to go by road, in that case you can depend on the public transport. If I want to go in a comfortable manner, I want to sleep and happily I want to go, I can go by train. Options are up to you. Correct? So for everything there are pros and there are cons. Whatever your situation is, in that situation, whatever is suitable for you, you can use that. You can use that. Am I clear or not? You understand what I'm trying to say, guys? So this method I'll create if I want to go ahead, just a sample 4 or 5 records I want to create without any hassle. I'll use this. I want to go with the defaults. I want to change the length and I want to read one or more values. I go with this. No need to take the control on the length and anything. I just want to create one record, simply I want to assign some values. I'll go with this method. Am I clear? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? If you have any follow-up question, don't hesitate to ask me.
It's clear, Murali.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Everyone, right? So why I'm spending the time here is I'm going to use assignment operator method here from here onwards for everything, because I don't want to go with more than one variable, more than one record. I can simply want to go with one record. So I'm going to use this particular method. So I want to go with the indexes. Let's say I have this Murali Krishna, or I can say that I just go with this is Murali Krishna. All right. All I need is this is my data set. Just I have a data set with only one thing, or I can just go with 2. Age is equal to 35. Location is equal to Hyderabad. All right. This is the one I have. So my requirement here is in this name, I have name here, right? In this name, I'm looking for a letter called I. Is I available or not? I just want to find one of the letter I is exist or not. That is what my requirement is. My requirement is I just want to see whether a letter I is exist or not. So in my string, I'm looking for one of the character. Am I correct? In my string, I'm looking for one of the character. How to test it? How to find it? The answer is I can go with index function. Let's say position. Position is the variable. What it is going to do is index of name, comma, what I'm searching there, I is the variable that I'm searching, small I. Correct? Now run this. All I'm doing is I'll write the syntax here. The syntax is going to be index of your variable, that is your variable name, comma, what you are looking for, what to search. So can you see now? I'm just going here. My variable is going to be name. In the name variable, I'm looking for I, the character I. I is the one I want to search. Let's run this. Can you see the output here? What it is telling? 3. What do you mean by 3 here? The meaning of 3 is in my name, I occurs at multiple places. Position number 3, position number 6, and so on. My first occurrence of I is at the position number 3. So your index search for the key value, search for the character or word or string of characters. So it is going to search 3 things. Either it is going to look for the character, or it will look for the word, or it will look for the string of characters, and returns the position. What do you mean by position? In which position it is there. It is the location. So now I can see I is nothing but 1, 2, 3. So the third position. So it will say that it is in the third position. Understandable? Everyone, understandable? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation, guys?
Yes. So
right, it is
basically, sorry, just one small question. The index is always search the first string of the position.
I haven't get it. Yes,
Sorry,
yes. The first occurrence. Correct. The first occurrence. You're right.
okay. It is by
Index.
default. Yeah.
It is by
Okay.
default. It is by default. Always it look for the first occurrence. Wherever the first occurrence of the string that you are looking for, that will come there. First occurrence. Yes, you are right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Now, in the same example, I'll go with another. Let's say this is, I'm just calling it as POS_1, position 1. Now, I'm going with the another thing here. Let's say position 1. I'm looking for index of name. I want to see wherever I and P coming together, or if I have a character called I, or if I have a character called P, I need the output. That is IP. I'm looking for either I or P. That is what my requirement is. If yes, I want to return that position. What is that? I'm looking for either of a letter I or the letter P. That is what my requirement is, right? But if you run this, surprisingly, you won't get your output. You're going to get 0. Can you see? The position number 2 is giving for 0. Why? Means index works in such a way that whatever you give, it will search for that string as it is. If you have a single character or if you have bunch of characters, it is least bothered. It always look for that entire word. So it consider I. So wherever I comes, it is going to search it. The first occurrence of I, it will return IP. It will look for the continuous characters I and P together. Do you have I and P together anywhere here? No. So it say that I don't find IP anywhere. So I return 0. Is that understandable to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Right. So now what I will do is I'll change this a little. Okay. I'll say that Indexc_1. Indexc means string of characters, more than one character. I'll use a function called Indexc here. So the moment I use Indexc, what it will do is it won't look for the combination of I and P. It will say it will look for I separately, it will look for P separately. It will look for I separately, it will look for P separately. Whichever the position comes first, that position it will give you. Suppose I available at 3rd position, P available at 10th position. My index C value is going to be 3. Suppose if index I is available at 3rd position, P is not available, still I am going to get an output as 3. You understand? It search for the I values of I position separately, P position separately. Whichever comes first, it will return that particular value. Can I get a quick confirmation? You can see that P is not available here, but I is available at 3rd position. That's the reason it will return 3 as the output for Indexc_1. Right? Can you differentiate between
Sir,
index and Indexc now? Yeah, please ask me. What is the question?
wanted to ask, yeah. What if the P comes first? Like there's a sequence, right? I and P. What if the P comes first?
Whichever comes first,
Will
that
it
will
give
give
the
you.
value of P?
Okay, for an example, I'll say that here in our case, I'll go with R and H. Can you tell me the output now? What is the value of index C2? I'm looking for R, H. R is somewhere here, H is here. H is 2, R is somewhere around 10 or 11. What is the output?
Yeah, it shows
2,
the
I
position
guess.
for R.
What is that? 2.
Yeah.
Sorry? It shows the position of is okay. Let me copy this and put it in Notepad++, so we can have the numbers ready. So H is at position 2, correct? You can see that position 2. Now your R is at position 11. So my index value is going to be here. R is at position 11 and H is at position 2. What is your output? What is the value of your index 2 now? Index C2? Everyone?
211.
Yeah, it's 2.
It's 2. Okay. Usha.
211.
No, 211. Both of them it is going to give? It is going
No,
to give
only 2.
output as only 2. Okay. How about others? Anita, Usha,
In
Hasni.
Indexc actually it reads the individual characters, right? So it should give the output of both R and H.
No, it will look for both of them. That is what I'm trying to say. It look for R, it look for H. R position is 11, H position is 2. Out
So
of
the
this,
least
which occurrence coming first? Which occurrence
sure.
coming first? Not the least. Which occurrence coming first? 2
Okay.
is coming first. So
Mm.
output is. Is that clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation? You should not have any confusion here. Yes or no? Everyone.
Yes.
Right. Now we can see for index C2 I have. All right. Now let's go with another thing. Index W. But to explain the index W, I'll go with a different example. But index and index C, all of you are able to understand? No doubts, right? Now I'll say I'll go with input name $30. The values are going to be like this. Let's say data lines. This is this presentation is. This is Murali Krishna. Hello. So these are the 4 names I want to read. What happened? Nothing is read there. Name input $30.
Dot.
Uh-huh.
After 30 is a
30.
dot.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Wonderful. Try to read the 30th position. It is not there. Now I can see this is my data. Okay. So all I need here is you need to tell me the outputs now. Okay. This is my header. Let's keep the header as it is. This is my data. Now all I need is I'll go with index here, I'll go with index C here, and I'll go with index W here. Okay. I need all of you to tell me the answers. So the answers that I'm looking here is very simple ones. That is suppose my code, I'm going to write the code also here. Index of, let's say index of name comma is. This is one. Index C of name comma is. Index W of name comma is. These are the 3 values, meaning this I'm keeping here, this I'm keeping here, code. This one I'm keeping here.
Now you guys look at this and tell me the outputs. Question is understandable to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation here? If I write index of name of IS, what is the output? For this value, what is the output? 3.
3.
Everyone? Everyone?
Yes, 3.
Any disagreements? Okay. How about the second one for this?
1.
3. 1.
The total length is itself 2. From where you get 3? 1. All of you accept, is it 1? All of you accept, is it 1? Whoever said 3, I'm not sure who said it. Now you got a clarity. The position where IS is starting. IS is starting at position number 1. Correct? Yes or no? Right. How about the third one? This one?
3.
3.
How about the last one?
0.
0.
0.
0.
0.
Who said 3? I need answer. From where? I don't have IS there. Done. How about this? Indexc. What it is going to do? It will look for I. It also look for S. Whichever comes first, it is going to give to you.
3.
3.
Okay. Second one. This line.
1.
All of you say it's 1.
1.
Any disagreements? How about this?
3.
3.
How about this? Last one?
0.
0.
Wonderful. Cool. What is Indexw will do is, it will look for a word. It will clearly look for a word. So in this, is there any word called IS? Okay, let's see the words there. From this particular one, if I check this particular one, the words present here is this and presentation. Am I correct? If I go for this second one, there is only one word. IS is the word. The same word is present there. Third one, this is Murali Krishna. How many words are there? 4. This is the first word. Is the second word. Murali is the third word. Krishna is the last word. For hello all. Hello is the first word. All is the second word. Am I correct? Everyone accepts that. This is my input. From my input, these are the words. Correct or not? Everyone accept? You understand what is word, right? Word is always, it starts with, either it's going to be a starting position to the first space, or it will be always between the spaces. Correct? Now Indexw means it will look for a word. It will look for a word. Okay? Can you tell me what is the first one?
0.
0. 0.
0.
Second one?
1.
1.
Third one?
5.
5.
Okay. Actually, it's not 5, it is 6, I believe, because position number
Yeah,
1,
it's 6. Yeah, there is 1 more
3, 4,
space.
5. Yeah, 4, 5, 6. Actually, it's 6. Then
0.
now all of you understand the concept of your index, Indexw, and Indexc. Index look for the whole string or individual character. Indexc look for string of characters. Whichever occurs first, it is going to give you. Indexw purely look for the word. Am I correct? Every one of you accept this? Right? Let me write it here in your code. So now here I'll go with, this is going to be index value. This is going to be Indexc value. This is going to be Indexw value. And you're supposed to get the same outputs that we have just now mentioned to me, correct?
then only we understand, our understanding is correct. Is that right? 3301113360000. Is it the same? So your understanding is correct. So all of you are good with index, Indexw, and Indexc now?
So the Indexw, which is the word, so I'm agree is the is coming on second. If you just purely look at by the word, then is a this is a second. But what the SAS is looking is searching the word, but still it will find the position based on the character, how far from the first character.
No. From the position, from the 0th position where your word is locating. That's it. So if you say Indexw, from this position, from here, is is the word which is present here. Correct?
Yeah.
So if I want to go there, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm actually at a 5th position now. This is the 6th position. At the 6th position, my is word is present. Correct?
Yes. So it basically is looking from the first position.
Always.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Thank
you.
Sir, Indexc, both are giving the same output.
అర్థం కావట్లేదండి మీ వాయిస్ నాకు అర్థం కావట్లేదు.
Indexc. Both are same output now.
Both of them are not same. Index, if I say index of is, ఎక్కడైతే is కంటిన్యూస్ గా ఉందో అవన్నీ తీసుకొని వస్తుంది. సో ఈ మొత్తంలో తీసుకుంటే is ఇక్కడే ఉంది. సో ఇండెక్స్ ఏం చేస్తుందంటే is ఎక్కడ ఉందో దాన్ని వెతుకుతుంది. అదే ఇండెక్సీ అనేది ఏం చేస్తుందంటే ఎన్ని క్యారెక్టర్స్ ఇస్తే అన్ని క్యారెక్టర్స్ ని సపరేట్ గా వెతుకుతుంది. ఐన్ సపరేట్ గా, ఎస్ ని సపరేట్ గా, ఎన్ని నేమ్స్ ఇస్తే అన్ని, ఎన్ని క్యారెక్టర్స్ ఇస్తే అన్ని క్యారెక్టర్స్ ని ఒక్కొక్క దాన్ని సపరేట్ గా వెతుకుతుంది. వెతికి ఒక్కొక్క పొజిషన్స్ రాసుకుంటుంది. రాసుకున్న తర్వాత ఫస్ట్ పొజిషన్ ఏది వస్తే ఆ వాల్యూని రిటర్న్ చేస్తుంది. అంటే ఓకే గైస్, let me help you with this particular question. The question is index and indexc are same or not? If you are going with a single character, because I'm afraid it may confuse you, that's the reason I'm not going there, but okay, let me try. Let's say I'm just looking for I, guys. Now what is the output of index, indexc, indexw? In this case, can I say all three return the same output or not? In this case, what is your outputs? Will it return all the three will return the same or different?
Which line?
Anita, this is the one I'm just giving for every line. For every line, what is the value of index, indexc, indexw? Will it be same or it is different? Let's say line number 1. What is the value of index, indexc, indexw? These three value for line number 1 is same or different?
Same.
Sorry?
3130.
Okay.
313.
Just give me a second.
But Indexw, everything is 0, right?
No, just give me a second. This is your output. This is your code. Can you tell me what are the values of this index and indexc, indexw for the line number 1?
3.
1.
This is 1. Indexc is 1.
It's 3.
No,
Yeah.
3. It's 3.
And 0.
3.
And 0.
3.
0.
Right? Now you can see, okay, go for the second one, because I don't find a word called I. I is not a word here. Correct? So I will not get. I means, let's say that I am Murali Krishna. I am Murali. If I have like this, now I is going to be a separate word. So I'm going to get the position as 1. But do you have anything like that? No. So if you see i's here, I is part of this. I is part of presentation. I is not a separate word. So my index W is 0. How about this? 110? Correct or not? 110. All of you accept? How
Yes.
about this? 330. Third
Yes,
one
sir.
is going to be 0. How about the last one? 0, 0, 0. All I want to say here is when I am looking for a single character, index and index C will be same. Correct or not? When I'm looking for a single character, index and index C will be same. But if I am looking for the different characters, for an example, I'm looking for a thing called SI. Can you tell me the outputs now, everyone? I'm looking for SI. Can you tell me the outputs now?
For index,
Okay,
it's
let's wait.
3.
Let's wait. Anita, you can start. I'm looking for SI. What is the value of
4.
index? Sorry?
4. 4, sir.
4. Okay. Index C?
Yes. 4.
Sorry?
4 only.
4. Okay. Index W?
0.
Okay. Now, how about others? How many of you agree with her?
Index C is 3.
Okay. There is another answer. Index C is 3. Index W?
0.
What about index?
4.
4. Okay. Others. Now go with Hasmi. Hasmi, what's your answer?
Index is 4. Index is 3. And index W is 0.
Okay. How about now go with Harini? Harini. Okay, Harini is on mute. Let's go with Swati.
Index is 4. Index C is 3.
How about index W? Index W.
0.
Now, Mahindra.
Sorry, yeah. I was a little bit.
No problem, Mahindra. You tell me. What is the value of
Yeah,
index?
for the second one is for which one?
No, this one. For this particular one, can you help me with what is the value of index? This code,
Oh,
if I
yeah.
apply on this, what is the value?
Oh, yeah. For S and I is 3. 3. Then S and I is again 3. And S and I is 0. 0.
Right. Usha.
I'll go with Mahindra, 330.
Anyone else? Anyone else have different answers than this? If anyone has any different answer than this, let me know. There are 2 answers I have received. Let's say that these 2 are similar, correct? Right? 2 answers I got. One set of people went with 430, another set of people went with 330. Now the question is, all your answers are wrong.
Index, is it 0?
Who is this? Tulsi.
Yeah, Tulasi.
Yeah, Tulsi. This is a presentation. I'm just looking for this one, right? Yes, I right? Yes, yes, yes. Let me run this. So Tulsi, you are right. Can someone tell me now, what is the difference between Indexc and Indexw I mentioned? Index will look for whatever you have given as is, it will search. If you give I, it will look for I. If you give is, it, it will look for string of characters directly is. Wherever is there, it will bring it. Now I want to look for si. Do you have any two continuous letters s and I in your whole string?
No, yeah.
It's supposed to be 0, right?
Yes, yeah, understand. I got my mistake.
Right. What is Indexc will do? Indexc, it will say that if I give one letter, I'll search for that one letter wherever it is. First occurrence I'll give. If I give I and S together, then in that case, I look for I separately and I look for S separately. Whichever comes first, that position I will give. Am I correct? All of you clear, right? If I give S and I also, it will look for S separately. It will look for I separately. Whichever position comes first, it will give. Correct? So index search as is. Indexc split each character and search for it. Indexw, whatever I have given, if it is a single character or whatever, only if it present as a word, then only it will give. Am I correct? So in our case, if I go with this is Murali Krishna, and if I'm looking for SI, if this is the one I'm looking for, I don't have SI together anywhere. It is 0. And if I'm going with this particular one, S is available at position number 4 and I is available at position number 3. The first occurrence is 3, so my output is going to be 3. When it comes to this, I'm looking for a word called SI. I don't find a word called SI anywhere. So obviously, it is going to be 0. Clear to, is that clear to everyone? How your Indexc, and Indexw will work? Still, are there any confusions or is there any misunderstandings? Kindly let me know.
So, so the index is looking the SI together.
Sorry? Yes, index always look for SI together.
SI together, because the word is and W is for the word and word is SI, so SI is not there, so that's fine. But okay, so if that's true. So if IS is there instead of SI, I have a IS.
If I'm looking for
then,
IS now, in this case,
then is
let's say,
IS.
Yes. If I say that I'm looking for a word called IS. Okay. This is what I'm looking for. Now what is going to happen? Entire equation will change. IS is here. It is here.
So now it's third. Then is a third.
It is at the third position, and it is also at this position. You can see it is also at this particular position, 6th position, and it is also at this position. You can see that's at line number 18. At 3 positions, it is there. Out of that, the first occurrence is going to be 3. My output is 3.
That's
and
true.
If I go for the I and S, again it will look for I is at a position number 3 and S is at position number 4. The first occurrence is going to be 3. My output is 3. Indexw, this is the only word with IS. I'll get at position number 6.
6. Okay. Good.
Everyone? Questions? So I'll go one round from everyone. So Anita, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Either Harini, Hasmi.
Yes, sir, it's clear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
it's clear. Thank you.
Perfect. Perfect. So Mahendra just now clarified. Swati, Tulasi, and Usha. Any questions or disagreements?
No, Murali, it's clear. Basically, it's taking the series of characters, the index, first one, right?
Exactly. You're right. Series of
And Indexc is the searching for the
individual set of characters. Individual characters.
Yeah, and the third one is the word. So
Purely word.
okay. Yeah, clear.
Tulasi.
Yeah. Can we use these three for numbers as well? Like, can we apply
As long as
Yeah.
it is a character. If you store the numbers as a character, you can use it.
Okay, so if it is a numeric variable, we can't use this, right?
Remember, we are discussing character functions. This will be applicable only on the characters.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Swati.
It's clear, Murali.
Wonderful, Swati. All right. Now the question is, where this is useful? Everything is fine. Where it is useful? Here index, index E, index W, where this will be useful? Anyone? You can use this for this data validations again. Can you go with us? So here is what our data validations are there, right? Can you see this? Here you can use it. For an example, multiple ways I can do. Let's say I'm taking this. Okay. Let's say this is normal. 78933 is here. Let's say this is going to be 0998990 0998990 28211. Like this, I have my data. Okay, and another thing is starting with +91. +1 actually. So my data is like this, guys. I want the proper phone numbers. How can I apply? If I go with the compress, it will simply compress everything and it will give it to you. Correct? But I don't want my compress function to be applicable on this. Let's say this is the normal number, right? This is the normal number, right? So in this number, let's say for an example, I just go with one more simple example here, 98480123445. These two are normal numbers. On this number, I don't need to apply any compress, correct? For better efficiency, I need to apply my compress function only then and there it is required. If it is required, then only I want to use it. So for second and third, it doesn't require, right? And necessarily, I don't want to apply my function over there. So to do this, I need to go with index. So how I can do is, if index of phone comma +91. So what is the meaning of it? I'm looking for +91. So wherever +91 is there, in that particular case, then only I have to say phone is equal to, only for them I have to apply phone is equal to compress of phone. What and all I want to compress there? Can I say that I want to compress everything? Let's say braces, space, hyphen, and close braces. So what it will do now, it will do the compress only for the first one. Am I correct? Can you see? It does the compress only for the first one. It hasn't applied the compress function for the remaining variables. Correct or not? Correct or not? Right? So wherever conditionally I want to apply compress, there and all I can use this. Is that clear to everyone? Maybe I can give you the better example tomorrow. I can't think anything right now, and my cough has increased. Maybe I can give you a better example tomorrow. Okay, maybe I can give you the realistic example than this.
Yeah, sure, Murli.
Yeah. All of you are clear with index, Indexw, and Indexc. All of you are clear, right? Example alone I'll give you, but concept wise all are clear, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. So in that case, I'll wind up the session here, and we'll see by tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. See you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye all.
Everyone,
Bye.
bye-bye.
Okay, without wasting much time, let's start. So yesterday I have given one example for the index, correct? But after that I haven't talked anything beyond this, correct? So I said that I'll give one example where this index is useful, right? That is what I have talked about. Okay, so let's give me one example for index, why I need index. Okay, for that what I'm doing is, let me prepare some sample data. Okay, before that, all of you are clear with index, right? What is index and what it will do? So there are three in the indexes. One is going to be index, which is going to always look for the series of characters. If I give one character, it will look for that character. If I give more than one character together, it always look in the same sequence, correct? And then I have Indexc. Indexc will be look for individual string of characters. What is that? Individual string of characters. So if I give one character, well and fine, well and good. If I give more than one character, individually it check for each character, whichever occurrence comes first, it will give that. And then I have Indexw. Indexw, the name itself is telling it will always look for the word. If there is any word, then only it is going to identify that as a word, otherwise it will not. So wherever it figures out, it is going to return the position of that, correct? Where in which position it is that, it will return the position of that. Is that what we discussed yesterday regarding the index? Any questions in this? Any questions?
No.
No, no, Murli. For now, we are good.
Okay, wonderful. Now I'm just going ahead and I'm trying to give some meaningful, thing for it. But okay, I thought like, okay, I'll do one thing. Anyways, we are going to have the concept wise you are clear, but you need the example. The example I'll give bit later. Anyways, I'll provide it because I don't want to continue most of the time for the index itself. Let's proceed and talk about the other function, which is on the similar lines, which is going to be find, because it is going to be the similar one. So I'll provide one example for index, the real-time example, maybe in tomorrow's session, not today. Okay, because if I go with that, we will keep revolving around our index itself. We will not proceed further, right? So that's the only thing, because you understand the concept. Only thing is I need to give some meaningful example. I'll give that. Right. Now I'm going with find, Findc, and Findw. Right. Remember, whatever index is there, if I replace the index with find, it will work in the same way. Index and find are the similar functions. There will not be any difference until some point, but there is a minor difference you can identify, very minor difference you can identify, that too, compared to your index, find is the more advanced function, Compare to your index, find is the advanced function. Except that, remaining everything going to be the same. For an example, in this case, let's say I'll give the same example of what it is. This is the one that we have taken, right? Initially, we take this. If I go with this, index and find will not give any difference. That is, whatever index value I'm getting, the index value as well as my find value remains going to be the same. No difference at all. Index and find are similar function. They will search for a word, they will search for a character, or they will search for the series of characters and returns the position of it. See this. I'm just going together. Now you can see that find C, find W. These three are same. These three are same. These three and these three are same. So you can see that everywhere the way index and find works remains going to be the same. There are no differences at all. Correct? Any questions on this? Now I can ask my question. Murali, when there are no differences, why do you have two functions? Correct? Right, there is a minor difference. I don't deny that there will not be any difference. There is a minor difference. Let me tell you what is the difference is. But index and find, you can use anything. There is no difference at all. You can use it. But one minor difference I'll tell you. Let's say, let me take the same example. Let me tell you very minor difference. And that very minor difference is going to be here. For an example, I'll just go only with the find. Right, I'm looking for, let's say, capital I. Now can you see this? Do I have any capital I in my output anywhere? No, right? And I'm also giving, I'm just going with capital I. Do I have any capital I? Obviously, either I go with find or I will go with index. I supposed to get my output as 0. Correct? But you can see that I don't have a capital I, but I have a small I here. The lowercase I is present. Right? So I need to tell my system that, hey, don't consider my case. Don't consider the case. Without considering a case, give me my output. That is, don't consider the case. That is nothing but a modifier. So I'm going with the third thing here. That is nothing but the modifier. So modifier will say that, hey, look for a keyword, look for I. Okay, otherwise it may confuse you. If I take I and I, I'll take P. Capital P is not present anywhere. Maybe yes. Okay, I'll take yes because the S is everywhere. Capital S is not present anywhere. But you can see that the moment I say I stands for ignore case. Don't consider your casing. So if there is a small s, read it. If there is a capital S, read that as well. Right? Whichever is there, you read it. See this now? Find is not giving any output. Index is not giving any output. But the moment I say find one, which is find with an argument of I, I'm saying that ignore case. So that immediately it is saying that S is present in the fourth position, which is a small s. But I said that ignore case. Don't consider the case. Whatever the case it is, you get it. Is that clear? Find is advanced compared to your index because it can offer you the modifiers. There are two modifiers. One is going to be I and another one is going to be T. T stands for trailing spaces. So if I have any spaces, it will remove it. But I'll talk about the spaces a little later. But for now, is it understandable to everyone? What is the difference between index and find and why we are using it?
Yeah, so what I understand is the modifier I means capital letters. Ignore the case capital letters or small letters. And we cannot use the modifier in index. That's why we are using That's why we are using in the find statement.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fine.
Exactly.
Thanks.
Your find is bit advanced compared to your index, but on a whole, both of them are same. If you don't use the modifiers, either you go with index or you go with find. Both of them are same. Only modifiers are the difference. Clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
What is the other modifier, Murali,
T.
other than I?
T stands for trailing space. When I talk about the spaces, the leading and trailing spaces, I'll talk about T. Because this modifier, not only here, I, T, and K, there are 3 modifiers will come. These 3 modifiers will come across the functions. These are a bit advanced, nothing very difficult to understand there, but still, I talk about this when I talk about the strip, when I talk about the left and trim. So there are 3 functions, space dealing functions. When I talk about the space dealing functions, I'll talk about the other modifier. Clear? If you have a doubt, you can just put a hover on this. Can you see this? Find function. Let me write it here. I'll go with find of. Can you see this? I have substring modifiers. Modifiers are going to be anything. The modifiers are going to be my. Let me go with one. Let's say name, comma. I want to look for capital S, comma. Now I'm going for the modifiers. Can you see what are the modifiers I have? One is the following modifiers can be in uppercase or lowercase. That is I, ignore character case. T stands for trim trailing blanks from the string and substring. That is, I don't consider that trailing spaces. You need to understand what is called trailing spaces. That's the reason I'm not telling that here. Ignore case means straightforward, capital letter, small letter. But you need to understand what is called leading space, what is called trailing space, and how to avoid that. For that reason, I'm not going with the T here. Is that clear to everyone? Usha?
Yes, Murali.
Yeah. Any questions from anyone? Hasmi, Tulasi, Harini, Haida?
No, it's clear, sir.
Okay. Perfect. The next function that I'm going here is I'm going with perfect. Thanks, Aida. The next function that I'm going here is the function number 6. This is very important. Remember this particular one. Okay, let's go with some small function, then I can go with that. That is upcase, lowcase, and propcase. Right? These are case defining functions because I'm talking about the ignore case, right? So I'll talk about case functions here. So these are the case functions. For an example, let's say I'm just going with some employee information, data, employee. So under this, I'm just reading 2 rows. Input, name, and role. All right. And I'm just going with the data lines. Under the data lines, I'm just going with name is something like, let's say Murali, let's say HR. And then I'm just going with the second role, let's say Krishna, and he's going to be, okay, role I'm talking about, right? Okay, instead of role, let's take a rank. So let's say associate, right? And see here I'm going with senior associate. Okay, and then I'm just going with other one, let's say Thenali. I'm going with AVP. And I'm just going with other name, let's say Kishan. And here I'm going with VP, Vice President. This is the data. And let's repeat the same data for few more people. Let's say here I'm going with Sweta, Associate. And here I'm going with Aparna, Senior Associate. Here I'm just going with Kamala, AVP. And finally, I'm going with other name. Let's say here I'll take someone called, let's say Pavitra. Right? So these are the various names. Now, if I run this particular one, I'm going to have my data here. Right? Now all I need is, let's say someone asks me, hey, can you give me all the associates? I just need all the associates from my employee history. Let's say that this is employee data, EMP data. From my EMP data, I need all associates. Question here is, I need associate, right? I said that associate is going to be a 5-letter rank, ASSO. Do I know whether it is going to be in an all capital letter, or it is going to be a all small letter, or it is going to be anything? For an example, I just put like this. It is going to give you a right thing. ASSOC VP small AVP. Can you see now? Everything is going to be different here, right? Everything is going to be different here, right? If I am asking for, hey, can you give me all the people where the role is going to be associate? What you're going to do? How you're going to write a condition? Can I say that my condition is going to be like this? Let's say if let's forget about how to write the if conditions. We can talk later. If rank is equal to, or keep this as it is, go with the next one, new table data. I need EMP underscore all associates rank holders I need. Okay, so what is my input table? EMP data. From my EMP data, I'm looking for all the people where role is equal to associate. If role is equal to associate, then output, then only give me the output. What happens if I do this? It is saying that I don't have anyone with the role associate. Why? There is someone, right? ASSOC. What I have given there, ASSOC. I'm supposed to get. I'm supposed to get it. Correct? Oh, it is not a role. It is a rank. Now see this. I get only one. I don't get two records because here associate. I have a starting letter in the uppercase, remaining all letter in the lowercase. Correct? But in my code, in my data, someone has given all of them are as capital letters. Maybe all of them are small letters. It can be anything, right? It can be anything, right? You can see there will be one more person. Let's say here I just go with Preeti. Preeti is going to be all small letters, ASSOC. Now what is going to happen? I'm missing three things here. One, at one place my role is going to be all capital letters. At one place my role is going to be all small letters. At one case the role is going to be mixed case. So how to handle this? To handle this, one way I can do, number one. So this is the initial data. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change it in a different way. First of all, I'll go with EMP underscore upper. I'm just saying upper. The meaning of upper means what I'm trying to do is my entire rank, I'm changing it to uppercase. To change it to the upcase, I have to use upcase rank. So what do you mean by this? Whatever the rank is there, all the ranks has been changed to the uppercase. Can you see? All the ranks are completely changed into the uppercase. Or I can also do in another one. That is, I can convert all the cases into lowercase, lowcase. What do you mean by lowcase? I'm converting my entire name into lowercase only. Right? Then I have one more function called Propcase. In my Propcase, I'm converting everything into a proper case. Meaning is, for every word, starting letter only in a capital letter. Can you see? Only the capital letter, only the starting letter will be capital. Remaining all will be in the small letters. First of all, you guys understand what is called upcase, lowcase, and propcase? Upcase?
Yes.
Everything is going to be converted into uppercase. Lowcase, convert all letters into small case. Propcase, convert everything into only the starting letter into the uppercase, remaining all going to be into the lowercase. Clear? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone? Right, now I will tell you how to deal with the other one. That is, there is one more in this, right? What is that? We need to go ahead and we need to talk about how to handle that particular example. So now I can say this example I can handle in multiple ways. Number one, let's say data emp cache. I just say emp cache. What is my input? My input is going to be emp data. What is my requirement? My requirement is going to be I need the output if associate rule is there, I need it. So what I'm trying to do now is, this is my data, right? Suppose while reading this particular data or while going ahead and doing some calculations on this particular data, if I convert, suppose, so as, oh, this is not the right thing, right? I need to go with my initial data, this one. This is my input. Now we can see, sorry guys. Now let's put a filter on top of it. After putting a filter sorted, now we can see there are three names. How to match these three names is going to be a problem for me, correct? So what I'm planning is while applying a condition, right? I'll simply say that convert all of them into the uppercase. Convert all of them into the uppercase like this. I don't store it into the data, but only while converting, I'll convert into the uppercase. Or I'll convert everything into the small case. I can do this and I'm going to put a match. That is, I'll say that how I can convert this into this. I can say that upcase of rank is equal to ASSOC. Then what is going to happen? If I say like this, what is going to happen? I'm saying that while matching, I'm not storing the output into my final output. I'm saying that while I'm doing this, while I'm matching this, whatever the rank is there, I'm converting my rank into uppercase, and I'm seeing whether that uppercase of that rank is equal to associate or not. If I do this, what will happen? My original data will not change. But while doing this match alone, for each record, while doing this match alone, it is going to check whether the upcase of rank is equal to all capital letters or not. You can see my data remains going to be the same, but I got all the associates. Why? While checking, it is upcasing your rank and it is matching with the capital ASSOC. Is that clear, guys? You're able to understand what I'm trying to say? I'm not changing the data. I'm changing only while writing the condition alone. I'm doing it. Is that clear? Or if it is confusing for you, I can do it in a different way. I'll simply say that rank 1 is equal to upcase of rank. What I'm going to get in the output? Like this, correct? Now I will say that if rank 1 is equal to ASSOC, then only I need output. Right? This is rank 1. After upcase, this is the one. This one, on this one, I'm putting a match. Correct? If I need my final output, what I need to do? Drop is equal to rank 1. Can I do like this? If I do like this, what is going to happen? First, my system is converting my rank into uppercase, creating a new variable. On the new variable, I'm putting a match, and then I'm dropping it. Is this understandable, guys? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? Right? But here the problem is, unnecessarily I'm creating one variable. Unnecessarily I'm creating one variable. So what is rank 1? Rank 1 is nothing but this, right? Right? So instead of creating this variable, can I replace this with this? Rank 1 is nothing but this. So I don't create it. Without creating it, whatever the function I used to create it, I just put it in the if condition. So what is going to happen? My original data will not disturb. I don't need to drop a variable. Only while writing a condition, I can upcase it and I can use it. So both of them are going to be the same. Is that clear, guys? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? Team?
Actually, I'm little confused. So can you repeat one more time?
Sure. I'll do one thing. All I need is, this is my data. From my data, I want to put all these three. I need all the associates. What is the way of writing it? If this is the case, original means I have to write like this. If rank in, if my rank is equal to any of this, that is either it is associate like this or like this. Correct? This is how the data is. If I do like this, what is the meaning? My rank is associate either in the mixed case or in the uppercase or in the lower case, give me the output. Correct? Then only I'm getting to get the right data. So let's see, is this clear? Whatever the condition I have put here and what is my requirement. Is that clear?
Yes, clear.
Now, what I'm trying to do is, here I have three combination of letters. I put all the three here. If I have 10 combination of letters, I have to put all 10 of them. Correct? But the code becomes clumsy, right? Instead of that, the only difference here is, instead of matching what is exists there, what I'm trying to do is, I'm going with, okay, I don't write it. Instead of that, I'll go with create a new variable called rank1. How the rank1 will be is, I just go with upcase of rank. What it is going to do, it will create a new variable called rank1. In that, entire rank variable will be upcased. Right? Up to this is clear?
Yes.
Okay. Here you can see, this is associate, this is associate, this is associate. But all the three associates are in a proper case, right? Only one case, right? All of them are in uppercase, right? Right? So what I can do now? Can I write only one condition now? Instead of writing this entire condition, I'll simply say that, hey, don't write this entire condition on rank 1. Just mention, because rank 1 is nothing but upcase of my value. So just put this. Is that sufficient now? Instead of saying three things, I just, whatever the rank is, all these three, I convert to the uppercase. And I'm matching only with capital letters, so that I'm going to get this output. Now you can see, this is the original data. I create a new variable with upcase and I'm matching this upcase now. So let's see, is this clear?
Yes, clear.
But the problem is I got additional variable, right? So by default, the length is 8. There are 3 records. What is the total length? 24 bytes. Unnecessarily, I'm wasting 24 bytes of memory, right? Am I correct? 24 bytes of memory here. I have 1 lakh records means 8 lakh bytes of memory. Waste, right? What I can do, what I did, I converted this into uppercase and I'm matching it. Now you can see Rank 1 is nothing but this, right? This function, whatever I have highlighted, is nothing but rank 1, right? So why can't I replace that here? So what is going to happen? Only while matching, it will take rank. It will take rank. It will upcase that. It will upcase that. After upcasing that, it is going to check. That is, it will take small ASS, this ASSOC, it will convert that into the upcase. After converting that into the upcase, it is going to check whether it is equal to ASSOC or not. So if it happens, what is going to happen? My original data will be remains as is. Now you can see, I just comment this and I run the code. My original data as is, and I don't create a new variable, and I got my output. Is that confusing or is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear now. So whatever we did in 2 steps, now it's done in a single step.
Single step,
Using
and I'm not creating a new variable also. I'm not disturbing the original data also. My data remains going to be the same. While writing the if condition, what if will do is, from the line number 1, it will take ASSOC. It will upcase it. It will match with the capital ASSOC. If it is matching, it will get it, and else it won't get it.
Yeah, yes. Now it's clear. Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions from anyone? The same thing, I can also do it in the Lowcase. Instead of doing with upcase, I can convert into the Lowcase and I can do it. The result is going to be the same. Am I correct or not? Everyone? Instead of doing it in the Lowcase, I can also do with the Propcase. The result is going to be the same. Generally, we won't use Propcase. All the time we will go with either of upcase or Lowcase. All the 3 results are same. Now you understand what is the use of it. Upcase, Lowcase, and Propcase. Just instead of converting, when we are not sure of, let's say, like generally it will be applicable for the names. Let's say that, Murali Krishna. Someone have written all the, Murali Krishna entire thing will be in a lower case. Someone has written only the starting letters into the uppercase. Someone has written everything into the upcase. I don't know how the data will be present in my system, but I want to put a match on the name. So I simply either writing a condition, I'll convert everything into the upper and I'll match it, or I'll convert everything into the lower and I'll match it, or I'll put it into the Propcase and I'll match it. So that I won't get any confusion with my data. I'll get all the matching things. Clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, yeah, but I think last what you said, Propcase, you don't generally use it. Is there any restriction on it, or is there any?
No. Generally, we don't use it because there is no specific reason for it. But the reason for it is, let's say, I'll tell you why it is dangerous. I'll tell you. This is my name. I have entered in the system like this. In other role, I have written like this. Same table only in a different row. In other role, I have written like this. In one more role, okay, it is like this. This is the classic usage of, okay, let me go with one more. This is the classic usage of Lowcase, correct? If I convert into the Lowcase and go with this will be matched. If I go with the Propcase, it will be matched. If I go with upcase, this will be matched. How about the last one? It is not falling under anything, right? If I go with the Propcase, this word will be matched. This word will not match with the Propcase, right? There is a chance that someone has written my first word with the first letter as capital, second word with the first letter as lowercase itself. In that case, it is not a proper Propcase. And it is not falling under the Lowcase, it is not falling under the upcase. So these kind of data will be missed, no? You understand what I'm trying to say? If I want to treat this kind of data, it's always safe to convert everything into Lowcase or everything into upcase or leave it as it is. Propcase will not work. Is it making sense or not? What might be the mistake? We don't know how the data is. The overall thing is we don't know the data. But if we convert everything into a lowercase, or if everything into the proper upcase, we are safe. But if you go with the Propcase, we don't know how the data is. There's a chance that some of the data might be missing. Just to avoid that, we prefer going with Propcase, or we prefer going with the upcase or with the lowcase. Mahendra, questions?
Sorry, actually, I was on the other phone call just came, so I didn't listen that. Sorry, it just rang at the same time.
Let me go ahead with that. Let me go ahead with that.
Yeah, sorry for this, really.
No, no issues, no issues. Okay, see this data. I'm actually reading the name. You can see this. If my data, my name is complete in a lowcase, right? I can simply convert that into the lowcase and I can read the data.
Yes.
I'm safe.
Yes.
If this is the case, this is a proper prop case, right? You can see starting letters alone,
Yes,
capital. I can match that with the prop case.
Yeah,
if
that's
it
true.
is like this, upcase. How about this?
Yeah.
How about this?
It's miss. Yeah, this is yeah, okay, understand. Is because the first is okay, the prop case, but second is not possible. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I want to read this data, will my prop case help? No, right?
No.
But if I go with I go with the lowcase,
yeah, it will help. Yeah.
It will go with the upcase.
Yeah, it will help. Okay, yeah, understand. I got your explanation. Thanks.
Yeah. Any questions from anyone?
Well, in these functions like this propcase, upcase, and then compress, Compbl, all together we can use
Absolutely.
in any.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll give you that. Don't worry. I'll give you the scenarios. Function will not be used in a single way. There will be always 4 or 5 functions together we can write. So that's the difference between an experienced SAS programmer and entry-level SAS programmer. If an entry-level SAS programmer is there, he will create multiple variables. In each variable, he will apply one function. Let's say this same case, you can see he will create one new rank and he will do it. If he's an experienced SAS programmer, he will write everything here in a single thing. I'll give you some examples there, you can get a differentiation. But don't worry, you always go with multiple functions together.
Okay.
Questions? Any other? Hope all of you are clear. I'm going with the next one. Concentrate these two functions. Very, 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 very important. This plays a very important role in data cleaning. Very, very important role. Okay. Substr. The name of the function is substr. The next function should be scan. The most important function when it comes to the data cleaning. Very, 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 very important functions. All right. Let's go with them. So first I'll write the syntax for it. Syntax is going to be, there are two things again, guys. Substring left, substring right. There are two things again. Okay. First one is going to be substring right. We simply call it as substring. Substr. We simply call it as substr. The second thing is going to be substring left. Substring left. Okay. Substring can be used, substring right or substring can be used for extracting part of the string based on position and length. This one used for replacement. If I want to replace something, then I can use it. I'll give you the examples for both of that. It is going to be clear. Just give me a second, guys.
Give me a second, guys. Somewhere or other. Some important call, guys. That's the reason I just put it on mute. Sorry about it. Yeah. So this user for the replacement. Okay. Now go ahead and talk about the nothing I have discussed there. It is substring of variable name, comma, starting position, comma, length. This is the syntax. What is the syntax? This is the syntax. Then if I use it after the equal to symbol, right side of the equal to symbol, it is substring right. If I use this before the equal to symbol, it is going to be substring left. That is where I am using it. Am I using it after my equal to, that is right side of the equal to symbol, or left side of the equal to symbol? I'll tell you how the difference is going to be, or what is going to be the difference, in what scenario you are going to use it. I'm going to explain now. Okay, right. So we have used one of the bike example, you remember? All of you? I'll go with the same example now. That is not bike, the registration number example. Let's say that data vehicle numbers. So what we have did there? There we read bunch of numbers, correct? One by one. That is nothing but state, area code, serial number, and vehicle number. Remember? Here I'm going with a different example. Let's say input registration number $10 digits I want to read. Data lines. So my number is going to be like this: AP09CK5049 TN22BU1906 TS07GH5561 HR26BU VC2401. These are the 4 numbers I am reading. Right? Now I read the whole number. All I need now is I want state separately, area code separately, serial number separately, and finally my vehicle number separately. That is from my input. Okay, let me read all this. This is my output now, right? So this is my input now. I'm expecting my output like this. Just a sec. This is my table. From my table, I'm expecting 4 values. My 4 values are going to be like this. That is, I need state. I need serial number. I need code, area code. And finally, I need vehicle number. This is what I want to read. These are my variables, guys, from this. So how I'm reading this is, I say that from the position number 1, that is, I'm also giving the positions here. From the position number 1, 2 characters are going to be my state. From position number 3, 2 characters are going to be my area serial number.
From position number 5, 2 characters are going to be my area code. Finally, from the position number 7, 4 characters are going to be my vehicle number. Am I correct? This is how you are going to read it. Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? Yep. The
Yes,
same
Madam.
logic I'm going to apply. Yeah, the same logic I'm going to apply here. So I need okay, let's put it into the comments. What is the first thing I want to read? State. How the state is going to read? State is going to be now substring. I want to take part of the string substring. What is the syntax, guys? Variable name, starting position, and length. Correct? What is the variable name? Name of the variable is registration number. What is my starting position? 1. How much is the length required? 2. Done. Serial number, area code, vehicle number. Tell me the remaining two now for me. This is going to start at position number 3, 2 characters. Position number 5, 2 characters. Position number 7, 4 characters. Am I correct? Everyone accept this? Everyone accept this? Now run this. Then this is what you need. All you are doing is from the position you are just extracting. What is my starting position? From there, how many bytes of the length I want to read? Is that clear? Substring. Questions? All right. You can ask me a question. Murli, this is substring. I understand. Part of yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, if we want, like now we are having the 4 sessions, right? Like the state, area code, series, and the vehicle number. If we want just the 2 of them, also we can do it, right?
Anything. For an example, I don't want all the things. Let's say that I just want only the state and vehicle number.
So as long as the position and the length is given, that's more than enough.
That's it. As simple as that. Questions? Okay, fine. I'll go with the substring left now. So you can see I have used substring after the equal to symbol. That is, I extracted the part of the word and I stored in a new variable. Am I correct? That's what I did here. Now, let's say I'm going with the another one. So here what I'm trying to do is, guys, here I misunderstand this as a TN. TN is not the right thing. It is not TN actually. It is actually TS. What is that? It is actually TS. I wrongly updated it. I want to see wherever TN is there. For an example, I have one more. TN 38 UC 2104. Wherever TN is there, those are not TNs. Those supposed to be TS. They're supposed to be TS. My input data, whoever shared with me, which is wrong for TN. TN need to be replaced with TS. That is what my requirement is. First of all, requirement is clear to everyone. I am not supposed to have TNs. Let's say in my output, in this entire output, these are wrong ones. This one and this one is wrong. These are wrong ones. That is not the right data. my write data is supposed to be like this. This data need to be read as wherever tn is there, that need to be replaced with ts. This is what my write data. I should not create a new variable. I have to create this in the same variable. In the range registration number, I have to create it. First of all, requirement is understandable to everyone. Can I get a quick confirmation? Is requirement to understandable to everyone? This is not the right one. Tn need to be replaced with ts. Tn need to be replaced with ts. That is what my requirement is. Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? First of all, requirement is clear to you? If yes, I'll proceed how to do it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, yeah. First, what we need to do is, I have issue with the first two characters. Correct? I have issue with the first two characters. That too, the first two characters not with everything if it is going to be tn. Correct? So first, I have to say I need to extract the first two characters. Am I correct or not? How you are going to extract the first two characters? Can I say if I want first two characters, that is substr of my registration number, comma 1, comma 2. Can I say this will give first two characters? Correct? If I say, if I keep it after the equal to, this entire thing will be stored in state. Am I correct? That is what we did in substring write. Am I correct? Now what I'm doing is, I extracted the state. I've extracted the state. I'm replacing the state now. How I'm replacing the state? Can I say that this entire thing, if now I will say that if state is equal to tn, I should not replace for everything. If state is equal to tn, then what I have to do? Then let's say if state equal to tn, then output. Just I'm telling. So what I'm going to get? Only tn outputs I'm going to get, right? Am I correct? Now for the first two characters, I need to replace. Am I correct? Instead of doing all this, what I can do simply is, I don't create this variable. The state is nothing but, can I say this? If I remove this, both of them are same. Now also I'm going to get only tn as my output. Am I correct? Why? Because I'm taking the first two characters of my each string, and if it is matching with the tn, then only I'm giving the output. But that is not my requirement is. My requirement is, if that is the case, what I want to do? I'll say that take those first two characters and replace with ts. But I'm saying, if from the first position to the next two characters are equal to tn, only for them, I'm asking that take those first two characters and replace with ts. Done? Now you can see. Is that clear?
Can we not use the rename after that?
It is not a rename, right? I'm updating in the same one. I'm updating in the same registration number. I'm taking it here. I'm updating there itself. I'm not creating a new variable.
Okay.
Rename
so rename will be
comes to
used.
do for the whole thing, I guess, not for.
No. Rename comes to the variable. Rename comes to the variable. This one, highlighted yellow one. Here is what rename will do. Rename applicable on the header, not for the individual values.
Yeah,
you are renaming a variable, not the value.
Okay. Yeah.
Now you understand what is the difference between replacing and renaming?
Yes. And for the substr 1, 2 means it is reading from the position 1 up to position 2.
No, from the position 1, 2 bytes, 2 length.
Okay, from position 1 to 2 bytes.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's the reason I said that start position and length. Okay. I'll tell you another use case. I'll tell you another use case with this. Let's say I don't want to disclose my entire number. Generally, this is for PAN card, this is for SSN, or this is for credit card. These are sensitive information, right? This is called personal information. If I give my credit card number to you, you can use it anywhere. It is going to, there is a high chance that it will be misused. If I give my SSN number to you, if I give my PAN card number to you, there is a high chance that it is going to be misused. What generally people use is, they say that don't send the entire number, but I need to match it whether it is yours or not. So even if you see that, let's say you got a courier, let's say that your bank is delivering a credit card to you. The person who is coming to your home, he will ask last 4 digits of your PAN number, or last 4 digits of your Aadhaar card, or last 4 digits of your thing. That is, they don't have full information, because if they have the full information, they will misuse it. But if they give last four numbers, still they can see whether you are the right person or not. And the person who is inquiring it, he doesn't know your full number. In that way, your personal information is secured as well as verification is done. Am I correct? Am I correct? So what I need to do now, these words, I need to mask it. So I can simply say that from the position number 1 to how many characters, guys? To totally 6, right? To the length of 6, just replace them with stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See your output now. Hey, what happened? This is too much. This one, no condition. What happened? Your information is secured. What are you doing? You're simply replacing your first 6 characters with a star. Guys, is that making sense?
Yes.
Generally for masking. So one of the most commonly asked interview question, especially me, I don't ask, can you tell me the syntax for substring? Right? Let's say if the person is working in a bank, let's say if from his profile I can see, right, whether which companies he worked on. Let's say he worked for a bank. I'll ask simply, hey, we generally work on banking data. We generally take care of the personal information. Let's say I have a credit card number, right? In my credit card number is a personal information. So I don't want to show all my credit card numbers in my data set. Instead, I want to mask the first 12 characters. I just need to show only the last 4 characters. How do you do it? If the person have idea on substring left, if the person have business knowledge, if the person understand the question properly, then only can answer it. Make sense? How the interview questions will be? It's a simple substring left. If I ask, hey, can you tell me what is the syntax for substring left? Anyone can say. If I ask the same question in a business context, let's say I have a patient ID, guys. Let's say you are working on healthcare. I have a patient ID. Let's say patient ID is a 10 digits patient ID. I don't want to disclose my 10-digit patient ID to anyone because it's a personal information data. So I'm asking you to mask the first 6 characters and show only the last 4 characters. How do you do it? Simple use cases, but turned as a complex answers, complex questions. Everyone understand how the questions will be? Right? So yeah, the person we can differentiate based on the answers. If the person learned SAS somewhere but he's not having any real-time experience, he cannot answer this until and unless he gone through some of the questions like this. Am I correct or not? Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Substring is clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Can you show me the syntax of substring left? Like right is very clear.
Left is also same. This is not changing. This is not changing. Let's see. If substring right means I'll store it in a variable. Let's say 10 is equal to this. If I store it in a variable, those characters will be stored directly. You can see.
So here what happened is I just put it on the top. I had to put like this. Can you see? Substring right, substring left remains, the syntax is going to be same. If I go with substring right, it will take the 6 characters to store in a variable. If I go with the substring left, these 6 characters I'm replacing with the stars. This part is same, no changes in this part. You can see Control C, Control F. Both of them are same, right? If I keep it on the left hand side, it takes that particular value, it will ask with what I want to replace. With what I want to replace. If I keep it on the right, it will say where I want to store it. To create a variable and store the data, substring right. To replace the data, substring left. Clear, Usha?
Yeah. So keeping the syntax, the right side or left side matters. That's it.
Exactly. That's the reason I said you can see here also, the syntax also, I mentioned the same. The same syntax I have written here and here. One is after the equal to, one is before the equal to. In either the cases, the syntax remains going to be the same. Right?
Yeah.
Let me write what are the other functions are there, because we cannot go with scan now. It's already 9:22. 1 hour we have already done. Guys, you understand one thing? Time is running too fast now. It is not like you are reading the data from text files, correct or not? Hardly we are covering 3, not more than 3 functions. And you identified it? It is not like a class which is running for 1 hour or 1.5 hours. Let me know if I'm wrong. Tran word, translate, cat, cat T, cat S, cat X. Before that, type. Left, trim, and strip. Count and count C. Finally, count left, strip, compare. So these are the functions that we are going to discuss. Looks like 14, but you can see here I covered 3 here, I covered 3 here, I covered 3 here, I covered 2 here, I covered totally 5 here, I covered 3 here and 2 here. So approximately 20 to 25 functions we are going to use on day-to-day basis, not more than this. That is character functions. Whatever the work you want to do, you can happily do that particular work with these 15 or with this 20 or 25 functions happily. Clear? I thought then before Friday I can complete the entire, but it is not happening. We are exactly at here. So tomorrow I believe I can cover at max scan, transword, and translate possible. This one. After this we can cover count, count C, compare with some examples. We can do it by Monday. Right? So by Monday we can have everything ready. That is character functions will be ready. So if I go with this particular pace, I believe by 5th, that is by next week, we can finish the functions. Definitely date and time functions will take 2 days. Your mathematical functions, numeric functions will take 1 day. 1 day. It will not take much time. Numerical and that is mathematical and statistical function will not take time. But date time function definitely take 2 days. So by 5th of March, it will be ready. Everything will be, character functions will be done. Clear? Questions?
Sorry, I have a question regarding the Substr right and left. Maybe we can discuss tomorrow if you want to. If it's too late.
No. Go ahead.
Actually, still I'm not understand very clearly what is the where we need to use the right and where we need to use the left.
Simple.
Substring.
This is my number. Yeah, take the substring. Okay.
Mhm.
I have a whole word. I have a whole word. From the
Yes.
whole word, I want to take part of the word separately. Part of the string separately. Name itself telling substring. I have a string. From the string, based on the positions, I want to extract something. Then it is substring right. Then it is substring right. This is the one. You can see this is my whole string. From the string, based on the position and length, I have extracted this separately, this separately, this separately, and this separately. I have created 4 variables.
Okay. Yeah.
4 variables.
Understood. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Then substring left. Substring left is still I want to extract. Still I want to replace something based on the position and the length. Let's say this TN is not a TN. User accidentally mentioned it is TN. It's supposed to be TS. So, but how I can replace that? First of all, I have to extract these two. So to extract, I have to go with starting position and length. Substring of 1, 2 will be TN. But I don't want to store it in a variable. I want to replace that with something else. So with what I want to replace, I'm telling after the equal to.
Okay.
Let's see here. 6 characters I'm extracting. All these 6 characters I'm replacing with star. So my output becomes a star. The 6 characters become stars there. Replace.
Okay. So when we want to replace the, then we need to use the left substring.
Exactly.
Left.
Yes.
And when
That
we
too,
want to store the data, yeah. Then it's
that too, the replacing is happening. The replacing is happening based on the position and based on the length.
Okay.
If it is not a position and length, if it is a word, there is a different function. That is called your tran word. My next thing.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, you can see it. The tran word. Very next thing. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
If it is,
that's fine.
If it is, again, there is something. If it is going to be a character, wherever I is there, replace with P. Wherever M is there, replace with N. That is translate. All right. Now I'm taking on a string. Part of the string I'm taking on now. There is another thing. I'm not taking on the string. I'm taking the full name from the names. Words I'm extracting. Scan. I'm replacing a word. Tran word. I'm replacing one or more characters. Translate. I have individual characters. I want to combine everything. Concatenation. I have spaces leading left. I have spaces at the end, trim. I have spaces leading and trailing, strip. I want to count how many number of characters, count C. I want to see how many number of words, count. I want to compare 2 strings, compare, done. That's what, that's how we are going in a flow.
Okay.
Yeah, character functions done.
Yes. Beyond that, can you think of any character functions? No, right? If anything requirement comes, if any, see, there are 200 character functions, right? Let's say there are any.
Sorry, we can say in a help file, like in a SAS help file, where we want to see or refer, because we don't remember everything. So maybe you will say later on what is the trick.
One is SAS product documentation. Here you can see.
Okay.
You can see SAS.com documentation.html. Here you can see.
Okay.
For each version, you are going to have the documentation. Can you see this? SAS Programming 9.4. This is ours. Or you can go with base SAS, anything. Okay? You can click on it. It will take you to the different pages again.
Yeah, this. Thank you.
Just a second. Just give me a second. Sorry. Yeah. As you can see, there is a documentation. SAS Programming 9.4 Help Center. Here also you can. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I can go ahead with this. You can see here there are so many things in the functions you can see. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry guys, I'm stopping the class.
Thanks.
Again, I'll connect you tomorrow.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Bye. See you then. Cheers. Thanks.